tabakskappuccino, man. Dat is dan zo'n soort die mini, hoe noemen die weer al? Die dingen die in Spanje zijn. TV sets, ja. Zo, dan ja, moet je heel dat en eigenlijk zo oppakken. Ja. Daar gaat echt heel goed naartoe en dan kan ik heel maar de testen staan niet. Dat is goed. En dat is een beetje. Staan ze half overdekt. Mist, rood gaan staan. Ja.
so nobody can come until the afternoon. Another way you be sure that guys will not shoot it.
Stop. Hey, wacht. Kijk, goed.
Transformational to indeed, given our long-term threat of Russia, but also the massive build-up of the military in China and the fact that North Korea, China, Iran are supporting the war effort in Ukraine. It's really important that we spend more, so that will be number one on the agenda today, a new plan when it comes to spending over the coming years. Of course, defense industrial production. We know that we are lacking a defense industrial base which is producing sufficiently. So we have fantastic companies, but they have to put in the extra production lines, they have to put in the extra shifts in making sure that we produce the ammunition and all the items we need. And Ukraine. We will big at the summit today, will be discussed making sure that Ukraine over the coming years will continue to count on the support of NATO countries to keep them in the fight, but also make sure that we can bring Ukraine to a durable and lasting peace. So a transformational summit, looking forward to it. And of course, hope to see you later today. I can now take a few questions and then at the end, we will see each other at the press conference. And I see that CNBC wants to start.
Thank you very much.
Sir.
Steve Sedgwick, CNBC, as you know, sir. Look, there's a lot of questions about Spain. There's a lot of questions about nations that do not feel they have the money in their budget to get to 2%, let alone 3.5%, let alone 5% in total as well. Do you fear that Spain could scupper this meeting and actually, sir, despite all your huge diplomatic efforts, incur the ire, the wrath of the United States?
No, I don't. I'm not worried about that. Of course, these are difficult decisions. Let's be honest. I mean, politicians have to make choices in scarcity. And this is not easy because 7, 8 countries at the start of this year not at 2%. They will now reach the 2% this year. Many of those countries said we will do it somewhere in the 2030s. They've now committed to do it this year. And already we added in an aggregate of $1 trillion since 2016, since Trump 45 started his first presidency. But today, and this is the third stage, we will add trillions extra with this new plan. But of course, you're right. The countries have to find the money. It's not easy. These are political decisions. I totally recognize that. But at the same time, there is absolute conviction with my colleagues at the table that given the threat from the Russians, given the international security situation, there is no alternative. We've got to do this, really.
Mr. Rutte, why won't Mr. Trump back Article 5?
For me, there is absolute clarity that the United States is totally committed to NATO, totally committed to Article 5, and yes, there is also an expectation, which will be fulfilled today, that the Canadians and the Europeans will speed up their spending, making sure that we not only are able to defend ourselves against the Russians and others, but also to equalize. And this is fair, that we spend the same as the US is spending. Sir, yes. The big thing about Article 5 and the good thing about Article 5 is that it is clear that we defend each other when we are attacked. But you will always get all these questions, yes, but if this cyber attack or this hybrid attack, we never go into those details.
General, you had dinner with Donald Trump yesterday. In what mood was he? And
excellent mood, and the King and Queen were hosting a fantastic dinner in this. And I was so proud to sit in that Orange Hall, which is basically exemplar. I'm a historian, so this is about the history of the Dutch Republic. 1648, the Münster peace deal, and the King made a fantastic speech. You have seen it, I hope. I was also able to say a few words, so I think it was a great dinner.
Nederland dit allemaal gaan betalen? 5%, meneer Rutte.
Nederland is op 2 of 3 na het rijkste land van de wereld. Als wij het al niet kunnen betalen, wat kunnen we dan van de anderen? Wij zijn schatrijk. Dankzij verstandig beleid over de laatste jaren.
Gaat het pijn doen, meneer Rutte? Staat de NAVO er onder Trump beter voor dan onder Biden?
Ik denk dat de NAVO na vandaag er sterker voor staat dan ooit sinds de val van de Berlijnse muur.
Meneer Rutte, heeft u nog meer
Oh, spannend. We gaan het kijken. Maar ik heb er geen bezwaar tegen. Nee. Ja, is toch waar? Hey, but listen, it's totally true. Would you really think that the 7 or 8 countries, not at 2%, at the beginning of this year, would have reached the 2% if Trump would not have been elected president of the United States? Do they really think that, of course, there is a threat from the Russians, China, etc., but that it would be doable to reach this commitment of 5% today? And I'm hopeful and cautiously optimistic we will get there. If Trump would not have been elected president, so I think what I said in the text message to him, totally fine that he published it, please, but totally fine that he published it, I think is a statement of fact.
Sharing this message. Are you okay with him sharing those SMS? Isn't that a little embarrassing?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. What is in that text message is a statement of fact, and I'm totally fine that he shared it.
Meneer Rutte, één laatste.
The attacks on Iran appear to be less positive, less successful than they looked before. Do you reconsider your congratulations?
No, not at all. And the 14 huge bombs dropped on the nuclear facility of Iran, I think this was crucial to really do everything possible to take out the nuclear capability of the Iranians, which NATO has always said Iran should not get its hands on. And therefore this decisive action by the United States was so important.
Secretary General, yesterday you told allies to stop worrying about the United States.
Yes.
But how can the allies stop worrying when Trump keeps relativizing Article 5 again and again?
I would think, look what the United States is doing, what Donald Trump is doing. They are spending almost $1 trillion on defense. They are by far the biggest contributor to NATO. They are delivering all the key enablers for NATO, also here in Europe. I mean, they are an important ally. They are by far the biggest ally in NATO. They are over 50% of the total NATO economy. But what we now will do over the coming years is to bring down, step by step, shift the burden away from the United States, more towards the Europeans and the Canadians, which I think is fair. And in the meantime, we will also equalize the spending. I think we now have to go because colleagues of mine, leaders of and presidents, I'm not a leader or a president, I'm only a Secretary General, but still former colleagues of mine will enter this building and want to speak to you. But I thought the children were here. They are there. Yes, please, you ask the last question. Am I excited? I'm excited, but to a level where I can still control it. Thank you.
Top. 7, 8.
Good morning. I hope you all sleep well. Het was een prima diner. But let me first say something in English. We are this day. I hope it will be an historic day for the reinforcement of our alliance, and that we are going to work very good in our alliance on strengthening our deterrence and our defense. I think it's absolutely necessary, and to make sure that we share the burden more financially, but also in our military tasking. As the Netherlands is concerned, we want to achieve two things today. Unity on the decision for the 3.5% and 1.5%, and at the same time make sure that we really ramp up also our defense industry, so that we're capable to strengthen our defense in itself. And that behind the backdrop of what's happening in Europe with the Russian aggression war going on in Ukraine. And at the same time, I want to say that I'm proud that the NATO Summit is in The Hague, and that all the people living in The Hague, they share the burden also a little bit. And I'm very proud of everybody, the police, the military, all the volunteers and professionals that are working to make this day quite a success. Thank you.
Do you fear that that unity that you crave, that you said is absolutely pivotal, can happen at this meeting, given the fact that we already know that your friend Pedro Sanchez of Spain actually has said that Spain cannot get to those levels? Do you think that unity will happen today?
Yeah, I'm absolutely sure. Because what you agree on is that we need the capabilities. As Spain said, they think they can manage it with another amount of financing. We think we need the 3.5 and 1.5%. So I think we still share we will deliver unity today. Absolutely.
How confident are you that all the allies will actually be able to implement the 5% by 2035?
I think we can. It's still a long time. I mean, it's in relation to our security, 10 years is quite a long time. So I think we should all step up our defense spending, and we should reach the 3.5 and 1.5. But what's important is that defense spending is related to the capabilities we defined we need to make sure we get our deterrence and our defense in the right position. I will switch to Dutch. Ja, dat is moeilijk te zeggen. Er zijn verschillende opties om de uitgaven te doen, maar ook aan te kijken op welke manier je uiteindelijk financiert. En wat we als kabinet hebben gezegd en ook in het parlement hebben gezegd en ook daar met elkaar hebben afgesproken, is dat elke keer jaar op jaar wordt bekeken hoe we de stapjes kunnen zetten naar de 3,5 en 1,5%.
Meneer Schoof.
Dit zijn miljarden. Maar nogmaals, er zijn verschillende opties, zowel aan de uitgavenkant als aan de financieringskant, en die moeten elke keer worden afgewogen.
Meneer Schoof, waar moet de Nederlandse belastingbetaler betalen voor de veiligheid van Spanje als de Spaanse belastingbetaler niet gaat betalen voor onze veiligheid?
Uiteindelijk betalen we denk ik allemaal voor onze gezamenlijke veiligheid in Europa. En het is niet zo dat het ene land meer gaat betalen dan het andere land. Er zijn capabilities gedefinieerd, die moeten we realiseren. Daar hangt een prijskaartje aan. Als dan een land op dit moment denkt dat ze dat met een ander prijskaartje doen, dan kan je nog steeds zeggen dat je unity hebt over datgene wat je wil bereiken. En dan zal de tijd leren wie er uiteindelijk gelijk heeft. Maar wij denken dat de 3,5 en 1,5% nodig zijn om dit te bereiken.
Is 2035 niet te laag? De Baltische staten zullen misschien zeggen dat is na de oorlog.
Ik zei eerder al dat 2035 is 10 jaar vanaf nu gerekend. Dat is best een lange tijd. Wij het ook hebben nu over onze veiligheid. Maar er is ook steeds sprake van een periode. Nu is onze afschrikking nog steeds op orde. Maar waar we ons zorgen over maken is de geweldige opbouw van de Russische militaire capaciteit. Zowel aan zeg maar de hoogte van de Oekraïne, maar ook überhaupt langs de hele oostgrens. Ze spenderen onvoorstelbaar veel geld op de militaire industrie. En dat betekent dat we de komende jaren echt moeten zeg maar bijfinancieren, zou je bijna moeten zeggen, om te zorgen dat we onze afschrikking en onze defensie op orde houden.
But if it's only about capabilities, as Spain says, why do we need the 5% at all? And why wouldn't other countries also say, let's not pay the 5% because we will fulfill the capabilities?
No, but the percentages are related to the capabilities. And also in the NATO capability studies, and this also in the Netherlands the case, we clearly define that to meet the capabilities, we have to ramp up our spending to 3.5% at least. So that's what we think and what NATO thinks. And I think that's important. But it's about capabilities and then the financing. And I'm sure that we will find unity around all these issues today.
Should be there any consequences to Spain if they don't reach the target spending the 2.1%?
Oh, it's much too early to talk about any repercussions. I mean, today is an important decision-making process. And I'm sure we find unity about the decision process. That's important. That's what also the Secretary General worked on also the last few days. So I'm sure and confident that we reach that unity and that we ramp up our defense spending, and we ramp up our defense industry, and therefore can deliver to the people in Europe deterrence and defense and peace and prosperity.
Premier Schoof, even in het Nederlands.
Article 5 means when somebody attacks you, NATO will help in defending.
Donald Trump says there are numerous definitions. Do you think that's the case?
No, Article 5 is very clear. Thank you. I'm just going. I will now walk to the Dutch press.
Yes, thank you very much.
Oh, you come over here.
Wie bent hier vandaag de show? Is dat Trump of is dat Mark Rutte?
Nee, dit is de NATO. Dus dit is een vergadering van alle regeringsleiders, van alle 32. En gezamenlijk besluiten wij vandaag wat we gaan doen.
Ja, maar toch is het zo dat Mark Rutte gisteren ook naar Donald Trump heeft gestuurd. Eigenlijk alles wat nu is gelukt, die 5%, dat komt door u. Dus dan is Trump toch degene die de show wint?
Nou, ik denk dat Trump een belangrijke bijdrage heeft geleverd door te eisen dat de balans meer zoeken op de uitgaven. En daarmee naar die 5%. Maar uiteindelijk heeft elk land zijn eigen afweging gemaakt en staan we gezamenlijk voor het ophogen van die 5% om te zorgen dat we uiteindelijk de Russische agressie, maar ook vrede en veiligheid in de wereld kunnen garanderen.
Maakt u zich zorgen over het feit dat of Trump zich wel gaat houden aan artikel 5?
Nee, ik denk dat ook Trump en Amerika zich gewoon houdt aan artikel 5. Artikel 5 is vrij helder.
Heeft Trump daar gisteravond tijdens het diner nog iets over gezegd? Heeft u hem gesproken?
Nou, we hebben elkaar kort gesproken, maar dat ging over andere dingen dan over artikel 5.
Is er nog een afspraak gemaakt tussen de twee, tussen Trump en Zelensky, om elkaar vandaag te zien?
Ja, voor zover mij bekend hebben zij vandaag nog een ontmoeting na de North Atlantic Council.
Oh, waar hebben ze die?
Dat moet u mij niet vragen, daar ga ik niet over.
En is er tijdens het diner ook nog gesproken over de tweet van Rutte naar Trump?
Nou, de aantal regeringsleiders vond het opvallend dat het berichtje wat Rutte had gestuurd aan Trump meteen openbaar werd gemaakt. Maar er is ook een commentaar van Mark Rutte daar zelf over gezien.
Wat vond u daarvan?
Nou, er stond niks verkeerds in volgens mij.
Maar vond u het niet een beetje te veel?
Nou, het is belangrijk, denk ik, dat ook aan de president van Amerika werd aangegeven dat we vandaag gewoon eenheid bereiken.
Maar was het niet een beetje in de overdrive?
Nou, iedereen heeft zo zijn eigen woorden die ze kiezen. En die heeft gisteren ook volgens mij de speeches van Rutte en de koning ook bij het diner kunnen horen. En het is denk ik belangrijk dat ook de president van Amerika weet dat we vandaag gewoon die eenheid kunnen bereiken op die 5,5 of die 3,5%.
Maar hoe viel dat bericht bij de rest van de wereld?
Kan Nederland niet het goede voorbeeld geven aan landen als Spanje?
Nee, maar de vraag is niet of we schatrijk zijn. De vraag is of we bereid zijn te zorgen dat we de capabilities op orde hebben. Dat kost geld. En daar heeft Nederland, ook in het Nederlands parlement, brede steun voor gekregen om die positie ook vandaag te kunnen innemen. Daarom ga ik ervan uit dat niet alleen Nederland, maar alle landen de verklaringen zullen steunen die we vandaag met elkaar willen bereiken. En dan dus ook vandaag een historische dag wordt in de reinforcement, zoals ik net zei, van de NATO-alliantie.
Alleen Nederland moet nog wel een miljard daarvoor gaan vinden.
Nee, maar alle landen moeten die miljarden daarvoor gaan vinden. Maar we hebben allemaal de bereidheid uitgesproken om dat te gaan doen. En er zijn verschillende manieren waarop je de uitgaven zeg maar, ten opzichte van elkaar kan wegen. We hebben ook in Nederland, ook in het parlement gezegd, die moet je integraal wegen. En er zijn verschillende manieren waarop je ook naar de financiering kan kijken.
Meneer Schoof, vreest u voor het humeur van Trump nu de aanval op Iran een stuk minder succesvol lijken?
Nou, ik vond hem gisteren buitengewoon zeg maar, relaxed en goed gehumeurd. Dus ik ga ervan uit dat hij, als hij goed geslapen heeft op het paleis en het ontbijt goed is geweest, dat hij ook op de North Atlantic Council met een goed humeur
Vindt u ook
aanschuift.
niet dat er wel heel veel aandacht is voor Trump hier? We hebben het zelfs over hoe hij slaapt.
Ja, dat vraagt u mij. Ik bedoel,
Nee, maar goed, daarom vraag
ik genereer die
naar de
aandacht
show.
niet. Dus de secretaris-generaal van de NATO, Mark Rutte, is voorzitter van de vergadering. En dat is ook
Maar voorzitter
duidelijk.
is wel iets anders dan de baas.
Nee, maar hij is de voorzitter van de vergadering, dus hij zorgt dat we dit allemaal in goede banen leiden.
Toch nog even over Trump. Hij postte natuurlijk een berichtje op social media gisteren over Sanchez opnieuw. Hoe moet dat nou straks gaan met die ontmoeting tussen Trump en Sanchez? Heeft u daar een beetje buikpijn van?
Nee, ik denk dat we vandaag unity bereiken, omdat we uiteindelijk ook Spanje zich bereid heeft verklaard de verklaring vandaag gewoon te ondertekenen.
Maar we hebben Trump eerder bezig gezien in de zaal met andere wereldleiders om zich heen. Het kan toch voor een verrassing gaan zorgen.
Zeker, maar laten we er nou vanuit gaan dat het nou vandaag net allemaal iets anders gaat. Maar we gaan het allemaal zo meteen zien. Ik ga ervan uit dat we in de 3 uur die we hebben overeenstemming bereiken en de verklaring daarna kan worden uitgegeven. En uiteindelijk het allerbelangrijkste is dat we naar die verhoging van de defensieuitgaven gaan, omdat we daarmee de burden-sharing tussen de Verenigde Staten en Europa beter in balans kunnen brengen. En uiteindelijk datgene waar denk ik de mensen in Europa ook recht op hebben. En ervoor te zorgen dat we vrede en veiligheid kunnen realiseren. Gezien de toenemende agressie van Rusland in Europa en de Oostgrens.
Is er genoeg aandacht voor
Ik doe nog 1 vraag.
Vragen u en andere Sanchez om zich een beetje gedijst te houden om een clash met Trump te voorkomen?
Ik denk dat dat niet nodig is. We hebben goede afspraken gemaakt in de hele voorbereiding. Er is eindeloos over onderhandeld. En ik ga ervan uit dat we vandaag het belangrijke besluit, denk ik ook door velen al als historisch gezien, hier in Den Haag, toch in de stad van vrede en recht, kunnen nemen om te zorgen dat NATO sterker wordt. En daarmee defensie en veiligheid veel beter kan worden gerealiseerd in Europa en in de wereld. Dank u wel, tot ziens.
Ik sta nu bijna in de sport.
geeft 8.
So, good morning. We've had a very successful summit so far, and the main messages are that we are now ramping up, and the alliance is the strongest it's ever been, and it will become stronger by the day. At the same time, our support for Ukraine is steadfast, and we want a ceasefire now. It's only Putin who hasn't been willing to ceasefire, and now is the time to push him for that. And our strategy is threefold. First of all, obviously ramping up our own defense and deterrence for the security of the free world. Second, putting pressure on Russia. And here we need to work as individual countries, as the European Union, United States. We are hoping for the sanctions package, which is in the Senate, to go forward, hopefully next week. And third, of course, keep on aiding Ukraine, who is fighting for each and every one of us. So thank you so much. Looking forward to a fruitful day today.
Minister, do you feel that actually unity is going to be hard to achieve today, and actually the United States is going to be incredibly upset at the behaviour of some nations which are struggling to get to 2%, let alone even promising to get to 3.5%?
Well, first of all, it has to be said that unity at a lower level is much worse than discussions at a much higher level where we are now. I sense a very strong unity around the fact that we are going to reach 5% of defense spending. We are going to build a strong defense industry which covers the entire alliance with no room for protectionism of individual countries. And at the same time, of course, each country has their own concerns on how to reach the targets, but we will be easily fitting those in. And what has to be noted, again, we are in a such much stronger situation now than we've ever been before.
Minister, how concerned are you about the somehow unpredictable definition of Article 5 by President Trump?
Well, you see, Article 5 is quite clearly spelled out in the Washington Treaty, and that is something that NATO relies on. And I am so certain that President Trump is also 100% behind it. At the same time, once Article 5 is activated, like we saw, the only time it has been activated for the help of the United States, it is, of course, political decisions by all the allies on how they want to contribute. And now, let's get the facts straight. We are so much stronger now with the capabilities we have today, the capabilities we are going to have tomorrow, that if such a situation would ever occur, we would be so much stronger together than ever before. And at the same time, of course, we are doing this to deter from war. So that's what we are working on.
To state unequivocally, though, that he's committed to Article 5. He actually say very clearly that he's willing to stand by you. He isn't saying that at the moment.
Everything we are hearing from the US administration is pointing to the fact that the US is a strong ally in NATO and extremely committed. And we had a very fruitful dinner last night with my colleague Marco Rubio, and we heard exactly the right words.
Minister Valtonen, you mentioned Ukraine. Are you worried that we are forgetting Ukraine?
Well, nobody is forgetting Ukraine. We actually had a very good dinner last night with our colleague Andrei Subia from Ukraine, and now I'm going to sit down with him together with my Nordic colleagues. And there's steadfast commitment to further strengthening Ukraine in its defense for its freedom, liberty, and the democratic values which it stands for.
Do you believe that Donald Trump will defend every single ally, regardless of what they're spending on defence? Or do you think he's going to attach his ability to defend countries on whether they're meeting the new NATO spending target?
Everything we hear from the United States is that they are extremely committed, and there is no doubt whatsoever. At the same time, Europe is ramping up now massively, so the alliance is so much stronger than it's ever been. Thank you so very much.
if Germany can up its defence, can't the Spanish?
Pardon?
So if Germany can up their defence to reinvigorate the Bundeswehr, why can't the Spanish?
I don't know, but I think they will.
But do you think the Spanish, sir, will get anywhere near 3.5%?
I'm convinced. My colleague Margarita.
Convinced there'll be unity today, sir?
Yes, I am, absolutely.
Good morning to everybody. It's a historic day. And I would like to make 3 points. The first one is about defense expenditure. It's a historic moment that we will be ramping up defense expenditure to 5%. I strongly, and Estonia strongly supports it. That means a message from NATO is coming that NATO is much stronger, more lethal. Estonia's defense expenditure next year will be already 5.4% of GDP, so that is also a message to our allies and our friends that NATO is strong and members are strong. Second message is that we need to ramp up our defense capabilities and defense industry, because if you look at the performance, Russia in 3 months is producing the ammunition that NATO members are producing per year. So that means that we need to ramp up our defense expenditure and industry. That means also the boost for economy. And third one is probably with the most importance is that we should be behind Ukraine all the way. Ukraine belongs to NATO, to Europe, that's understandable, and all the guarantees coming from the NATO are probably the best guarantees for Ukraine to have this support and security in the future, and just and lasting peace. So this is a historic day, and thank you. Yeah.
Actually, Mr. Zelensky is right, and that there will be an attack on a NATO country within 5 years, and if there is, that actually Estonia, Lithuania and Latvia are the key targets potentially for Putin's aggression.
We know our neighbor, to be honest. We know Putin. And until Putin changes his goals, probably Russia is an acute threat to all the NATO countries, all the NATO members, European members, Union members, to be honest. And I would say that we should not be afraid, but we should be prepared. And to be honest, it's our neighbors Finn's motto, but we shall be prepared. And investing in defense probably helps to be prepared, not afraid. So we are assisting Ukraine. With everything we have. Our expenditure to Ukraine is 0.3% of our GDP to Ukraine this year, and if we can do more, we will do more. Thank you. Yeah.
How confident are you that the 5% are actually going to be implemented and not another empty promise, like 2% will work? And are you concerned that there will be more opt-outs like Spain?
I'm quite sure that it will be implemented because how the world is today, because Russia has shown what it is. Estonia has known for a long time, Baltics, Nordics have known for a long time what Russia is. And nobody believed. They were thought as very friendly guys who like to drink tea and love children, but right now they are occupying Ukraine, killing innocent people. So I would say that ramping up defense expenditure is a must if you want to have freedom, and Europe is a free area. NATO countries like also their freedom. So I would say it's a must for everybody. And if you look at the numbers and figures, everybody is investing right now. And our expenditure, as already said, Estonia's expenditure next year will be 5.4% of GDP. So these are not empty words. We are doing what we can, and I hope that this is also example to other countries. Thank you. Yeah, yeah.
Do you want to get Donald Trump to commit to Article 5 unequivocally?
Absolutely, but I would say that for me Article 5 is absolutely working, and I would say that every time also the states needs our allies and our assistance, we will be there. Thank you.
Are you worried about
Spain supports Article 5?
Is 2035 not too late?
Prime Minister.
So,
Prime Minister, I'm sorry.
this is the length of this meeting is really not indicative of the historic dimension. I think, you know, we are connecting the dots now in NATO by getting the resources necessary to deliver on the capabilities. That's the important part. And from the Norwegian side, we will talk about the Arctic, the High North. NATO needs to be present there. That's where we are eyes and ears of NATO next to neighbor Russia. And we need to be talking about our common effort to support Ukraine. That is not really agenda point here, but we need to do it when we are together around the table.
Prime Minister, huge commitment from the northern NATO members, huge commitment from Norway, Finland, Sweden, the Baltics, the Poles as well. Do you feel as the southern neighbours, and we go further geographically south, that NATO members just don't have the same interest in spending 3.5% and getting to 5%, including infrastructure?
Well, I mean, this declaration is historic. We are 32 allies supporting that ambition, which is huge. I mean, remember, we have been struggling to get above 2%, and now we said 3.5%, which is necessary in order to reach our capabilities. And I just take it that, you know, we're going to do that together.
A crucial decision when it comes
we are
to
all behind that declaration.
Prime Minister, Norway deploys soldiers to Finnish Lapland, to FLF force. What you can tell about that?
Well, Finland is our closest neighbor and friend, now NATO ally, and we work very closely together on Finnish dimension, which is along land border. Norwegian dimension is along sea border. And that's what the Northern Nordic is all about. It's about understanding each other's situation and supporting security from the collective perspective.
Prime Minister, Prime Minister. Get in the way of the 5% target that is actually implemented.
Please, once more.
What could actually get in the way of implementing the 5% target?
Well, I think, you know, the important part now is the percentage is set. But it's only important if we're able to have that translated into the capabilities. So we have to invest in the right equipment that goes together. If we all do the same thing just because we want to be similar, that is not delivering. So we have NATO plans, which we have agreed in Vilnius and in Washington. We have a new command structure we need to get working. So we really have to be investing in the right capabilities in the right sequence.
What about Spain, who say that they can do it less?
Why won't Donald Trump say publicly?
Well, I think we have 3.5 plus 1.5. The 1.5 is a kind of a new dimension, but I can tell you there's a lot we need to do in order to support our defense. I mean, from a Norwegian perspective, we have infrastructure, we have ports, we have defense against cyber, a lot of enabling capacities in society that we have to support.
Prime Minister, it seems everybody here is flattering Donald Trump and tempering him. Is this the best strategy to deal with Donald Trump?
I think we have to deal man to man, woman to woman, woman to man. We have to be allies.
But everything revolves around his ego.
You know, we deal with our allies as close friends and partners, and that goes for all.
Prime Minister,
Thank you.
Are you worried about Mr. Trump's somewhat ambiguous comments on Article 5? Do you think it's still working?
I take it the US is 100% behind NATO obligations and Article 5. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Let me just begin by saying that I'm very happy to be here at my second NATO summit. I feel that Finland's been a NATO member only for a couple of years, but we are quite seasoned. We're a security provider, not a security consumer. I think this summit will be historic for 3 reasons. The first reason is that we go back to the roots of the alliance. In other words, functioning as a collective comprehensive defense system to deter Russia. The second one is that we go back to the defense expenditure levels of the Cold War, 3.5% plus 1.5. And the third reason is that I think we're witnessing the birth of a new NATO, which means a more balanced NATO, and a NATO which has more European responsibility. So in that sense, I'm really looking forward to the conversations that we have.
Mr. President, you joined NATO after decades, centuries of brutality in order to face down the Russian threat because you believe there was an Article 5 assurance. Do you have concerns that Article 5 remains the same as when you joined and what you thought it meant?
I do not have any concerns about that. And for us, defense is based on two very simple pillars. One is a strong, independent defense that we've been working on over decades because of the Russian threat. And the second one is NATO's Article 5, of which we are, of course, a strong part because after the war in Ukraine, NATO has doubled its border with Russia through Finland. So we have responsibility and we have full trust in Article 5. Wait, one at a time. We'll go like this and that. Yeah.
How many times will you have to play golf with Donald Trump until he stops relativizing Article 5?
I don't think President Trump is relativizing Article 5, and golf is a good way to discuss business.
Does President Trump see Putin as the biggest threat to the NATO alliance?
If we look at today's declaration of 5 points, it is quite clear that the number one threat to Europe and the alliance is Russia. We are not building up our defense expenditure because we are worried about any other European states. Finnish media.
Speaking of the age of restlessness during the last 3 years that we're living through, do you believe that in during your presidency, your lifetime, Europe is actually going to be able to relax and enjoy peace again?
No, I think we're witnessing a change in the world order. It's very similar to the moment that we witnessed after World War I, World War II, and the Cold War. And of course, after World War I, we got it wrong. After World War II, the balance was more or less right. And after the Cold War, I think we got intellectually lazy. Now we need to sort things out, understand that the time of Western dominance is over. We're moving towards a world which is more transactional, which is more multipolar, and which is more disorderly. And this means, at least for a country like Finland, that we need to have close allies and we need to work on building up our security and defense. I'll take. Tämä on NATOlle hyvin keskeinen kokous, monella tapaa historiallinen 3 syystä. Ensimmäinen syy on se, että NATO palaa juurilleen, eli toimittaa vasteen Venäjälle. Toinen syy on se, että palaamme kylmän sodan aikaisiin puolustusmenoihin. Ja 3. syy on se, että syntyy uusi NATO, joka on eurooppalaisempi ja tasapainoisempi. Do you want me to translate? I don't think we're going to see a clash. I mean, I've seen the order of dialogue coming up, and I'm very confident that we'll get through this. Remember, this is a big win, I think, for both President Trump, and I think it's also a big win for Europe. But I'm actually taking his space. Thank you very much.
without that. So I have to fully disagree. Yes.
Morgen.
What are you expecting from today's declaration on the 5%? Will there be more opt-outs also from Belgium, from the Spanish model?
I would like to underline that there are no opt-outs whatsoever. Everybody accepts the same text. It's a matter of interpretation. You have to do the 5% and the capabilities, and the interpretation of Spain is that they can realize the capabilities without doing 3.5% of the GDP. Well, this remains to be seen. If this is their interpretation, it is everybody's interpretation. We're not fiddling the figures. I think 3.5% in 10 years' time is a realistic objective. It won't be easy to get there, but it is what NATO has decided as necessary to be ready for the threat that comes from Russia on the one side, and the other side there's also the burden shift, the reality that the United States is focusing on the Indo-Pacific theater, and that we as Europeans should take care of ourselves. I don't think it is wise to comment on that, but it is a reality that we face. So as Europeans, we should realize that our long break from history is over, and that we have to take our own responsibility for the security of our own continent in a very difficult time. Sorry? Well, there's the capability targets that we have to achieve, and if you can do it for less than 3.5% on the strict defense spending, that would be great. If we can do it, we will try to do it as well, but NATO is not foolish. If they say it's going to be 3.5 to get it done, it's probably true, but we have the evaluation in 2029 that is also decided. We'll see how the world looks like in 5 years' time. Not all at the same time. There can be no discussion on Article 5, I believe. It is crucial that Article 5 is not subject to interpretation. Ja, wij hebben niet gedaan wat we moesten doen. We zijn lang een beetje een freeloader geweest binnen de NAVO. Er zijn nog andere landen die de 2% niet hebben gerealiseerd. Daarom was het voor mij belangrijk naar hier te komen met de 2% gerealiseerd. En ook een strategische visie om dat ook daadwerkelijk vorm te geven. En wij hebben ook al een plan om boven de 2% uit te stijgen in de komende jaren. Wij hebben op dit moment nog geen planning voor de 3,5%, maar we hebben wel afgesproken na deze NAVO-top om daar terug over samen te zitten. We hebben 10 jaar tijd, we hebben een vrij budgetair traject en we hebben uiteraard de mogelijkheid om, als we onze capaciteiten kunnen realiseren voor minder, van het ook voor minder te doen.
Meneer De Wever.
Wel, dat is een vraag die vele regeringsleiders zich op dit moment stellen. Wij hebben tijdens de Koude Oorlog altijd dit soort cijfers gerealiseerd, maar we zijn het al tientallen jaren niet meer gewoon. Dus dat betekent dat wij zeer moeilijke beslissingen moeten nemen. We hebben wel een timeframe gekregen om dat ook effectief te doen. En ik hoop dat ons dat zal lukken. Wel, er is voorzien in die 1,5% dat daar natuurlijk alle mogelijke weerbaarheidsuitgaven ook in rekening kunnen worden genomen, ook voor infrastructuur. Dat is natuurlijk een heel breed palet en ik denk, en het is ook mogelijk dat ook andere entiteiten, niet alleen de lidstaten, maar ook de deelstaten eraan kunnen bijdragen, inderdaad.
Meneer De Wever.
Het diner was nu niet van een aard dat wij allemaal heel serieuze besprekingen met elkaar hebben gehad. Dat was eerder een opwarmertje voor wat er vandaag moet gebeuren. Dus dat is gezellig verlopen.
Meneer De Wever.
You have a loud voice, which is very handy if you're talking all at the same time. The fighter jets haven't been decided yet. We know that in the capabilities that Belgium is obligated to achieve, there is aerial defense, and we will achieve that capability. We just haven't decided yet on how we're going to do it, but certainly on the if we're going to do it, there's a decision. Well, ik zal dat zien, maar ik ben daar eerlijk gezegd niet bang van. En als die er komt, dan zal ik er ook niet van onder de indruk zijn, eerlijk gezegd. Oh, dat zal ik zien, hè. Dat hangt er vanaf. Ik weet niet of dat ik die ga krijgen, die bolwassing. We zullen dat wel zien. Maar ik maak me daar helemaal niet zenuwachtig over. Wij zijn een autonoom land en wij zijn geen kolonie van een ander land. Ik denk dat eenheid uitstralen voor deze top heel belangrijk is. En dus ik denk dat we allemaal op onze woorden moeten letten. Want wij staan onder dreiging van opkomende machten enerzijds, Indo-Pacific, maar anderzijds ook het imperialisme van Rusland, het gewapend imperialisme. Het is dus niet het moment om vechtend over de straat te rollen. Dus ik denk dat we op onze lip moeten bijten. Maar we moeten ons als Europeanen de komende 10 jaar wel realiseren dat we onze eigen strategische autonomie moeten uitbouwen en dat we dus capabilities moeten realiseren die we vandaag nog niet hebben. Anders zullen wij het spel, het geopolitieke spel, moeten blijven ondergaan in plaats van spelen. Well, I understand, of course, the budgetary problems that my Spanish colleague has, because I have exactly the same problems. We're almost in the same situation. So if he says that he can achieve the capability targets of Spain spending less money, that's an interpretation that he has. Mark Rutte has confirmed that this interpretation is correct. And if he can do so, that would be great. And of course, if he can do so, others can do so as well. And we will certainly also try to achieve our capability targets. And if possible, spend less than 3.5% of our GDP. Okay? We accept the same text for the 32 NATO members. It's important to stress upon that. There is no opt-out. There are no special treatments for any member state. It is the same text. And if the interpretation of Spain is correct, anybody can interpret the text in the same way. Okay? Because, of course, the strategists of NATO have calculated the amount of money needed with the prices of today to achieve the capability targets, and that should be around 3.5% of GDP of all the NATO member states to actually get it done. And I guess these people are not foolish, they know what they talk about, so probably they're right. It would be great to see that you can do what is calculated to be 3.5 for 2.1. as Pedro Sanchez has said. If he can do so, he's a genius. And of course, geniality inspires people. Okay? Ja, u weet dat ik met een Nederlandse vrouw getrouwd ben en dat ik dus heel erg houd van dit land. Dus voor mij was het heel bijzonder en een beetje thuiskomen. Dankjewel. Ik denk dat Mark Rutte een moeilijke job heeft om iedereen in deze alliantie tevreden te houden. En dat hij veel moeite doet om zich van die taak te kwijten.
Maar was het niet een beetje over de top?
Hij doet veel moeite om zich van die taak te kwijten.
Meneer De Wever, uw eigen parlement noemde de NAVO-verhoging compleet crazy. Hoe staat u er nu in?
Ja, 5% van ons bbp uitgeven aan defensie, dat is nu niet direct iets waar je vrolijk van wordt. Maar als dat noodzakelijk is, dan zullen wij zien wat we kunnen doen. We hebben een langere tijdsperiode gekregen, flexibiliteit in het parcours, een evaluatie in 29. Dat is wat we vroegen en dat is wat we gekregen hebben.
Wie runt vandaag de show eigenlijk? Is dat Mark Rutte of is dat Trump?
Hoe zegt u?
Wie runt vandaag de show? Wie is hier eigenlijk de baas?
Mark Rutte is de secretaris-generaal van de NAVO. Hij runt de show. De grootste lidstaat en de grootste spender in defensie, dat is uiteraard de Verenigde Staten. Daar zijn we ons van bewust. En als wij als Europeanen meer gelijke tred willen houden, dan zullen we meer moeten uitgeven. Niet om plezier te doen aan meneer Trump, maar om op gelijke hoogte te komen en ons eigen continent te kunnen verdedigen. Dank je wel, Ed. I'm not saying that I'm not going to spend 3.5%. We accept the capability targets. We have already augmented our defense spending. We're planning to do more. We have a period of 10 years, and we will see what happens. We have an evaluation in 2029. We will see how the world looks like. But we want to be a NATO member that is loyal to its obligations. I think I already answered that question in Dutch. Okay, so we'll wrap it up. Thank you.
His custodianship of NATO. He had big shoes to fill, but I think he's doing a really good job in what is his first year. Thank you.
Dzień dobry, witam Państwa bardzo serdecznie. Szanowni Państwo, no, mój 11. i ostatni szczyt NATO. Bardzo się cieszę, że spotykamy się i cieszę się, że wszystko zapowiada jedność krajów sojuszu także i tym razem. Przede wszystkim w tej najważniejszej i ostatnio bardzo często rozważanej kwestii podwyższenia wydatków na obronność. Także mam nadzieję, że podejmiemy tutaj razem decyzję w tej sprawie. Jak również i w innych kwestiach, które są dla nas bardzo ważne, jeżeli chodzi o budowanie przede wszystkim bezpieczeństwa wschodniej flanki NATO. Z naszego polskiego punktu widzenia to jest fundamentalnie ważna sprawa. Mówię tutaj o wypełnieniu planów obronnych, którego przyspieszenie jest konieczne. Mówię także o organizacji brygadowych grup bojowych, które także są decyzją jednego ze szczytów NATO, które były wcześniej. Natomiast dzisiaj rzeczywiście najważniejsza jest sprawa wydatków na obronność. To po pierwsze, tak jak mówię, mam nadzieję, że będziemy mieli jedność. Wszystko zapowiada, że tak. Natomiast druga kwestia dla nas bardzo ważna w Polsce to przedłużenie rurociągów prowadzących paliwo, strategicznych rurociągów NATO prowadzących paliwo, które dzisiaj kończą się w Europie Zachodniej, przedłużenie ich na wschodnią flankę NATO, bo to jest w tej chwili bardzo istotne do tego, żeby rzeczywiście zapewnić obronę. Oczywiście będziemy dyskutowali też o innych kwestiach, będziemy dyskutowali też o rozwoju przemysłów obronnych, co jak Państwo wiecie doskonale jest w tej chwili niezbędne. To pokazała zresztą też i rosyjska agresja na Ukrainę. skala, w jakiej potrzebne jest uzbrojenie, a przede wszystkim amunicja. Więc to będą te wszystkie tematy, które dzisiaj będziemy omawiali. No oczywiście na pewno będzie poruszona też kwestia dalszej pomocy dla Ukrainy. No i problem konfliktu bliskowschodniego też pewnie będzie poruszany na tym szczycie, chociaż wcześniej, jak wiadomo, nie był przewidywany w harmonogramie prac, no ale to jest sprawa względnie nowa i pewnie będzie poruszona.
Mr. President, if Poland can get to 5%, why can't other countries get to 5%? What is your message to those countries, and do you think it endangers the alliance, sir?
Could you repeat the question?
Yes, sir. Poland, of course, is making great strides to get to 5% and beyond as a percentage of GDP and into military spending. If Poland can do it, why can't other countries? What is your message to those other countries? And do you fear that it endangers the alliance and the US involvement if they don't get to 5%?
Precisely, I was the first leader who put this topic on the table. That was in March in the White House when I had a meeting with President Joe Biden. And I said to President, we have to increase military spendings in allied countries because it's absolutely necessary. We have to spend as much money for defense as we spent, as NATO countries spent during the Cold War. Because it's necessary. You see the threat of Russian potential aggression. You see the Russian imperialist policy, and this is absolutely necessary. So that was the first moment. Then in April 24, I talked with President Donald Trump in New York, in Trump Tower. The president was a candidate for the election. And I always repeated to him I'd also repeated to him that we should increase the military spendings. And I sent a letter to the Mark Rutte as a new Secretary General of NATO in March this year. Yes, that this topic should be one of the elements of the schedule of this NATO summit. So you see the discussion. Szanowni Państwo, no, dwie są podstawowe zasady w NATO. Jedność, bo ona jest konieczna do tego, żeby podjąć jakąkolwiek decyzję. Jeżeli podejmiemy decyzję o 5%, to nie ma dyskusji pod tytułem, czy ktoś wydaje, czy ktoś nie wydaje. Wszyscy mają obowiązek wydawać. Artykuł 5 jest jasny i wyraźny i oznacza kolektywną obronę. I nie ma tutaj żadnej dyskusji wokół tego artykułu. I'm absolutely sure. I'm absolutely sure. You know, it's difficult to say. Of course, I prefer to have it much earlier, yes, in 2030. But, you know, this is policy.
President played an important role in reaching the 5% declaration today, hopefully. How do you feel about Mark Rutte giving all the credit to Donald Trump yesterday in his private text messages?
You know, the position of the President of the United States is the strongest in the alliance. So I understand that without the support of and without the leadership of Donald Trump, it would be impossible. Szanowni Państwo, no są, że tak powiem, bardzo różne sytuacje. Były takie szczyty NATO, że mieliśmy z panem prezydentem Trumpem nawet kilkanaście, kilkadziesiąt minut do tego, żeby spokojnie usiąść i porozmawiać. W bardzo, bym powiedział, wręcz takich prywatnych warunkach. Trudno jest mi dzisiaj powiedzieć. Na pewno będziemy mieli jakieś interakcje, no bo będziemy razem na sali, będziemy na pewno rozmawiali w trakcie szczytu. Natomiast czy będzie taka możliwość, żeby usiąść spokojnie, to zależy od bieżącej sytuacji po prostu. You know, I think that Russia is exhausted because of their aggression against Ukraine after this more than 3 years of aggression. Yes, and I don't expect that Russia is ready to attack other country now, but in the future, this is real risk. So we have to prepare ourselves. We have to increase our defense, our spendings on defense, because it's absolutely necessary for our security and for a future.
Mr. President, do you believe that you
Thank you.
Polish leadership will be committed?
Good morning, Mr. Prime Minister.
Good morning. Let me start by, first of all, as a country at the outer edge of the Eastern Mediterranean, welcome the ceasefire that was brokered by President Trump between Israel and Iran. But at the same time, let me express my firm belief that permanent solutions can only be found through active diplomacy. At the same time, it's important not to forget the other aspects of this regional crisis. It is absolutely necessary that we implement a ceasefire in Gaza, that humanitarian aid flows into Gaza. This is a big component of a permanent solution to the problem of instability in the region. Now, coming to this summit, I think it is very encouraging that we have all agreed to a significant increase in our defense spending. I have been a strong proponent of the need for Europe to step up our military spending and take more ownership over our own collective defense. Greece is a country which is currently spending more than 3% on defense, and we have consistently exceeded the 2% threshold even during the very difficult times of the economic crisis. So I welcome the decisions taken by the summit. I hope that all member states will do their part, because at the end of the day, this is an alliance which is based on trust and on fair burden sharing.
Prime Minister, if Greece can get to commit to 5% spending of military of GDP, why can't the Spanish? We have very similar history, very similar recent history for Greece and Spain. Surely you can put pressure on Mr. Sanchez to agree to a deal.
Well, first of all, let me say that, as I told you before, we are currently above 3%. So we have a plan to spend more than 25 billion over the next 12 years. So we will reach the 3.5 plus 1.5% threshold by 2035. But the point of an alliance is to make sure that there is a fair burden sharing, and that there is no sense that certain countries are sort of free riding on the defense commitment of other countries. So I think it is important to understand that these targets, I think, should be binding, and they should be binding for all 32 members of the alliance. Thank you.
I think you prefer the German Chancellor.
Wir sehen einem historischen NATO-Gipfel entgegen. Ich möchte zunächst einmal dem Generalsekretär Mark Rutte herzlich Dank sagen für die Vorbereitung, die sehr gute Vorbereitung dieses NATO-Gipfels. Wir hatten gestern Abend bereits Gelegenheit, mit den Staats- und Regierungschefs zu einem Abendessen zusammenzukommen und über verschiedene Themen miteinander zu sprechen. Ich gehe davon aus, dass wir heute eine gemeinsame Entscheidung treffen, die NATO in Zukunft mit wesentlich besseren Mitteln auszustatten. Wir werden einen Beschluss fassen, dass die NATO in Zukunft 3,5% und 1,5% zusätzlich für die Infrastruktur zur Verfügung stellt, für unsere Streitkräfte. Dies alles wird in großer Übereinstimmung stattfinden, weil wir übereinstimmend feststellen, dass sich die Bedrohungslage geändert hat. Und die Bedrohung heißt insbesondere Russland. Russland bedroht nicht nur die Ukraine, Russland bedroht den gesamten Frieden, die gesamte politische Ordnung unseres Kontinents. Und deswegen will ich herzlich Dank sagen, dass wir in dieser großen Solidarität in der NATO heute zusammenkommen. Ich will ausdrücklich sagen, die Entscheidungen, die wir treffen, treffen wir nicht, um irgendjemandem einen Gefallen zu tun, sondern wir treffen diese Entscheidungen aus eigener Erkenntnis, aus eigener Überzeugung, dass die NATO insgesamt, und dies betrifft vor allem den europäischen Teil der NATO, in den nächsten Jahren mehr tun muss, um die eigene Verteidigungsfähigkeit zu sichern. Und deswegen gehe ich mit großer Zuversicht heute in diese Beratungen und freue mich darauf, die Kolleginnen und Kollegen in der NATO zu treffen. Herzlichen Dank.
Good morning, everybody. You know, NATO was founded some 75 years ago to defend international law, human rights, the rule of law, and I think this is more important than ever today at a time where we are living in, where we are seeing fundamental geopolitical changes. And in this context, it is quite impressive to see this unity among the 32 members of NATO. I think Europe needs to be a strong pillar of NATO, and that is why, independent of percentages, it is important that we strengthen our military capacities, but moreover, our general security. That goes cybersecurity, our competence to manage space, satellites, and indeed my country, Luxembourg, has some know-how in that area. So we need to put everything together so that tomorrow NATO will be a strong defense alliance, make sure that we can protect the way of life of our citizens, and to do that together with the United States is of course an asset, because there are many around us who do not like the way of life we have. So I'm happy to be here and to support this common effort for more security.
How truly committed is Donald Trump to NATO, you think?
The fact that the President of the United States is here today is a strong commitment, I think, to NATO.
But he keeps threatening to pull out from his NATO obligations.
I'm here to listen to the President of the United States and to all of the other colleagues. Being together is already something important that we witness here today. Wir sollten nicht nur nach Amerika schauen, wenn wir über unsere eigene Sicherheit nachdenken. Rund um Europa gibt es vieles, was nicht in Ordnung ist zurzeit. Wir haben Russland, wir haben den Nahen Osten, wir haben Ambitionen von China und wir müssen selbst in Europa für unsere Sicherheit sorgen. Natürlich ist, was in Amerika geschieht, wichtig für die Allianz, aber selbst ohne diese unterschiedlichen Positionen haben wir die Sorge, dass wir die Lebensweise, die Lebensart der Europäer, Rechtsstaat, Freiheit, Frieden, die müssen wir absichern und darum geht es bei diesem NATO-Gipfel.
Belgien und Spanien scheinen eine eigene Auslegung vom 5%-Ziel zu haben. Wie viel Flexibilität braucht es?
Der Weg zu diesen Ausgaben, den muss jeder Staat selbst beschließen. Und ich glaube, das, was NATO-Generalsekretär Rutte Spanien geschrieben hat, gilt natürlich für alle. Das heißt, jeder muss souverän, eigenständig seinen Weg zu diesen militärischen Kapazitäten und allgemein zur Sicherheit festlegen. Wir haben 10 Jahre, um das zu tun. Und ich glaube, da muss jeder seinen Weg finden, auch angesichts seiner geografischen Lage und seiner Geschichte. Vielen Dank. Artikel 5 ist ein Grundelement der NATO-Charta seit 1949. Das ist die Ursache, weshalb, glaube ich, viele von uns in NATO-Mitglied sind. Auch mein Land als Gründungsmitglied der NATO. Wir werden geschützt auch von den anderen. Und deshalb ist jeder, der hier etwas dazu beiträgt, ist auch ein Garant für die Freiheit und den Frieden anderer Staaten. Und deshalb gilt Artikel 5, auch Artikel 3. Wir müssen alle etwas dazu beitragen, um Sicherheit, Frieden und Freiheit zu garantieren. Vielen Dank.
Prime Minister, Luxembourg's been getting a free pass as well, hasn't it? It hasn't even got to 2% of spending yet, like the Spanish as well. Why hasn't Luxembourg got to 2% spending? And what are the hopes to get to 3.5%, sir?
My government has decided to, like some others, to spend 2% by the end of this year. So we are in line with many others. And our goal is to continue to increase our collective effort in the years to come. Thank you.
Are you worried about Donald Trump's kind of predictable interpretation of Article 5? Valid for the USA?
So, I would like to say that after the yesterday
Are you confident that Donald Trump will defend any NATO ally regardless of what their spending reflects?
I'm confident, but I'm afraid that the Russia might have soon, so we have to get ready and spend 5% of spending on Russia. So, thank you very much. Goodbye. Bye.
Have a nice day.
Estar, como disse ontem Mark Rutte, bom dia, na mensagem que tocou com Donald Trump e que tornou pública nas redes sociais.
Bom, muito bom dia. Eu queria destacar no início desta cimeira 3 aspectos que me parecem determinantes num momento que é um momento particularmente relevante da nossa aliança. Em primeiro lugar, a nova ambição que sairá deste nosso encontro no que toca ao investimento na área da segurança e defesa, com vista a termos uma aliança atlântica com maior capacidade de dissuasão e de defesa do seu espaço territorial. Para esse efeito, todos teremos de fazer um esforço e este é um marco significativo da assunção de uma corresponsabilidade, de, nomeadamente na Europa, podermos acompanhar um nível de investimento compatível com os grandes desafios para enfrentarmos as ameaças e assegurarmos aos cidadãos europeus e também aos portugueses o cumprir da nossa democracia, dos direitos fundamentais dos cidadãos, da possibilidade de continuarmos a ser uma nação soberana, com os nossos aliados a constituírem connosco um espaço de dissuasão de qualquer ameaça à nossa integralidade e ao nosso espaço. Para esse efeito, teremos de investir mais na área da defesa e a segunda nota é reiterar mais uma vez que, da parte do governo português, nós acompanharemos esse esforço. Assumimos já o encargo de este ano atingir 2% do nosso produto em investimento na área da defesa, um investimento que continuará nos próximos anos, dentro de um contexto de equilíbrio, que não porá em causa nem a nossa situação financeira, nem as nossas responsabilidades com todos os serviços públicos que constituem as respostas sociais aos nossos cidadãos, e dizer que olhamos para esta nova etapa não propriamente como a assunção de maior despesa por si só, mas de maior investimento. Nós não queremos apenas gastar mais dinheiro, nós queremos investir mais na nossa indústria, investir mais na nossa capacidade, poder dinamizar a nossa economia, poder aproveitar os nossos recursos humanos que, do ponto de vista tecnológico, estão num estádio de vanguarda, podermos criar novas oportunidades de emprego e temos a repercussão económica deste investimento. E, em terceiro lugar, também destacar que, mais uma vez, creio que na Aliança Atlântica ficará muito claro o apoio à Ucrânia na procura de uma paz justa e duradoura, uma paz com a Ucrânia e uma paz com a Europa também.
Donald Trump fez com que Portugal chegasse aos 2% já este ano e se compromete com os 5%.
Não, nós temos uma perspectiva de poder ter um investimento nos próximos 10 anos que estimamos possa gerar um consenso agora na Cimeira, não quero já antecipar as conclusões, de se poder atingir 3,5% do produto, mas aquilo que é importante para nós salvaguardar é que nós faremos isto com equilíbrio, de forma progressiva, conciliando todas as nossas responsabilidades, nomeadamente a estabilidade financeira e, por via dela, também a responsabilidade que temos de assegurar às portuguesas e aos portugueses todas as respostas sociais e, portanto, não prejudicar nenhum dos nossos eixos de política pública com o reforço deste investimento. Portugal está preparado para ser parte de uma cimeira que marca uma nova fase, que garante a unidade da Aliança Atlântica, que garante a solidariedade entre a Europa, os Estados Unidos, o Canadá, que garante que nós, em conjunto, poderemos continuar a assegurar aos nossos cidadãos que os seus direitos, liberdades e garantias estão salvaguardados, que podemos ter as nossas democracias a funcionar e que podemos ter uma capacidade coletiva de enfrentarmos as ameaças que pairam sobre nós a vários níveis, não só do ponto de vista territorial, mas também do ponto de vista tecnológico. Nós hoje temos ameaças que são mais difíceis, muitas vezes, de percepcionar, mas que todos os dias temos diante de nós, nomeadamente no ciberespaço, nomeadamente naquilo que são hoje contextos de perturbação do normal funcionamento dos regimes democráticos e que existem efetivamente, e para enfrentar essas ameaças nós precisamos desta solidariedade. Muito obrigado e bom trabalho. Obrigado.
Good to see you.
Mr. Prime Minister.
You are the Hungarians over there, okay.
Mr. Prime Minister,
yeah.
Are we moving to 5% from Hungary's point of view? If so, is this of a level to deter Russian aggression? And is NATO creating more problems in its relations?
Too long. The question is too long. Sorry.
Okay, so
come back to the 5%. Yeah. With one precondition. So we are able to do it. It's not easy, but the whole calculation of budget regulation of European Union must be changed. So if we keep the regulation as it is, nobody in the European Union is able to fulfill 5%, whatever they say. So we have to recalculate everything in a different method. In that case, we can do.
Aren't you fiddling the figures?
Sorry?
Aren't you fiddling the figures? Creative accounting.
You like it?
Mr. Orban, isn't it concerning that our global security depends on one man's ego, Donald Trump's?
I don't think so. The international order is more based on common sense. And the President of the United States is a man of the common sense, as you have seen just recently to manage the conflict between Iran and Israel. So he's the man of common sense, which means that the new wars getting shorter and the old wars are running out of the fuel, which is the consequence of his activity. Sorry.
Who will run the show today? Trump? Is Putin the biggest threat to Europe?
Biggest threat to Europe? Losing the competitiveness. That's the real threat, not the real threat is not security-wise, it's economic and losing our competitiveness on the global trade. That's our problem.
Do you think that Russia will be mentioned?
Donald Trump's leadership towards NATO.
Sorry?
What do you think of Donald Trump's leadership
Welcome back.
Do you think he deserves as much credit as Mark Rutte gave him in his private text messages yesterday?
Styles are different in many countries.
Prime Minister, do you expect Russia to be mentioned?
Sorry.
Do you expect that Russia will be mentioned as a threat or an adversary in a final statement after this summit?
It's always mentioned like that.
Do you support it?
You know, I think Russia is not strong enough to represent a real threat to us. We are far stronger. Blocking what? No, we don't block it. You know, NATO has no business in Ukraine. Ukraine is not member of NATO, neither Russia. And my job is to keep it as it is. Thank you very much.
Good morning. It's always good to talk after Victor. You know, first of all, I would like to say that this is a very important meeting, and this is not about the technical details or about the decisions of secondary importance. I think we should choose the motto, make NATO great again. And in the center of this ambition is 5% level of spending. 5% do not deter. The percentages do not fight on the battlefield, but they must be translated into the cash, and the cash should be translated into real capabilities. We have to admit we are lagging behind of Russia. And Russia is producing much more equipment and ammunition as we taken together. So for Baltic countries, for the Lithuania I represent, it's pretty clear that we even don't need the transitional periods. We are ready to do our job right now, 4% this year, and next year we intend to spend 5.25% of our GDP, keeping that level of spending until 2030. I would like to extend my gratitude to President Donald Trump, because without his engagement, I can imagine that we would discuss probably the level of 2.5% with no clear outcome and positive outcome. Probably those discussions will lead to nothing. So sometimes the external pressure of our biggest ally is very useful in order to get the point, to understand the, heat of the moment and to do our job. Why we need 5% in my country? We need in order to modernize our army, to create the national division, and to be ready to grant the best conditions for our allies, for our best friends and allies, Germany, United States. The 1,000 soldiers are stationed in Lithuania, United States soldiers. We have very ambitious plan to have full-scale German brigade until 2027. So for that, we need financial resources, and we are ready to do that. Sorry, it's not...
Mr. Orban just said that actually the biggest threat to Europe is lack of competition, lack of competitiveness. When he was asked if Mr. Putin is the biggest threat, I presume you believe Mr. Putin...
I could agree with Victor in this regard, that competition is important. But, you know, we should understand very well, without the security, without our readiness to defend every inch of allied territories, all other remaining issues are just not relevant. Because if we lose our territorial integrity and independence, why we need this competitiveness? For what?
Do you believe Donald Trump would come to your aid if you were attacked? Do you believe Donald Trump would come to your aid if you were attacked?
I believe here in Article 5, and I think that Article 5 is very simple. One for all for one. And
lots of different interpretations.
I am looking forward to hear and to listen what will be the description of Article 5. But in my understanding, Article 5 is pretty clear.
But Trump keeps changing his mind.
I don't think so, and I really appreciate the President Trump. If he would not interested in the future of the NATO, why he would push these 5% on the table. I think this is very important to understand. If some person is interested to get the organization stronger, then proposals are coming, and proposals are coming from our biggest ally, and we have to respect those proposals.
But do you, Mr. President, what do you think? What is your assessment? Why Russia poses so big threat to us now? What are Mr. Putin's goals at the moment?
Let's go to the year 2007, 2008. Mr. Putin said that the largest tragedy of 20th century was the collapse of Soviet Union. And if you listen what he's saying carefully, you will explain all the activities we faced in the recent decade, starting from Crimea, going to the war in Ukraine, and of course these threats. These threats are around us. And of course we should talk not only about Ukraine, Middle East, incidents in the Baltic Sea, almost everyday incidents, attacks against the critical infrastructure. This is our reality. This is our business as usual. And this is because of Russian activities. And of course, close ally Belarus, because Belarus is another issue, and we have very long border with Belarus, and we face another kind of hybrid activities, for example, in the form of illegal and instrumentalized migration.
Mr. President.
I'm from the Netherlands. We have done soldiers in Turkey. We hope that they follow German decisions.
We appreciate very much your contribution, because this is an integral part of EFP troops in Lithuania, and we all are working as a one strong power. 2035, of course, looking from our perspective, it is too late, because as I mentioned, we are ready to spend immediately 5%, and we would be happy to see that our allies, our partners, we are ready to do the same. But you know, NATO, like the European Council, is the organization of the consensus. If they reach the consensus, and the consensus is 2035, let's be like that, and I hope that we will increase the financing every year, consequently, in order to reach this target.
Mr. President, given that everyone seems to be
as a forerunner on defense spending, how concerned are you about the flexible interpretation of the 5% target from Spain and Belgium? Do you think this can actually jeopardize the declaration?
I read the sentence. Allies are obliged to spend 5%, 3.5% on the core defense spending, 1.5% on additional infrastructure spending, and to do that until 2035. And I cannot see any interpretations in the text. We all are obliged, and this is our common duty, to do the best. We should just make organization capable to withstand the pressure, not necessarily only the pressure of Russian Federation, but also the pressure of some other hostile nations. So
They have better seats than I do.
Mr. President, what are you telling the Prime Minister about your goals for NATO and Article 5 today?
We're with them all the way. I mean, if you take a look at the numbers, we're with them, and they have very big things to announce today. I don't know if you've taken the vote or you're going to take the vote, but I've been asking them to go up to 5% for a number of years, and they're going up to 5%. That's a big, from 2%. And a lot of people didn't even pay the 2%. So I think that's going to be very big news. NATO is going to become very strong with us, and I appreciate doing it. Perhaps you want to talk.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me first, before I go to the spending, I just want to recognize your decisive action on Iran.
Thank you.
You are a man of strength, but you're also a man of peace. And the fact that you are now also successful in getting this ceasefire done between Israel and Iran, I really want to commend you for that.
Thank you.
And I think this is important for the whole world. Then on spending, it's absolutely true. I want to state here, without President Trump, this would not have happened. In 3 stages. When you became president in 2016, 2017, you forced Europeans and Canadians to pay more. At this moment, The result of that phase is 1 trillion extra aggregate defense spending by the Canadians and the Europeans. Then came phase 2, when you became president in January last year. Phase 2 is that all the countries not yet on 2% have now committed to the 2%. This is the old goal from Wales in 2014. 7 were not on 2%, some were saying somewhere in the 2030s. Now this year, all of them, including Canada, including Italy, including Belgium, they have all now committed to the 2%. And now comes the big splash. Today, we will decide to go to 5%. We have to keep ourselves safe for our adversaries, but also because it is fair to equalize with the United States. With this 5%, the Europeans and the Canadians will equalize their defense spending with the United States. So this is not about American taxpayers paying more. This is about Europeans, Canadians paying more. And again, this would not have happened. I'm really saying this here. And some people might criticize me, but then when I speak with them, they all say, yes, you're right. This would not have happened if you would not have been elected in 2016 and re-elected last year and back into office in January. So I want to thank you.
Well, thank you very much. It's a great victory for everybody, I think. And we will be equalized very shortly, and that's the way it has to be. And it's going to be a lot of money, too, a lot of defense.
Trillions extra.
Yeah, and we have a great relationship, and we've had a great relationship from the beginning. Highly respected man, and yeah, we appreciate you being here too, everybody. We really do. We have a tremendous group of people on my left and a tremendous group of people on my right. They might be even better than my people. I don't know. Let's have a fight. Let's figure it out. Anyway, but we appreciate it, and we've had a tremendous relationship, Mark and I, and we've really worked on this subject for a long time. Yeah. When Biden was here, it just died like everything else died. And now it's, you're going to take, I guess, a vote today, right?
Absolutely. Today we will decide unanimously to do it. That's my absolute conviction.
So we can't talk about it until the vote's taken, because sometimes, you know, strange things happen to us. But I think you're going to
I'm not too worried.
I think you're going to do very well. Everyone's very happy about it. Go ahead, yes.
Mr. President, how is the Iran-Israel ceasefire going, in your opinion?
I think very good. I think very good. Israel came back yesterday. I was so proud of them because they came back. You know, they went out because they felt there was a violation, and technically they were right, but it just wouldn't have worked out very well. And they brought the planes back. They had gone on to another journey because there was a little bit of a violation, and I said, you got to get them back. And they came back, and it was a great thing, and it's going very well.
Mr. President, what are your sort of response to the Foreign Minister saying he still wants to enrich nuclear?
Hello, Katie. She's so great, this one. Any question she asks, I'll answer. Well, maybe I better not say that. What was your question?
What is your response to the Iranian Foreign Minister continuing to say Iran will enrich uranium and pursue nuclear weapons?
Well, I don't know if they've said that, but I'll tell you, the last thing they want to do is enrich anything right now. They want to recover. And we won't let that happen, number one. Militarily, we won't. I think we'll end up having somewhat of a relationship with Iran. I see it. Look, I've had a relationship over the last 4 days. They agreed to the ceasefire. And it was a very equal agreement. They both said, that's enough. They both said it. But no, they won't do that. The last thing they want to do, Katie, is enrich. They're not looking to, they're not, can you imagine after all of that, they're going to say, oh, let's go and do a bomb. You know, there could be a day in the future, and then somebody else taking our place will be saying, don't do it. And maybe they won't do it as well, I don't know. But they're not going to have a bomb, and they're not going to enrich. And we believe all of the stuff is down there. We don't think they had nearly the time, because to get that out is a very difficult thing. It's not like moving a package or taking this carpet up and moving it. It's very difficult. It's very dangerous to do. We believe it's all down there. We had a tremendous victory, a tremendous hit. And because of that, I don't think they would have been down there, because they knew we were coming. When they know we're coming, they're not going to be down in that, 30 stories underground. So, no, I think it was just a tremendous victory for everybody, including Iran. Look, they've got a country, and they've got oil, and they're very smart people, and they can come back. Israel got hit very hard, especially the last couple of days. Israel was hit really hard. Those ballistic missiles, boy, they took out a lot of buildings. And they've been great. Bibi Netanyahu should be very proud of himself. And they've really been great. But they're not going to be building bombs for a long time.
Mr. President, what's your reaction to the intelligence reports saying that the Iranian nuclear sites were only partially
devastated, not entirely.
Yeah, well, they said it was actually, the report said it could have been very, they don't know. I mean, they did a report. I could have Pete talk to it because his department did the report. They really don't know. I think Israel's going to be telling us very soon because Bibi is going to have people involved in that whole situation. We hear it was obliteration. It was a virtual obliteration. When you take a look at the ground above, don't forget, the flame is all underground. But everything above, if you look at the before and the after picture, everything above is burned black, the trees, everything. There's one building, but that's a building that sunk substantially into the granite, so that, you know, the fire goes right over it. It was, I believe it was total obliteration. I believe they didn't have a chance to get anything out because we acted fast. If it would have taken 2 weeks maybe, but it's very hard to remove that kind of material. Very hard and very dangerous for them to remove it. Plus, they knew we were coming. And if they know we're coming, they're not going to be down there. There aren't too many people that are going to be down there. Pete, do you have something to say about that?
Well, Mr. President, when you talk to the people who built the bombs, understand what those bombs can do, and deliver those bombs, they landed precisely where they were supposed to. So it was a flawless mission.
Flawless.
Right down where we knew they needed to enter. And given the 30,000 pounds of explosives and capability of those munitions, it was devastation underneath Fordo. And the amount of munitions, 6 per location, any assessment that tells you it was something otherwise is speculating with other motives. And we know that because when you actually look at the report, by the way, it was a top secret report, it was preliminary, it was low confidence. All right, so this isn't, you make assessments based on what you know. They
and
don't,
it said it could be very devastating, very serious.
Moderate to severe, and we believe far more likely severe and obliterated. So this is a political motive here.
Is there a leak investigation?
Of course. We're doing a leak investigation with the FBI right now because this information is for internal purposes, battle damage assessments, and CNN and others are trying to spin it to make the president look bad when this was an overwhelming success.
We had a tremendous success, and this is the New York Times. I call it the failing New York Times. It's going to hell. And CNN, which, as you know, very few people are watching. And you would think they'd do the opposite. You would think they'd want to say, this was an unbelievable success. And the thing that hurts me is it's really demeaning to the pilots and the people that put that whole thing together, the generals. That was a perfect operation. And when you look at the holes, and this was done from 52,000 feet, there was no moon, there was no light, and those 3 holes are right together. And also, and nobody talks about this, we shot 30 Tomahawks from submarines, in particular one submarine, but that was 400 miles away. Mm-hmm. And every one of those Tomahawks hit within a foot of where they were supposed to hit, took out a lot of buildings that Israel wasn't able to get. We took them out with Tomahawks. We don't even talk about that. This was a devastating attack, and it knocked them for a loop. And, you know, if it didn't, they wouldn't have settled. If they had won, if we didn't take it out, they wouldn't have settled. Somebody mentioned that to me last night. If that thing wasn't devastated, they would have never settled. Marco, do you have something to say?
No, first of all, on the stuff about the intelligence, this is what a leaker is telling you the intelligence says. That's the game these people play. They read it, and then they go out and characterize it the way they want it characterized, and they're leakers. This is the game they play. So that's number one. Number two, here's a fact. The conversion facility, which you can't do a nuclear weapon without a conversion facility. We can't even find where it is, where it used to be on the map. You can't even find where it used to be because the whole thing is just blackened out. It's gone.
It's wiped out.
It's wiped out. Then we dropped 12 of the strongest bombs on the planet right down the hole in 2 places. Everything underneath that mountain is in bad shape. And I refer you to the statement of the IAEA, Mr. Grossi. Yes. You know what he said? He said there was Iran, the way it looked the day before the attack, and what their nuclear program looks like now. 2 very different things. They are way behind where they were just 7 days ago. Now, anything in the world can be rebuilt, but now we know where it is. And if they try to rebuild it, we'll have options there as well. But all this leaker stuff, these leakers are professional stabbers. That's what they are. They go out and they read this stuff, and then they tell you what it says against the law, but they characterize it for you in a way that's absolutely false. There's no way Iran comes to the table if somehow nothing had happened. This was complete and total obliteration. They're in bad shape. They are way behind today compared to where they were just 7 days ago because of what the president did.
Marco, can I just alert you to one other aspect? So the great thing is you took out the nuclear capability of Iran. This was crucial. You did it in a way which is extremely impressive. But the signal it sends to the rest of the world that this president, when it comes to it, yes, he is a man of peace, but if necessary, he is willing to use strength, the enormous strength of the American military. So I think that signal to the rest of the world, this is far beyond Iran, is extremely important. So let me also point us to that aspect of what happens.
They went down, Iran went down to the site afterwards. They said it's so devastated, and they settled when they saw what we did to it. And frankly, if we didn't do that, they would have had a lot of ammunition to keep going. They wouldn't have settled. Somebody brought that up, and 2 Iranians went down to see it, and they called back and they said, this place is gone. So it's just fake news by CNN, which has got no ratings. It's a failed network. Anybody here from CNN, by the way? Because you're a really disgraceful network. MSNBC, I think, is actually worse. But they're all pretty bad. But yours is good, Katie, I'll tell you.
Mr. President,
You know what Marco reminded me that he did such a nice job there? It was 9 years ago I had to debate this guy. It was not easy. I think he even got better. But when you were into your little thing, I said, this is when I had to debate this guy. You think it's easy to debate him? It's not easy.
How long do you think that the Iranian nuclear program has been put back by these strikes? Years or totally obliterated?
I think basically decades, because I don't think they'll ever do it again. I just don't think they're going to do it. I think they're going to take their oil, they're going to have some missiles, and they'll have some defense. I think they've had it. I mean, they just went through hell. I think they've had it. The last thing they want to do is enrich. They've been trying to do it. By the way, it's hard to enrich. And, you know, when you look at a site like that, very, very hard to build. Very, very hard, very expensive. They spent trillions of dollars trying to do this thing, and they didn't come up with it. And we're actually getting along with them very well right now. But had we not succeeded with that hit ended the war. That hit ended the war. I don't want to use an example of Hiroshima. I don't want to use an example of Nagasaki. But that was essentially the same thing. That ended that war. This ended that with the war. If we didn't take that out, they'd be fighting right now.
Mr. President?
Yeah.
If the Iranians do rebuild, would the United States...
If they rebuild?
Would the United States strike again? And I have also a question about Russia.
But I'm not going to have to worry about that. It's gone for years. Very tough to rebuild because the whole thing has collapsed. In other words, inside, it's all collapsed. Nobody can get in to see it because it's collapsed. You can't go in to see a room that has, 10 million tons of rock in it. And the tunnels are totally collapsed.
But if they rebuild?
Well, they've already looked at the tunnels. This was an unbelievable hit by genius pilots and genius people in the military, and they're not being given credit for it because we have scum that's in this group, and not all of you are. You have some great reporters, but you have scum. CNN is scum. MSDNC is scum. The New York Times is scum. They're bad people. They're sick. And what they've done is they're trying to make this unbelievable victory into something less. Now, even they admit that it was hit very hard, okay? But it wasn't hit hard. It was hit brutally, and it knocked it out. The original word that I use, I guess it got us in trouble because it's a strong word. It was obliteration. And you'll see that. And it's going to come out. Israel is doing a report on it now, I understand. And I was told that they said it was total obliteration. You know, they have guys that go in there after the hit, and they say it was total obliteration. And, I don't want it for me. I want it for the pilots. I want it for the military. They did such a good job. If you were in the Situation Room with me, with the generals and all of the people that did such a good job, and then they get demeaned by these idiots at CNN who can't get ratings, the place is dying. Nobody wants to even waste their time going on their shows. So they form with the New York Times, who's dying also. Without Trump, you wouldn't have a New York Times.
And then just changing gears to your meeting with Zelensky later today, can you give us any preview of what the two of you might be discussing?
No, well, we'll discuss the obvious. We'll discuss his difficulty. He's got a little difficulty. Zelensky, he's a nice guy. I mean, I'm going to meet him today. I don't know. I assume we're going to be discussing Ukraine.
Yes.
And it seems like the most likely.
Is there any restart talks there or anything that you might do?
Well, we're going to see. I mean, I've spoken to Putin a lot, and he actually was very nice. He volunteered help on, as you know, on Iran. I said, no, I don't need help on Iran. I need help on Russia. Okay? I said, do me a favor. Help us on Russia, not on Iran, but he was very nice. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk. I think progress is being made. I think great progress is being made on Gaza. I think because of this attack that we made, I think we're going to have some very good news. I was talking to Steve Witkoff, who, by the way, is terrific, and who knows more about this subject than anybody, the subject of what we were just talking about. He was on last night with Jesse and with Laura and with Sean. And boy, Susie, he has a great take on it. He just explains it so easily. He's really very knowledgeable. But he did tell me that Gaza is very close.
Mr. President, one follow-up on Iran. Both you and Secretary Rubio and Recep mentioned the leakage. But can you clarify, is the intelligence correct or is the intelligence wrong?
Well, the intelligence was very inconclusive. Okay. The intelligence says, we don't know. It could have been very severe. That's what the intelligence says. So I guess that's correct. But I think we can take that we don't know. It was very severe. It was obliteration. And you'd think that a media outlet would say, isn't that a great thing? I mean, more importantly for the pilots, for the military, you take their guts out. You take their absolute guts out. They had a tremendous attack. There was a complete obliteration. The other team, the other group, Iran, said, let's stop this. And you know what? Israel said it too. Very smart. They fought like hell, and then they said, let's stop. And they're going to build themselves. And I really see it as sticking. I mean, we may do papers on it, Marco. Maybe we're going to do papers. I don't even know if you need them. They're not going to be fighting each other. They've had it. They've had a big fight, like two kids in a schoolyard. You know, they fight like hell. You can't stop them. Let them fight for about 2-3 minutes. Then it's easy to stop them.
And then Daddy has to sometimes use strong language to
You have to use strong language. Every once in a while you have to use a certain word.
I think we have to join the other Senate.
Yes, we're going to join some other group. Yes, thank you. Katie, one
last question. Do you believe
she's so good. That's the only reason.
Thank you, Mr. President.
She used to be very difficult, but now she's... Go ahead.
Do you believe that this strike on the Iranian nuclear program will lead to the release of the hostages in Gaza?
I think that it helped a little bit. It showed a lot of power. Yeah, I think it helped, but we're going to get separately, even before this, we were very close to making a deal on Gaza. I think this helped, yes. Okay, thank you, Kate.
Thank you,
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Press.
Thank you.
Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, Press.
Thank you, Press.
Thanks, guys.
Standing there.
His Excellency, Mr. Rosen Yelyaskov, Prime Minister of the Republic of Bulgaria. Her Excellency, Ms. Gordana Silyanovska-Davkova, President of the Republic of North Macedonia. Her Excellency, Ms. Kristrún Frostadóttir, Prime Minister of the Republic of Iceland. The Right Honourable Mark Carney, Prime Minister of Canada. His Excellency Mr. Kristen Michal, Prime Minister of the Republic of Estonia. His Excellency Mr. Peter Pellegrini, President of the Slovak Republic. His Excellency Mr. Pedro Sanchez, President of the Government of the Kingdom of Spain. His Excellency Dr. Robert Golob, Prime Minister of the Republic of Slovenia. His Excellency Mr. Jonas Gahr Støre, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Norway. His Excellency Mr. Edi Rama, Prime Minister of the Republic of Albania. His Excellency Mr. Gitanas Nausėda, President of the Republic of Lithuania. His Excellency Mr. Andrzej Duda, President of the Republic of Poland. His Excellency Mr. Recep Tayyip Erdogan, President of the Republic of Turkey. His Excellency Mr. Edgars Rinkēvičs, President of the Republic of Latvia. Son Excellence, Monsieur Luc Frieden, Premier ministre du Grand-Duché de Luxembourg. His Excellency, Mr. Luis Montenegro, Prime Minister of the Portuguese Republic. His Excellency, Mr. Ulf Kristersson, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Sweden. His Excellency, Mr. Jakub Milatovic, President of Montenegro. His Excellency, Mr. Peter Pavel, President of the Czech Republic.
Thank you for that advice. Just as I'm going up. We'll trip you 2 days before I don't have any, so that makes things easier.
His Excellency, Mr. Nicu Jordan, President of Romania. The Right Honourable Keir Starmer, Prime Minister of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. His Excellency, Mr. Kyriakos Mitsotakis, Prime Minister of the Hellenic Republic. His Excellency, Mr. Alexander Stubb, President of the Republic of Finland. His Excellency, Mr. Friedrich Merz, Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany. Her Excellency, Ms. Mette Frederiksen, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Denmark. His Excellency, Mr. Zoran Milanovic, President of Croatia. His Excellency Mr. Viktor Orbán, Prime Minister of Hungary. Her Excellency Ms. Giorgia Meloni, President of the Council of Ministers of the Italian Republic. Son Excellence, Monsieur Emmanuel Macron, Président de la République française.
Nee, doe maar door. Hier heb je mijn fototoestel. Ik ga er naar achter dat ik een beetje in het licht sta.
Dat is fijn. Oh. Mevrouw, sorry, maar heeft u een badge? Even kijken, heeft u een goede teken?
Nee, maar gewoon er tussendoor, dat maakt niet uit.
Dan een stukje door.
Ik kan niet heel lang. Ja.
Doe eentje alleen met Valerie nog.
Doe maar licht. Nee. Oh, dat kan anders. Ja. iPhone kan alles.
The Honorable Donald Trump, President of the United States of America.
Ja, we wachten gewoon rustig. Even kijken. Wij komen er nu aan. Het schijnt Martijn 25 minuten. Oh, voor de groepsfoto. Ja, ik ga het. Ja. Doen we nog even de persco?
Hoe lang blijven we hier staan?
Korte week.
Ja, nou, we staan lang genoeg. Nee, maar we zien natuurlijk in principe op het moment dat het zit, dan zie je het. Oh,
ja, dan moeten we.
Ja, dan we hebben nog wel even een paar weken.
Ja, want daar zit ik ook te wachten. Iedereen zit. En dan kan ik een overzichtje maken en even er doorheen. Dat denk ik toch? Ja, fijn hè?
The Netherlands, a small country shaped by water and by the people who refused to give in to it. For centuries, the Dutch have battled water as generations stood united against this force, because safety isn't a given. It's something you build together. In 1949, we stood at the cradle of NATO, bound by the belief that peace is protected. Peace is protected through unity and strength. Since then, NATO has shielded us, sparing 3 Dutch generations the horrors of war. As the Dutch unite against the sea, NATO allies unite to share the burden of defense and security. With deeper commitments and collaboration, we stand even stronger. Backed by partners around the world, 32 nations stand as one. We stand firm against our foes, on land, at sea, in the skies, in space, and cyberspace. Peace is our purpose, deterrence our shield, readiness our promise. NATO is not just about nations, it's about people, leaders, soldiers, citizens, each playing their part to protect the life we've built for ourselves and future generations. NATO, security through strength.
So, good morning. Good morning to you all, and welcome to this leaders session of the North Atlantic Council. We meet at a dangerous moment for our 1 billion citizens. Russia's war against Ukraine rages on. An assertive grouping of adversaries seeks to divide and challenge us. There's war in the Middle East, terrorism poses a persistent threat, and new technologies bring opportunities but also many serious security challenges. In the face of this, we stand together, united in NATO, the most powerful defensive alliance in world history. History has shown that North America and Europe working together is a winning combination. Our adversaries know this. Our enduring commitment to Article 5, that an attack on one is an attack on all, sends a powerful message. In this meeting, we will take historic, transformational decisions to make our people safer through a stronger, fairer and more lethal NATO. To make NATO stronger, we have a concrete plan for all allies to spend 5% of GDP on defense. It will go towards core defense as well as defense and security-related investments. This decision is deeply rooted in our core mission and is required to resource our plans and readiness. This will also make NATO fairer, to ensure anyone and everyone contributes their fair share for our security. For too long, one ally, the United States, carried too much of the burden of that commitment, and that changes today. President Trump, dear Donald, you made this change possible. Your leadership on this has already produced $1 trillion in extra spending from European allies since 2016. And the decisions today will produce trillions more for our common defense to make us stronger and fairer by equalizing spending between America and America's allies. Allies will also agree to further increase defense production so that our armed forces have everything they need. That means a huge expansion of our defense industrial base on both sides of the Atlantic. That's good for our security, it's good for our economies and good for our jobs. Our decisions include continuing our support to Ukraine, while also pushing for a just and lasting peace. We all want the bloodshed to stop. We call on Russia to end its aggression against Ukraine. Let me now turn to Prime Minister of the Netherlands, Dick Schoof, whose government and people are graciously hosting us here. Thank you to the media for joining us. We will continue our discussions in just a moment, but first, and with the media here, please, Dick Schoof, your introductory remarks.
Thank you, Mark. Colleagues, friends, allies, on behalf of the Dutch government, welcome to The Hague. This is the NATO Summit, the first NATO Summit ever to be held in the Netherlands. And we are honored to have you here in this city that has been speaking in the language of peace and justice ever since the first Hague Peace Conference was held in 1899. I'm convinced that after today, The Hague will also be known as a city of collective purpose, unity and resolve. After all, we are about to write history. We are about to make decisions leading to an unprecedented increase in our collective defense spending and a new financial balance in our alliance. Both are urgent, both are necessary, and both will help make our transatlantic bond even stronger, so we can do justice to our founding principles of democracy, liberty and the rule of law, as laid down in the Washington Treaty. The last NATO event held in The Hague was a foreign minister meeting in 1989, just as the Iron Curtain was beginning to break apart on the eve of the Cold War's end. And for a period, we hoped and believed that relations with Russia would continue to thaw. But the end of history turned out to be an illusion. An illusion that was shattered for good when Russia brutally invaded Ukraine. So today, there is a renewed awareness in our ranks that peace cannot be taken for granted, that it must be protected constantly and with conviction. And yes, peace comes at a cost. We must act on this swiftly and decisively. So let's stand united and embrace the The Hague Defence Investment Plan. Let's go to work and write that history today. Thank you.
So thank you for the media for joining us, but in the spirit of democracy, I have to ask you to leave the room now. Thank you.
Yes, let's go.
Yes, thank you.
Not to go, sir. Yes.
Sorry?
Then do it.
Can you
Yes, I understand. Which way we leave it?
That way. She's there, the photographer. Zoals daar doen trouwens. Ja, sorry to ask you. Everybody, you can leave that way.
Please pack your stuff now.
J'allais
us, and maybe he's going to speak less. He's running, maybe just use it.
Est-ce que c'est historique?
Yeah. Sorry, thank you, bye-bye. Je sais pas, je vois quelqu'un dehors.
Il devrait parler à quelle heure? Entre 40 et 45. Mais comme vous voyez, on est obligé de venir avant, sinon... It's okay? It's okay? I just do but I just need for 10 minutes. And I need
Μου αρέσει, αλλά είναι καλό. Τόσο κάτω. Είναι πιο ψηλό. Ναι, εντάξει. Για πες μου κάτι. Τι να σου πω τώρα, σου είπα είναι Next to me. Πολύ ωραία. Εντάξει. 2, 3, 4, Netflix. There's that on the wall. I don't like it here.
Et France Télé, on a mis un pool télévision française là. Et ça, c'est parce qu'ils ont leur...
If you want to take a position,
et France Télé.
όχι, απλά επειδή έχουμε ο αντίστοιχος ο Αλέξης που είναι λίγο ζωγενός, αν θέλει να έρθει να κάνει δήλωση μετά τη δικιά μας,
Yes, it is a discussion. You could have it's possible.
είπε ότι έχει 1 και 4 Μακρόν ρεζερβέρ. Και ερωτική αγωγή για τις ερωτήσεις. Θα αφήσεις εδώ κάμερες. Γιατί πάλι να πάμε. Περνάει από γενιά σε γενιά. Είναι ο Διονύσης. Ωραία, πάμε πάνω Διονύση. Να βρούμε ποιος το είπε. πώς είναι μόνος αυτόχρονα και να κρατάμε από δυσκολία. Live τώρα όλοι. Τώρα. Σπύρο, βάλε μικρόφωνο στο Μητσοτάκη, πες τι είναι live το Bilateral. Θα καβλώσει, πάλι θα καβλώσει. Κάνει τι. Είμαστε briefing. Και όταν μπεις μέσα σε αυτό το κτίριο, όπως μπαίνεις αριστερά και δεξιά μέσα. Ρε, εκεί που ήσουν απ' έξω, το κτίριο που είχες πλάτη σου, που έλεγε media briefing. Καταλάβεις. Και αν έχεις οποιοδήποτε πρόβλημα, yes. Εδώ μαλάκες tout à l'heure. Εδώ έχει ένα κρέας. Σεϊμό, σεϊμό.
Celui-là, c'est pour... sinon, je peux le faire en studio. Sinon, c'est pas la peine que je sois là si je peux pas...
see, but the question is, thank you very much. No, but it means it's not briefing, 2 meetings.
Good. You can tell people he's back in the room.
Yeah.
Il y a des choses à raconter. ça, c'est les Tusk. C'est le micro 1, 2, 3. Ça module bien, hein? Impeccable. Tu peux couper, patron.
J'entends cordial. Ça
hein? Ah ouais, mais attends, je te dis c'est pas fini. Peut-être une demi-heure de fin. C'est déjà que ça marche.
On se dit que le gars il va pas venir avant.
Non, c'est sûr. Ouais, Interférence? Ah ouais, oh non, mais je pensais pas qu'elle non, elle était sur le on dit ça, mais putain, je croyais pas. Oh non, il exagère ou quoi?
Non, c'est
il y avait Sarah et Balance, clairement.
j'avais du mal à mettre
on attend plénière là. Oui. Oui, le TDH. Oui.
Ça va?
Ah oui, c'est les ça.
Parce qu'on n'est jamais
Même ça, c'est... Oui,
je sais que je suis sûr. Si je peux tenir encore bon, jusqu'à la France, ça va aller, mais après, je sais pas si le prochain, comme ça, c'est pas le problème. Je ne suis pas si sûr. Tu vois ce que je veux dire? J'ai encore 5 ans.
Puis t'as vu comment ils sont
Ah, quoi, la Starlink?
Voilà.
Ouais, l'opération en bouton. Là, la Starlink, c'est pas que ce soit compliqué, mais il y a des manips à faire.
Moi, je l'ai fait, hein. J'ai fait la formation avant de partir sur le... En Allemagne.
utilisé. Je l'ai pas utilisé. C'était avec une crème. Avec un stéphane.
Macron is always late. Rutte is supposed to speak at the same time, so I don't know if Macron will wait or will just speak at the same time as Rutte.
We'll see.
Or the opposite, Macron may speak first. We'll see. Okay, that's right, yeah. I don't know.
On my screen, does it say how much battery power I have?
Si,
Top right?
Je bossais avec moi, ben voilà, je bosse avec Médard.
What does that mean?
Il m'a surpris en fait. Je ne sais pas qui.
Okay, so it's still doing the external battery. Perfect. Yeah, so it's draining the external battery first, so the internal battery is full. That's good. Means I have to go for more hours.
You don't have to go home yet.
I know, no.
Ah oui. Mais depuis chez moi, je l'appelle. Je suis désolé, avec Ursa. Au lieu d'avoir, tu vois, plutôt une réaction négative comme ça, ça fait chier.
I need 20 more years. Then you can retire.
More than 20, probably.
Come at
Not
20.
that old.
I'll make it. My goal is just to keep running 2 marathons every year, and I'll get to the finish and it'll be easy.
Maybe at some point I do, I don't know, sports, something like that.
You should aim for a half marathon. It's a good goal to have. It is, it's nice. First time I did it was 4 years ago. Wonderful. Yeah, just got tired during the pandemic of everything, just started jogging. And then I worked my way up to 10Ks. And I said, oh, how long is a half marathon? 20K? Let's give it a try. And I did it.
You did it?
Yeah, and then I've done many half marathons now, and I've completed 5 marathons.
5?
In the last 3 years. Last 3 years.
Okay, wow.
It's just a social thing now. So I recommend doing it. It expands your brain for what is possible and the difficulties you can endure. So it's good for that. Recommend it.
Je dirais pas avant 14 heures. So now it seems it won't be before 2.
faire quelques photos. Parce qu'on a ce truc. Après, je vais me retirer. No problème. C'est passé son truc, ça, sans
We need just a 5 minutes. Evo, oni se spremaju za par minuta, sad ću da napravim. Evo, može.
Latéral, moi je prends la taille.
Ovi ljudi tu ne nemaju kameru.
Derrière, là,
Ok. 14h, 14h05. Il arrive entre 14h et 14h05.
Ah, super.
En 10 minutes.
Ah, ça fait 15 minutes. Ça fait 15 minutes. Ouais, 10-15 minutes. Je préfère 10.
So it's not Tunisian.
Bah, on espère, mais il est tout le temps en retard. Donc, à mon avis, je vais plus dire 5 minutes.
Vous êtes pris votre route, on va partir avec vous.
Ouais, je m'appuie. Effectivement, c'est pas mal.
So I'm waiting now for my train. All press conference at the same time. And they close the door. So busy.
It's Croatia.
They close the door.
Ah, ok.
klubovima. Na svima dužnim me zanima koliko mogu daleko ja nisam šoping, šta su to hoću kupiti vrlo male sposobnosti. Cijenim uvijek.
So, Germany, sorry, it was scheduled to
se fait kidnapper et tout.
et
souvent les mecs ils ont même
Germany will run up. When
dans la nuit et tout,
they close the door because they don't want extra people. That's what
zato što ima malo ponuđača u cijenama koji će onda onda se vodi u možete reći koje su nove ciljne sposobnosti koje preuzimaju Hrvatska ranije brigada ta brigada inače a svačate li koliko to bio novac? To je do jučer bio nominalni 5,5. Nema vojska. Su u stanju da Rumunjska ima 100.000 za operaciju Portugal. Svega i svačega. Njihova vojska stane na ajde. Rezak, Max. Jeste li stekli dojam da se na Trumpu zapravo glavna stvar na samitu da ima stvar na taj način? Ja nisam. Kao sam bio među
Tu vois, c'est ça quand t'attends, avec les... c'est ça qui me fait rire. Qui achète le mail, le bascule. Ça est arrivé à un moment où quand je suis arrivé ici, ça m'énerve. Ah ouais, vite. Ouais, tu sais quand elle est... Non, ça s'en fait. Oui, oui. Mais bon... c'est difficile, mais quand il a eu, j'ai vais tourner comme ça. Parce que le câble, c'est pas assez long.
Ah oui, d'accord. Ah oui, t'as raison. Pardon, ok, j'ai compris. D'accord. Understood.
Oui, parce que quand j'ai utilisé le câble plus long, il a été attrapé par tout le monde.
Understood.
Leave me a spot as well.
We'll all be good.
Yeah.
There's space for everybody.
At the end, everything is.
I just start off like this, and then we're good.
Sauf si on a les gens.
They're wanting him to finish at the best point. Like, what happens when Macron talks? We don't want him to speed up. Non, non, ça n'est pas, t'as même pas. Non, mais j'ai même pas, je suis en câble, Ah oui, d'accord. Mais je relevais tout à l'heure, parce qu'on fera un réglage là où on aura le temps. Juste au moins.
Là, tu n'as pas allumé ta mixette, c'est ça?
Non.
Là, il est pas souvent, il présente un truc, il arrive à chaque Hoće li oni utjecati na odnose vas i Andreja Plenkovića i u kontekstu pitanja diplomacije koja morate zajedno rješavati?
Položaj predsjednika Vrhovnog suda je častan, on je simbolički jako važan, on nije neka vlast. Nisam dobio jedan.
C'était pas le... Oui, c'est ça. C'était le... Il y a l'image en... Ouais, je vais entendre parler de ce je ne sais pas comment il s'appelle, ça se termine en ligne. Je perds la marche. Ouais, des jeunes crocodiles aussi. Ouais. Il y a pas de merde. Je ne vois pas, mais...
Non, je veux rentrer chez lui. I want to have 2 days with my family. So, je ne vais pas. On va faire. Oui, je vais aller faire une pizza demain soir. J'irai à une marché parisienne tout seul.
Il fait chaud, 34 degrés, 34, 38 à Lyon, 40, ils annoncent des orages. Quand tu vas voir. Je sais pas quand il fait trop chaud, toi. Moi non plus. Oui, hein.
Il arrive, je pense.
Znate da mijenjate cijelu poslu. Diplomacija se mijenja, vi mijenjate cijelu poslu. Međutim, 5 godina naprosto
Thank you.
Je sais pas par où il va arriver.
Il arrive par où? À gauche. À gauche?
Ouais. Lisa, tu peux te mettre là-bas?
Ah oui, non, de toute façon, là, je peux.
Oui, non, on peut rester. Pas toi, non.
Ouais.
T'es quel sur?
We came first.
I'll be 5 minutes. I'll be very quick.
So I will come within 5 minutes.
La cam, on va bouger un petit peu.
Non, c'est pas possible avec la vue, tout ça.
Attention, s'il vous plaît, les rédacteurs, vous pouvez faire un pas en arrière, on va devoir replacer la cam de poule.
C'est bon ici. On n'a pas un problème. C'est bon pour nous. Oui, oui, reste ici. Reste ici.
Non, mais ça, dans tous les cas, ça va bouger. Est-ce que tu veux rester là avec elle?
Reste ici. On a plein d'espace. C'est pas grave pour nous. Reste ici. C'est plus simple.
Ils veulent pas.
Reste ici. C'est plus simple ici.
Bah oui,
mais on a un micro. C'est pas grave. C'est gentil, mais c'est pas nécessaire.
Non, mais c'est pas gentil, c'est juste qu'on peut pas parler juste à côté. Donc il faut qu'on se déplace là.
Mais non, mais pour nous, c'est...
Bah non, parce qu'il va arriver, il faut pas qu'il parle en même temps.
Mais...
Là, il faut...
Bah oui, de
toute façon, bah il suffit de remettre la prise.
Vous l'avez mis tout là-bas. C'est trop loin. Mais est-ce que trop loin, faut la... c'est de 5 heures.
C'est là?
Voilà.
Ici? C'était là?
Ouais, c'était plutôt là.
C'est là ou pas?
Oui, c'est vrai. Ouais, c'est là. Non.
C'était là? Maïlik, tu peux le remettre avec moi, s'il te plaît? Prends la caméra.
C'est bon.
Mr. Prime Minister.
C'est là. Ouais, vous vous rapprochez pour le regard. Vous êtes un peu. Vous êtes décalé. Ah ouais. Pour le pool. Pour le. Ouais.
Oui, oui.
C'est moi qui le lance.
Changer tout.
voyez pas là, c'est bon? Ok.
Allez, c'est parti.
Peut-être quelques mots pour vous dire les conclusions que je tire de ce sommet, ce que j'ai pu exprimer d'ailleurs tout à l'heure. D'abord, en poursuivant le réinvestissement sur les questions de défense, l'ensemble des pays membres et tout particulièrement les Européens continuent d'œuvrer à structurer ce pilier européen au sein de l'OTAN. C'est ce que nous poussons depuis plusieurs années, avoir une Europe qui dépense davantage, qui prend davantage ses responsabilités pour sa sécurité, qui prend davantage de part du fardeau. C'est à la fois le souhait américain depuis plusieurs années, c'est une nécessité européenne, nous devons le faire pour nous-mêmes et pour être plus indépendants. Deuxième remarque, c'est que cet investissement doit aller de pair avec un durcissement des armées européennes, c'est-à-dire une culture commune, ce que nous avons lancé il y a quelques années avec l'initiative européenne d'intervention, créer des cultures communes, des déploiements communs, des exercices communs, c'est-à-dire des armées qui vraiment se battent, vont sur le terrain, comme on a su le faire au Sahel il y a quelques années, se déploient rapidement, comme on a su le faire il y a 3 ans, quelques jours après justement le déclenchement de la guerre d'agression russe, en structurant, en étant nation cadre en Roumanie. Et puis il faut développer avec cet argent une base industrielle et technologique de défense européenne, c'est-à-dire une Europe qui défend plus, c'est une Europe aussi qui doit développer de l'innovation et de l'industrie de défense, et pas simplement acheter chez les autres. Et à ce titre, ce qui a été fait ces dernières semaines au sein de l'Union européenne avec les programmes dits SAFE ou EDIP, qui réservent 65% de ses financements aux Européens, va dans la bonne direction, est un vrai changement de doctrine dont je me félicite. Le troisième élément, c'est que tout ça, on le fait, quand même le rappeler et remettre les choses au milieu de la discussion, parce qu'il y a la menace russe. Je le disais il y a quelques mois à nos compatriotes, nous le vivons depuis plusieurs années, mais au fond, la 3e guerre russe en Europe a acté cette menace. En effet, après la Géorgie, après la Crimée, la guerre d'agression de février 2022 a très clairement permis d'identifier cette menace dans la durée. Et c'est ce pourquoi, au fond, nous nous réarmons tous, parce qu'il y a cette menace à nos frontières. Et donc, c'est pourquoi nous souhaitons que, en effet, la guerre d'agression russe en Ukraine demeure une préoccupation, la préoccupation principale des Européens. Elle est celle qui justifie ce réarmement dans la durée, parce qu'il y a cette menace qui perdurera. Mais il y a aussi la volonté que nous avons ici réaffirmée d'agir ensemble et de manière partenariale pour arrêter cette guerre. D'abord, on a besoin des États-Unis pour obtenir un cessez-le-feu, par une capacité de dissuasion, en utilisant aussi la crédibilité des derniers jours liée au théâtre iranien. Et puis ensuite, parce que nous prenons notre part, en Européens, c'est le sens même de la coalition de volontaires que nous avons structurée en février dernier et que nous allons réunir à nouveau en juillet, c'est-à-dire que vous avez ces Européens, avec d'ailleurs aussi les Canadiens et plusieurs autres, qui sont là et qui sont prêts dans la durée à soutenir l'Ukraine, à lui permettre de régénérer son armée, de déployer des forces de réassurance. La 4e remarque que je voudrais faire sur ce sommet, c'est justement que tout ça suppose aussi que les Européens pensent leur sécurité de demain. Parce qu'on ne va pas aller vers une escalade sans fin vers plus d'armement. Nous devons nous armer parce qu'il y a aujourd'hui un décalage par rapport au niveau d'armement de la Russie et qu'il y a cette menace. Mais dans le même temps, nous devons penser pour nous-mêmes les garanties de sécurité, le cadre de sécurité dans lequel on veut vivre demain. C'est-à-dire celui qui stoppera la prolifération, celui qui encadrera les capacités d'armement, comme on l'a connu par le passé quand il y avait la guerre froide. Et beaucoup de ces traités de la guerre froide sont tombés ces dernières années dans le silence absolu, le dernier étant le traité FNI en 2019. Et c'est pourquoi, de la mer Noire à l'Arctique, nous avons besoin de repenser chacun de ces espaces, de dire au fond jusqu'où nous sommes prêts à aller pour nous défendre et quels seraient les termes de la discussion avec la Russie pour permettre de limiter les capacités et d'avoir un chemin de retour de la confiance. Mais il faut y penser dès maintenant pour pouvoir le négocier dans le cadre d'une paix plus large. Mon dernier point, ce sur quoi j'ai insisté, c'est que tout ça suppose de l'unité, du respect et de l'anticipation, d'anticiper les évolutions de déploiement des forces, particulièrement sur le sol européen. Et ça suppose enfin de ne pas oublier les termes de la guerre et les risques qui persistent pour nous. J'ai pu le dire, on a une guerre très territoriale, très terrestre, à haute intensité qui se joue aujourd'hui en Ukraine. Mais la menace, nous le savons, elle se déploiera de plus en plus sur le cyber, dans l'espace, en mer. Et donc c'est là aussi où il nous faut renforcer nos capacités et nous coordonner. Voilà les quelques éléments clés pour moi, à la fois de ce sommet de l'OTAN et ce que j'ai voulu aussi défendre avec mes collègues. Je vais maintenant répondre à
Monsieur le Président Donald Trump.
Alors, je n'arriverai pas à répondre à 3 questions en même temps.
Un engagement concret de la part de Donald Trump sur cette question du respect de l'article 5, après les premières déclarations qu'il a faites hier.
Alors moi, je vais vous dire, c'est très simple. Mon travail, c'est pas de faire l'exégèse de ses propos. Il y a des textes, il y a des juristes pour voir ces textes, et après vous lui posez les questions. Mais moi, je veux dire, on est dans cette alliance avec tout ce qu'elle embarque, qui est une solidarité entre tous ses membres. Et donc quand mais ça, c'est pas mon job. C'est pas mon job, ça.
On a l'impression.
Moi, je vais vous dire très simplement, j'avance. Je veux que les Européens. Il y a des textes, ils sont signés. Je crois qu'ils font pas tellement mystère. Et il n'y a pas tellement aujourd'hui, ni chez les juristes, ni chez les diplomates, l'article 5 implique une solidarité entre tous les membres, pas d'ailleurs d'un vers les autres, entre tous les membres s'ils étaient agressés. Donc je pense qu'il ne faut pas jeter le doute là-dessus. Après, ce que je dis, c'est que, cette solidarité existe, elle est dans nos textes, que tous ceux qui sont autour de la table aujourd'hui, ça veut dire qu'ils continuent d'œuvrer dans cette solidarité, et que nous renforçons la place des Européens par ce réinvestissement historique que nous décidons, que la France a d'ailleurs commencé depuis 7 ans, puisqu'avec nos 2 lois de programmation militaire, nous aurons doublé notre budget des armées. Mais surtout, on renforce aussi notre indépendance, c'est-à-dire notre capacité à moins dépendre.
Mais Monsieur le Président, on a l'impression que la sécurité collective dépend des sautes d'humeur et de l'ego d'un homme. C'est pas très rassurant.
Non, mais justement, il ne faut pas que ce soit le cas. Alors, ça n'est pas le cas. Je tiens à vous le dire, pour la France qui a une armée complète, solidement dotée, qui a la dissuasion, ça n'est pas le cas. On ne dépend pas des autres pour notre sécurité. Et donc moi, je pense que notre Europe, elle doit encore se renforcer pour moins dépendre des autres, même si c'est une très bonne chose d'avoir une alliance plus large qui nous permet d'avoir plus de force et de profondeur.
Monsieur le Président,
sur la guerre commerciale.
Alors, excusez-moi, votre collègue puis vous.
Sur la guerre commerciale.
Monsieur le Président, avec Donald Trump sur le cessez-le-feu entre l'Iran et Israël.
Je n'ai pas eu l'occasion là d'en parler avec lui.
Quelle est votre analyse des dégâts infligés
Elle est encore en cours.
Il y a des rapports qui disent qu'elles ne sont pas très lourdes. Le président Trump dit que c'est anéanti pour des décennies. Où vous situez-vous ?
Premièrement, nous sommes en train de finaliser ces analyses en propre, pour ce dont nous disposons. Il y aura ensuite une confrontation avec l'analyse des autres pays intéressés, évidemment américains, les autres Européens, les Israéliens. Et puis j'aurai l'occasion tout à l'heure de voir le directeur général de l'Agence internationale pour l'énergie atomique, M. Grossi, et j'échangerai aussi avec lui sur ce sujet.
Monsieur le Président, quelle est votre stratégie pour traiter Donald Trump ? Lui être très flatteur, lui opposer de la résistance. On a vu beaucoup de chefs d'État faire preuve d'obséquiosité ici au sommet de l'OTAN, voire carrément lui tirer.
J'essaie toujours d'avoir la même...
Il faut traiter Trump.
J'ai toujours fait pareil depuis 2017, c'est-à-dire en étant extrêmement direct, tout à fait respectueux, mais moi j'ai toujours dit les choses, donc je les ai dit aujourd'hui. Et je l'ai dit à chaque fois, voilà.
Les sanctions contre la Russie, est-ce que les Américains sont prêts à suivre les Européens pour un durcissement ?
Je ne suis pas président des États-Unis d'Amérique, donc je vous invite à lui poser la question. Mais pour ce qui est des Européens, je suis assez simple. Ce que je dis, je le fais. Et donc nous défendons le paquet de sanctions, le 18e paquet qui a été proposé par la Commission. Il a été fait en coordination avec les sénateurs américains. Et tout ce qui nous a été dit jusqu'alors était que ces sénateurs avanceraient, allaient dans les prochains jours déposer justement ce paquet de sanctions et qu'ils devaient avancer. C'est les prochains jours qui nous diront ce que les États-Unis feront.
Monsieur le Président, il faut augmenter le PIB, la part du PIB consacrée à la défense. C'est un des engagements qui a été pris également par les différents dirigeants à l'horizon 2035, 5%. Concrètement, pour les personnes qui nous regardent, qui se posent des questions, comment on fait en France pour augmenter cette part du PIB consacrée à la défense dans un contexte budgétaire extrêmement tendu, avec aussi un risque qui arrive à l'automne, on le voit très bien avec ce qui s'est passé hier à l'Assemblée nationale, de renversement de ce gouvernement Biden.
Mais vous avez raison de le dire, simplement on le fait déjà nous. On n'a pas attendu. Et on n'a pas attendu non plus la guerre d'agression russe en Ukraine de février 2022, puisque depuis 2018, nous augmentons. Et à travers les 2 lois de programmation militaire, on a fait des investissements qui n'ont pas été remis en cause par quelque aléa politique que ce soit. Seul le vote de censure et le décalage du budget nous a mis en retard en début d'année. Il a d'ailleurs beaucoup coûté à l'économie, c'est pour ça que j'invite chacun à réfléchir. Mais les lois de programmation militaire depuis que je suis président sont respectées scrupuleusement. Et donc d'ores et déjà, chaque année, nous augmentons de plusieurs milliards d'euros notre effort. Ce qui fait qu'au terme de ces 2 lois de programmation militaire, on sera passé de 32 milliards d'euros à peu près de budget des armées quand j'ai été élu à plus de 60 milliards. Ce que nous sommes en train... Oui, enfin, si mes prédécesseurs avaient porté le même taux d'effort, on serait largement au-dessus. Et je rappelle qu'il n'y a pas si longtemps, on était en train de les diminuer. Donc je me félicite que nous ayons... Bien sûr, c'est la vie démocratique. Vraisemblablement. Vraisemblablement. Mais donc il faudra poursuivre cet effort. C'est un impératif. Nous sommes en train, là, très précisément, avec le Premier ministre, le ministre des Armées, le ministre de l'économie, des Finances et le ministre du Budget, de justement regarder combien il nous faut faire pour intensifier ou accélérer certains des plans d'action qui étaient dans cette 2e loi de programmation militaire. Voilà, donc on continue.
En dépit d'autre chose dans le budget qui sera voté.
Vous avez raison, mais toujours, et on l'a toujours fait comme ça, il faut le financer en faisant des choix. C'est ça, gouverner. Et donc nous devons continuer de choisir. Mais je pense qu'on fait bien parce qu'on choisit notre indépendance. Et ce qu'on fait en matière de défense, en matière industrielle, en matière de recherche et de technologie, c'est ce qui nous permet d'avoir plus d'indépendance pour le pays, aujourd'hui et demain. Et d'ailleurs, l'indépendance que nous avons encore, qui avait pu être fragilisée par des choix plus récents, elle procède aussi de choix historiques qui avaient été faits dans les années 60 ou 70, qui avaient permis de doter la France de programmes ou d'équipements qui nous permettent aujourd'hui de ne pas dépendre justement des sautes d'humeur ou des aléas de l'autre côté de l'océan. C'est notre force.
Est-ce que vous avez eu des précisions sur le calendrier de redéploiement des troupes américaines en Europe?
Non, mais je pense que c'est très bien de l'avoir.
Est-ce que c'est pas peur que ces 5% bénéficient américain est optimiste sur la fin d'un cessez-le-feu rapide à Gaza?
Écoutez, moi je plaide pour qu'on ait aujourd'hui 3 cessez-le-feu en même temps. Et on est de plus en plus ambitieux. Mais celui qui tient et qui a été obtenu entre Israël et l'Iran, celui à Gaza, qui est indispensable et qui est pour moi une priorité absolue, et le cessez-le-feu que nous souhaitons avoir en Ukraine pour ouvrir les négociations de paix durable.
Sur les que les 5% bénéficient aux équipements américains et que toute l'Europe se mette à acheter des patriotes.
Mais c'est ce que j'ai dit tout à l'heure. Le deuxième point pour moi, la clé, c'est que les Européens s'équipent et produisent. C'est ce que fait la France, c'est ce que font plusieurs autres Européens. Et c'est d'ailleurs ce que nous avons défendu dans nos négociations européennes avec succès, puisque les derniers programmes ont une composante européenne, avec les programmes d'ISAF, SAFE et EDIP. Et donc c'est une très bonne chose. Il faut que les Européens aient justement ce réflexe désormais. Pourquoi? Parce que nous allons dédier une part croissante de notre richesse nationale dans les efforts de défense. Il faut que ça permette de créer de l'emploi, il faut que ça permette d'avoir un retour en termes d'industrie dans nos pays. La France a ce modèle historiquement, d'autres l'ont moins. Et d'ailleurs, nous souhaitons avoir des programmes beaucoup plus larges, beaucoup plus partenariaux et qui aient aussi des retombées industrielles pour ces pays. Et je pense que c'est comme ça qu'on aura une avancée qui est gagnant-gagnant. Ça réduit aussi notre dépendance, parce que parfois, quand on achète des programmes ou des équipements qui sont américains, quand on a des désaccords géopolitiques, on est dépendant de leur autorisation ou pas. Avoir des programmes européens, ça nous permet d'être libre de ces règles et donc beaucoup plus libre à la fois sur notre stratégie export, qui est essentielle pour la compétitivité de nos industries d'armement, et pour notre liberté d'usage, c'est-à-dire l'indépendance de notre diplomatie et de nos choix militaires.
Sur l'Iran, quelles sont les prochaines étapes juste de l'initiative européenne de négociation?
Écoutez.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. We'll jump right in with a statement from the Secretary General, followed by your questions.
Yes, good afternoon. And we have just concluded the formal part of the NATO Summit in The Hague. Of course, there will be many other meetings later today, this afternoon. And together, allies have laid the foundations for a stronger, fairer and more lethal NATO. NATO leaders agreed on the Hague Defence Investment Plan. And this will fuel a quantum leap in our collective defence. They agreed to boost our defence industries, which will not only increase our security, but will also create jobs. And we have reaffirmed our unwavering support for Ukraine. All of this is crucial. It means that no matter the challenges we face, whether from Russia or terrorism, cyber attacks, sabotage or strategic competition, this alliance is and will remain ready, willing and able to defend every inch of Allied territory and ensure that our 1 billion people can continue to live in freedom and security. These decisions will have a profound impact on our ability to do what NATO was founded to do, deter and defend. And the key decision in that regard is to adopt the Hague Defence Investment Plan. With this plan, allies have agreed to invest 5% of GDP in defence. This is a significant commitment in response to significant threats to our security. It includes at least 3.5% of GDP invested in core defence requirements, a benchmark that until today was set at 2%. A target that I'm pleased to say all allies will now meet this year or have already met. The 3.5% is to fund our militaries and the equipment they need, from our air defences to ammunition, drones, tanks, troops and more. In addition to the 3.5% for core defence, the plan includes 1.5% of GDP that will go towards investment that support our defence and security, all to ensure we can effectively deter aggression and defend ourselves and each other should anyone make the mistake of attacking. Allies recognise the severity of the threats we face, and in response they have come together to agree an ambitious but essential new defence spending commitment. Our decisions today show, from the Mediterranean to the Arctic, from the west coast of North America to our eastern flank, all allies are united in understanding that we need to step up to stay safe, and they are acting on it. President Trump has been clear. America is committed to NATO. He affirmed that again today in no uncertain terms. At the same time, he made clear that America expects European allies and Canada to contribute more. And that is exactly what we see them doing. European allies and Canada will do more of the heavy lifting, equalizing their spending and taking greater responsibility for our shared security. Of course, work does not stop here. This is day one. We now shift from agreeing on what we need to rolling up our sleeves and making this new plan a reality. And part of this requires that we rapidly expand our defence industrial capacity on both sides of the Atlantic. We need quality and quantity. We need to innovate and we need to act fast. So we will continue our work to bring down barriers. We will leverage our partnerships with the European Union, with Ukraine and in the Indo-Pacific to foster defence industrial cooperation. And there are major economic benefits, with the potential for literally millions of extra jobs across the alliance. The decisions made today will make NATO much stronger. They also make NATO a fairer alliance, with Europe and Canada stepping up and carrying their fair share of the responsibility for our shared security. The resolve of allies is clear. We are in this together, committed to Article 5, and we are determined to stand firm. No one should doubt our capacity or determination should our security be challenged. This is the stronger, fairer and more lethal alliance that NATO leaders have begun to build. Of course, this is also an alliance that stands firmly by our neighbor and partner, Ukraine. My dear friend Volodymyr Zelensky is here in The Hague with us at the NATO Summit along with his team. Our resounding message to him and the Ukrainian people is that Ukraine has our continued support, including with over 35 billion euros pledged so far this year, with more to follow. All of this, our aim is to keep Ukraine in the fight today so that it can enjoy a lasting peace in the future. We stand by Ukraine in its pursuit of peace and will continue to support Ukraine on its irreversible path to NATO membership. It has been a momentous meeting today. Leaders have agreed on a trajectory that will ensure we are able to safeguard our freedom and security well into the future. And with that, I'm happy to take your questions.
All right, I will call on people, and please, if you could state the outlet you're from, if I don't know that already. We'll start with Sky News. Right here in the front and the center. We need a mic here. Thank you.
Thank you. Deborah Haynes from Sky News.
Hi.
Hello. The language that you have used when talking to Donald Trump has been notable because of its flattery. Today you called him Daddy, and you sent a text message to him that was gushing with praise. Is this the way that you feel that you have to act when doing business with the US president, through flattery and praise? Isn't it a bit demeaning, and doesn't it make you look weak?
No, I don't think so. I think it's a bit of a question of taste, but I think he's a good friend, and when he is doing stuff which is forcing us to, for example, when it comes to making more investments. I mean, would you ever think that this would be the result of this summit if he would not have been re-elected president? Do you really think that 7 or 8 countries who said, yeah, somewhere in the 2030s we might meet the 2%, we've now all decided in the last 4 or 5 months to get to 2%? So doesn't he deserve some praise? And when it comes to Iran, the fact that he took this decisive action, very targeted, to make sure that Iran would not be able to get its hands on a nuclear capability, I think he deserves all the praise.
All right. Next question. Let's come to the front here. I think it's BBC. Yes. Yes. Well, wait for the mic, please.
Jamal Musawi from BBC Persian TV. You said that attack against Iran was illegal and in accordance with the international law. But today, Kaja Kallas said she is not sure that it was legal and in accordance with international law. Is there any kind of disagreement between you in NATO?
No, there's not, but there will be many views always about international law. I think what the US did last weekend is justified. This is preventing Iran, and this is a request NATO has had for a long time, a position NATO has taken for a long time, that Iran should not get its hand on a nuclear deterrence. So I think it was totally justified what the US did. And I think it's also important that the American president is very much now working to get the ceasefire not only today and yesterday, but to have that ongoing over the coming weeks.
All right. I see FT in the halfway back.
She has to hold it. Secretary General Henry Foy, Financial Times.
Aye.
The floor. Donald Trump has said the US won't agree with the 5%. That's for all of us to do, but not him. Is that fair in an alliance that's built on sharing and unity? And secondly, what will you do if he comes back next year and asks for more than 5? Thank you.
Well, but when it comes to the 5%, there are the two elements. One is the 3.5% core defense spending. The US is more or less there. And when it comes to the 1.5% defense-related spending, we can safely assume that the US is doing that. When you look at their enormous capacity when it comes to fighting cybercrime, hybrid threats, when it comes to their infrastructure investments, when it comes to developing the defense industrial base. So I think we can safely assume that the US is more or less at that 5% already.
All right. Next, I think we'll go over to the left side again, about halfway back, Washington Post. We need a mic.
Thank you, Secretary General Ellen Francis, Washington Post. NATO allies will have to go to great pains to convince people that this money should be spent because of a Russian threat. But some of the comments at this summit suggest that it's all about pleasing President Trump. I think Secretary Rubio called it the Trump Summit. Do you agree that it's the Trump Summit? And how much of this pledge is about keeping the U.S. president happy? Thank you.
Well, there are two issues to this and to the 5%. One is that there is this consistent ask from the US. This started already with Eisenhower in the 1950s for the Europeans and the Canadians to equalize with what the US is spending. And now, finally, we are going to do that. But obviously, the 3.5 core spending and the total 5% is deeply rooted in the outcome of a process in NATO, the NATO defense planning process, which has led to agreeing by the defense ministers 2 weeks ago on our targets. So what each country needs to do when the call would come. If the call would come, we need you to help because there is an Article 5 situation. And we have calculated that to basically reach those targets, we need to spend 3.5% on core defense and, of course, the 1.5% on defense and security-related spending. So there is this US request, please equalize, because it's not fair that we shoulder much more than the others are doing and that we are carrying more weight than the others are doing. And there is the issue of that it is really necessary because of the long-term threat by the Russians to the whole of the Euro-Atlantic area and also the other upcoming adversaries, and of course the situation with China, where we see this impressive military build-up. So it is both true. The US has consistently had this request now for 60, 70 years, and finally we will do it. And I think that's important. It makes the whole of the alliance more stable and fairer. And there is the need because of Russia and others.
All right. The woman in the third row over on the left side here.
Natalia Robs, the new voice of Ukraine. Secretary General, you have stated that this year Canadians and Europeans have pledged 35 billion into military support to Ukraine, and this is not even the half of the year. In your opinion, what should be expenditure for Ukraine at the end of the year? And what amount of military aid to Ukraine could help Ukraine to win the war, not just survive?
Well, on the first question, it's difficult for me to exactly predict, but you can safely assume as the trajectory in the first almost 6 months now is really north of the trajectory last year, that also by the end of the year it will end up north of the over 50 billion which was pledged in 2024. So I'm positive about that, optimistic, but I'm not going to make a concrete prediction. But we can safely assume that the end result will be positive. And of course, what we are doing here, we have to make sure that Ukraine can stay in the fight, that Ukraine has what it needs to be as strong as possible. But obviously, we are all also working on getting a peace deal done or a long-term ceasefire done. And then we have to make sure that Ukraine has what it needs to prevent Vladimir Putin from ever trying this again in the future. And the first layer of that, making sure that Ukraine can defend itself post a peace deal / a long-term ceasefire, obviously is also the support we are now providing to keep them in the fight, which has to do, of course, with training. It has to do with delivering military equipment, so the command in Wiesbaden, but also the various streams of money going into Ukraine, developing Ukrainians' defense industrial base, which still has about a 35 billion spare capacity. So this all together will help Ukraine to be as strong as possible now, but also to deter the Russians post a peace deal / a ceasefire.
All right, let's come to the center section now. I see CNN in the fourth row.
Thank you so much. I want to follow up on what you just said about the strikes in Iran, but first, can I ask you on Article 5, do you believe that Article 5 is subject to interpretation?
Well, you know, Article 5 is absolutely clear, and at the same time, we have always said we will never go into details when exactly Article 5 will be triggered. And why not? Because we don't want to make our adversaries any wiser.
And to follow up on Iran, sir, you just praised the U.S. strikes in Iran, saying that you do believe it will help prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. There have been questions about where that highly enriched uranium is, and if Iran moved it before the United States struck on Saturday night. Do you have concerns about that and whether or not it poses a threat to NATO?
Look what happened last weekend. American B-2s, nobody in the world is able to do this. Only the United States. You are 25% of the world economy. You are by far the biggest military power in the world. Only the United States is capable to do this. So the B-2s, the fantastic pilots in those fighter jets, the bombs which were used to get deep into these nuclear facilities in Iran. Nobody has that type of stuff. And history made you the leader. History made you the ones who have to take action when it is necessary. And I think what President Trump did here is take a very targeted, chirurgical operation to take out as much as possible Iran's capability to get to a nuclear weapon. And I commend him for that. And obviously it's now up to all the studies being done and all the details look into what exactly has been the effect of this. But I am personally very optimistic that this has dealt a massive blow to Iran.
All right, we have a very full room and limited time. Next question to the front row. There's a mic coming.
Oh, that's good, yeah. Hello, Eelco Bos van Roostal, Nieuwsuur, Dutch TV. You're dealing with a very unpredictable president or friend who has been all over the map on Article 5 in the past. In his first term, he threatened to pull out of NATO, which he doesn't seem to do anymore. But how do you know, how are you certain that the Trump you're dealing with right now is the same version of Trump that you'll be dealing with for the rest of his term?
I've now known him for almost 10 years. He's a good friend. I trust him. He was totally right that Europe and Canada were not basically providing to NATO what we should provide, and that the US was spending so much more on defense than the Europeans and the Canadians. Now we are correcting that. We are equalizing. I think it is a man of strength, but also a man of peace. You've seen that basically now with Iran. The man of strength being able to command his B-2 bombers to go into Iran to take out that nuclear capability, but also the man of peace who is then immediately following up with making sure that Israel and Iran will commit to a ceasefire. And I think this is exactly what you want the American president to do, provide that type of leadership. And so I find him very predictable.
Next question, all the way in the back.
I don't think so.
DPA.
Ansgar, the German press agency, DPA. Secretary General...
We were speaking.
Here.
There you are. No.
Yeah, in fact.
I cannot see you. I can only answer the question if I see you. Can you stand up? Oh, you're really in the back. Sorry, yeah. Please.
Thank you. Secretary General, I would like to come back to Article 5. Did President Trump promise in the meeting that he would stand by the allies until the end of his term? And if so, did he promise it without any conditions?
Can I ask you, and not you, you're a journalist, so you are totally, of course, free to ask all those questions, but through you to some politicians in Europe and Canada to stop worrying. The United States is totally committed to NATO. The United States is totally committed to Article 5. How many times do we want them to say this? And as I said before, we have now had half a year when we constantly ask the US, are you with us, with NATO, with Article 5? So let's look for another country in NATO, one of the other 31, Iceland, the Netherlands, France or Canada, for the next half year to answer that question.
All right. Limited time, lots and lots of questions. The woman in the green jacket here in the third row.
Kathy Newman, Channel 4 News.
Hi.
Hello. You described in the communique Russia as a long-term threat. Isn't Putin an immediate threat? Did you water that language down to get agreement?
No. Of course, if you're a long-term threat, you're also a short-term threat. So he is a threat now, and he is a threat in the long term.
All right, same row, the woman in the white shirt with the glasses.
Thank you. Ida Hallikainen from Ilta-Sanomat, Finland. Mr. Secretary General, Russia has expanded its military infrastructure near Finland's eastern border. What is Russia aiming to achieve with this, and what is NATO's message on the matter? And second, if I may, is Spain now serious about the defense spending goal?
Yes, on the last question, I believe so. As you know, there is disagreement to disagree that they think they can reach the capability targets by 2.1%. NATO is saying it has to be 3.5%, like for all the other allies. All allies will report on how they are getting to the capability targets, so we will see, and in 2029 we will anyway have a review of all of this. On your first question, well, let's not be naive about Russia. Of course, they are fighting this totally unprovoked war against Ukraine. But at the same time, and this is what we have been hearing, open source from many senior military leaders in Europe, including the Chief of Defense in Germany, they are building up their armed forces and reconstituting their armed forces at such a pace that they could be ready in 3, 5 or 7 years to attack NATO. And that is why today was so important, and today is so transformational. Yes, to the question before, because we have to equalize with the US and end the debate which has now been running for 60, 70 years. But particularly also because we know that there is this Russia threat, short-term, long-term, whatever. But the Russia threat is there, and we have to make sure that we can defend ourselves. And that is why we are doing this.
Okay, we just have time for a few more questions. NHK, so fifth row here.
Sacha from NHK, the public TV station of Japan. Thank you. My question is about the IP4 countries, but which were here in The Hague. But so I know you've been mentioning that you won't lecture the whole world, but since you were able to make this historical decision today, do you think this would trigger other countries like the IP4 countries to think twice about their threats around them and their defense spendings?
Well, we have this close cooperation. I had yesterday an excellent meeting with the Japanese Foreign Minister. We will have a meeting with the senior leaders from the Indo-Pacific 4 countries later today, and there will be another meeting also with President Zelensky and European leaders. So, but with the Indo-Pacific 4, we will also meet. And this is because we know that our two areas, so the Euro-Atlantic and the Indo-Pacific, are getting more and more connected. Look at North Korea being so closely involved now in the war effort, and North Korean soldiers fighting on European soil against, on the Russian side, against Ukraine. That is rather historic. So this cooperation is important, where it's very much focused on innovation, very much focused on procurement, on defense industrial production, making joint assessments of what is happening in the Pacific, what is happening in the Euro-Atlantic, and how the two are more and more interconnected. And I must say, when I'm speaking to the leaders, and I was visiting Japan early April, having a long meeting with the Prime Minister, and I met him again last week in Calgary at the G7, but also the leaders of the Republic of Korea, Australia, New Zealand, they all are very much aware that, of course, part of having a deterrence is that you spend enough on it. And you see in all these countries debates ongoing on doing more where possible, but it is not up to me to advise them. Let me concentrate on the 32 and make sure that we do what we need to do. But I think that debate is taking place also in many countries outside NATO.
Okay, I think we've just got time for a couple more questions. The center, fifth row, gentleman in the very center there. Yeah.
Yes, my name is Heikki Aitikoski from the Finnish newspaper Helsingin Sanomat. Did you exchange views on Vladimir Putin and Mr. Trump seems to be in rather friendly terms with him? It would be interesting to hear what you talked about him.
I've not changed my views on Vladimir Putin. I don't trust the guy, and of course I had a lot of dealings with him personally when we had a terrible situation with flight MH17, the Malaysian airline flight MH17, being shot out of the air by Russia in July 2014, and Putin telling me that he was not present in the Donbass and that he had no dealings in Ukraine and this, that and the other. And these were all lies. We know that.
Okay, for the sake of geographical diversity, all the way in the back, Telegraph.
Pim Cedee, The Telegraaf. Mr. Rutte, I have two short questions for you right here at the back. How do you think Vladimir Putin will look at this NATO summit in The Hague and the appointments being made between the 8 NATO allies? The other question, completely different one, but how big is the role of the Dutch King, Willem-Alexander, the Queen, and also Amalia in organizing this NATO summit and making it into a success?
A big role. Last night was really amazing, and I mean, we are both Dutch, and we can be very fortunate to have this royal family. Of course, they have that overview which many politicians who are there for 1 or 2 terms can never compete with. So we have a king here in the Netherlands who is now in that position for 12 years. And you sense that. I mean, the breadth, the benefits from which he is speaking, including with the American president and other leaders, is really impressive. And I've seen the same before with his mother, Queen Beatrix. So that is one of the huge advantages of having a monarchy. And I would say, well, to your and my country, let's be happy and let's be glad and grateful that his family is willing to do that. On the other question, I mean, look what Putin achieved. He wanted to divide the West, and now Finland and Sweden have joined NATO. He wanted to divide the West, and now we have committed to a 5% spending target. So he cannot be very happy, and he should not be very happy.
All the way in the front, on the left.
Never give the microphone away.
Give it up so that you can see me. Dejan Šejnović, Nezavisne newspaper from Bosnia and Herzegovina. Thank you very much for this opportunity. So for the West Balkans, for the first time, long time, it hasn't been mentioned in the communique. What does it mean for our region? You yourself were several times talking about the importance of the region for the alliance. What can you tell us why it's not mentioned?
Yeah, but again, this is not your traditional communique which you would see in the UN or in NATO in the past, where you would have 60 pages, 90 paragraphs, basically talking about the world from the birth of Jesus up to today and everything in between. I mean, that's done. We try to focus. So we are still very much concerned. KFOR is there in Kosovo. EUFOR is there in Bosnia and Herzegovina. I was visiting the region, had extensive talks with the leadership in Bosnia, in Kosovo. I had a dinner in Brussels with the President of Serbia. So we are very much involved as NATO. The EU, of course, is very much involved. We closely coordinate with Kaja Kallas and Ursula von der Leyen on the European side. But what we really want to do here is not to recall all the language, like the irreversible path of Ukraine into NATO. It's still there, nothing changed. But really to focus on 3 core issues in 5 paragraphs. And one of the paragraphs is about the next meeting. So basically 4 paragraphs. And that is about, as you know, production, spending, and Ukraine.
Okay, final question to the young reporters in the front.
Yes.
We'll get a mic to you. Just a moment.
Thank you very much for this opportunity, Secretary General. We are the youth correspondents.
Absolutely. And you are here now for 2 days, and you've been marvelous.
Yes, thank you. There's a lot happening in this world, and many children worry about it. Do you think we children can also fight for peace? Or should we trust that you could bring peace to the world? Thank you.
But I cannot personally bring peace to the world. What we can do collectively is to make sure that we are so well prepared, we are so strong, that nobody will ever attack us. So the best way to preserve your future and that our children can live in a democratic, free, open society where you can be who you want to be, think what you want, have free press, what we basically have in the West, and let's be honest, it's fantastic, is to make sure that we spend enough on our defense, particularly if we know that we have some adversaries who are really trying to get at us. So that's the best way to preserve your future. And that's what we try to do today, to make that commitment. But you standing here is really touching, and we've seen each other now for 2 days. We know each other for some longer time. I really want to thank you both, and in you, all the free press sitting in this room, for your fantastic work, and see you soon in Brussels or elsewhere. Bye-bye. Take care. Thanks.
Thank you all very much. That's all we have time for today.
follow-up question is more of a reflection on the trip and what you hope to accomplish overall here. You said the other day that Canada is the most European of the non-European countries. You came here to sign a security and defense partnership. Serious question. Is there any way, or have you given any thought to possibly trying to chart a path to joining the European Union? Obviously, it's a geographical series of countries, but they also share a philosophy about how to arrange society and how to treat individuals, and they share a lot of values with us. So is that door completely closed to us, or is there anything like being an observer or something that we can get to? Because I have to say that question comes up a lot in talking to Canadians these days.
Interesting. I haven't heard it expressed to me by Canadians, or many Canadians. So the short answer is no. That's not the intent. That's not the pathway we're on. But much of what you said in your question, I would subscribe to, which is that most European and non-European nations. That's not necessarily a comment about the historical makeup of the country, but it's the relative value set, the value on liberty, the value on democracy, the importance of solidarity. We have similar social welfare systems. The importance we put on sustainability, our ability to mutualize, in other words, to work with others and protect. Our belief in a rules-based international system, which the footprint of that is shrinking, but it's not immaterial, and we're helping to build that with Europe. And the way we see it, if I could frame it, final comment, and this could be a bigger discussion at the right point. Europe, part of what Europe is focused on as members of the European Union is a so-called ever closer union. We're looking for a closer partnership with that union. So yes, we cooperate much more clearly and broadly to our mutual benefit, but not as a member, but along that continuum. That starts to answer. I don't think that's a final answer to your question, but it's an important element of building out the system, the way I would say.
Hi, Mr. Carney. Mackenzie Gray with Global News. Previously, you've spoken about the idea that Canadians will need to make sacrifices to pay for defense spending. Can you outline what sacrifices you're expecting Canadians to make?
Well, I think right now we're in the people who've been making sacrifices have been the men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces because they have not been paid to reflect what we are asking them to do. They haven't been operating with the right equipment in many cases. Many cases their equipment hasn't been working. So the first sacrifices have been there, and we're making up for that and level setting that, and that's an important part of just what we're doing this year in terms of the increase in defense. The second thing I'd say is that the way we're looking at this, and you'll hear more about this in the coming months, that the investments we're making in defense and security, broader security, given the new threats that Canada faces, I think those, we're not at a trade-off. We're not at sacrifices in order to do those. These will be net additive. In other words, more of this will happen in Canada. More of it will help build our economy at the same time as it improves our defense, and we'll get the benefits. The question is, as we move towards later in this decade, and depending on how the threat environment evolves globally, if we are moving to the higher and higher levels of defense spending because that's necessary, then we will have to make considerations about what less the federal government can do in certain cases and how we're going to pay for it. Those trade-offs, I'm going to give you false precision around this, but those trade-offs happen towards the end of the decade into the next decade, and we will be much, much better informed. And if I can go back to Steve Chase's question, the social license element of that, there's going to be a very clear and open conversation about that based on facts and based on what Canadians want.
So in terms of the spending on the 3.5%, it seems as though you're saying that Canadians should not expect that there's going to be a substantial increase in defense spending. Of course, not saying what you've done now, but those things will be coming much later down the line.
I think it'll be, look, one of the things we're very conscious as a government, and I know you were there, I think it was described perhaps by you as the most boring, and I know there's competition for that, but the most boring campaign release during the campaign, when we spent a day on defense procurement and how we were going to restructure defense procurement. And part of the reason we're doing that for several reasons. First and foremost, value for money for Canadians. Second, you do, it was you, wasn't it?
See, I'll take your word.
And second, and you're in NATO. This is like really important.
I don't remember that.
And secondly, to have maximum spillovers, like benefits in Canada of that spending to get jobs and others. But thirdly, this issue about how quickly we move up, because one of the things, it's in anything, it's not just in defense, if you all of a sudden start spending a lot more money in one area, you can end up spending a lot more money on rising prices and choke points. That's part of the reason why we're cooperating more closely with the Europeans. Part of the reason why, we continue cooperation with the U.S. in the right areas, but also part of the reason why this increase will happen at a measured pace, or we'll try to do it at a measured pace, and that has that consequence. There you go.
Bonjour, M. Carney, Valérie Gamache de Radio-Canada. C'est quand même substantiel comme marche à monter en termes de dépenses militaires. Est-ce que vous allez demander aux Canadiens de se serrer la ceinture à un moment donné pour y arriver? Est-ce que vous devrez demander aux Canadiens de se serrer la ceinture, ou pour reprendre le terme de Marc, avez-vous l'impression que vous devrez demander aux Canadiens de faire des sacrifices pour y arriver?
OK. Dans ce contexte, pour le moment et pour les prochaines quelques années, jusqu'au et c'est pas exact, mais on peut pas être assez précis que ça, mais je veux dire que jusqu'au fin de cette décennie, c'est pas des grands sacrifices, parce que les grands montants vont augmenter notre économie en même temps que nous allons les dépenser. On va investir, par exemple, dans les minéraux critiques. On va investir dans des brise-glaces, des navires brise-glaces qui sont créés ici au Canada, bâtis ici au Canada, pardon. Alors, pendant les prochaines années, oui, ce sera comme ça. Et le rythme d'accroissement va être assez lent au début, parce qu'il faut être prudent. Le gouvernement doit être prudent au début. Il faut ramasser de l'information. Il faut augmenter la capacité industrielle au Canada et dans d'autres pays de l'OTAN.
Et on a eu l'impression dans ce sommet que le secrétaire général de l'OTAN a tout fait pour plaire à M. Trump. Il lui a dit qu'il jamais de président avait réussi ce qu'il réussissait aujourd'hui. Est-ce que c'était trop? Est-ce qu'il en a trop fait, le secrétaire général de l'OTAN, pour plaire à M. Trump?
Ouais, je peux parler pour le gouvernement du Canada. Nous faisons des mesures pour les Canadiens et Canadiennes. Et c'est afin de mieux protéger les Canadiens et Canadiennes, premièrement, afin de défendre nos intérêts et contribuer à la défense de nos alliés. C'est pour tout cela. Dans un monde où les menaces, malheureusement, continuent à augmenter. Est-ce que c'est trop? On verra. On verra en 2029. Parce qu'il y a un moment que tout l'OTAN, c'est au sein de cet accord, cet engagement, il y a un moment de faire une revue du montant et de la division entre le promis, c'est quoi le pledge? C'est engagement industriel de la défense et le montant en total. Alors, on verra, et si c'est trop à ce moment-là, si le 5% est trop, on va la réviser.
Okay. Next question.
Good afternoon, Mr. Prime Minister. Jeremy Sharon, CTV News. Do you have an estimation of what 3.5% of GDP will look like in 2035?
Well, that's a great question, and there's two ways to answer it, and in both cases I'm going to say no, in effect, but it's going to take me a bit of time. And the reason is this, is that, and this is a crucial point that we have been making, the ambassadors here have been making, the ministers have been making, his officials have been making, I make in the room and in bilaterals, is the world is changing quite rapidly. We all know that in terms of the threats. The nature of warfare and defense is also changing quite rapidly. You just look at the experience on the front lines in Ukraine, drone technology, the revisions to drone technology, the integrations of drones with radar surveillance, the targeting. I mean, these are 3-month cycles, product cycles that are happening in terms of the changes. The cost footprint is potentially substantially less. It is substantially less in terms of much of what is being fought. We have not, Canada, NATO more broadly, have not yet integrated those learnings. And that's first thing. People know they need to do that, but that's part of the questions that's going to evolve over time. Secondly, the other threat environments, cyber, I'll group them under cyber, but the scale of cyber, which will only be augmented by quantum, the risks be augmented by the development of quantum, that's changing very rapidly. So we don't know how much we're going to be spending and how we're going to spend, both in terms of, I'll call it, drones are both air and battlefield tank defenses wrapped into one. So how that's going to evolve, how the cyber warfare is going to evolve, what the relative spend is going to be on that, and what's the most efficient way to do that. That's the first element. The second element is whether the threat environment itself changes, because we should spend for the environment, not for some what could be an arbitrary number. Key point. The fact that we are doing this today, the fact that we're united, the fact that the United States is fully behind this, the fact that we're working together, is going to reduce the threat environment 10 years from now. Certainly, now, we'll never be able to precisely answer that, what it would have been versus what it is there, but the deterrence element of NATO has just gone up substantially, and it's crucial. And we would really feel it if we went in the other direction.
My follow-up's on the Middle East. Have you seen intelligence from the U.S. attack on Iran's nuclear sites, and do you know how far set back Iran's nuclear attack was, or set back their nuclear capabilities were by this attack?
Yeah, I don't have intelligence that I can share with respect to that. I will say that the U.S. attacks degraded Iran's nuclear capability, nuclear weapons capability. Crucial point here. We're now all talking about what we should be talking about, which is this was nuclear weapons capability that they were developing, and that has been degraded. And that shift with some other factors and the clarity, I think, of the U.S. actions and the intent, and I would add to that the neutrality, not quite diplomatic language necessarily used by the President yesterday, but it was neutral language that the President used yesterday. The combination of those factors have contributed to a ceasefire, which is in very early days, and we just add our voices to the importance of that holding, and that those ceasefires, not just holding and being developed, and that there is a more enduring de-escalation with Iran, but also that there is a ceasefire in Gaza. This does create an opportunity. We made that point. It's not just a necessity, but we made the point about what was called resolution in the G7 statement signed by the United States, the G7 statement at Kananaskis, separate statement on Iran, that resolution should lead to reduction of hostilities in the broader region, including a ceasefire in Gaza. We reiterate that point today.
We've got about 3 minutes left and 3 journalists left. So
okay, I'll be. It's my fault. I'll be quicker.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next question.
Prime Minister Thomas Hill from Bloomberg News. You've been in Europe several days speaking with leaders about security.
and you campaigned to Canadians about rebalancing defence dollars away from the US. So I wanted to ask if you've had talks with specific European partners about fighter jets, submarines, specific big-ticket items that Canada is looking to procure.
The short answer is yes.
Can you be
On
any more
both,
specific
on fighter jets and submarines.
When
and
can we
other,
expect to see decisions on those?
With the review of the F-35, we expect to complete by the end of the summer. If we need, we'll take all the time necessary, no more, and we'll go from there.
And submarines?
That's a longer process. It runs to 2027, 2020. At least it may be 2028 before the final decision. But it's a big procurement process, and there's multiple steps. But there's lots of interest in helping us in that.
Thank you. My other question, I'll try and be
fast.
fast.
That's question 4.
About the commitment to hundreds of billions of dollars cumulatively you've made today. The Parliamentary Budget Officer told us that implies high deficits unless you either raise taxes or cut major projects, social spending. So do you agree with him? And if so, how high a net debt to GDP ratio are you willing to run?
We will grow this economy. We'll grow this economy. We'll balance our operational budget in 3 years. That's our commitment. But we will also invest in this country, including in our defense industry. Thank you. This country being Canada, not Netherlands. Yeah. Thank you.
Prime Minister Kate McKenna from the CBC. In your platform, you made some very specific promises related to defense procurement, including artillery and other things. I'm wondering, is that your roadmap to hit this 3.5%, and will it get you there, or will you have to do additional things?
Thanks for the question. No, it's your question's on point. Those commitments, the elements that were identified in the platform, and it's obviously questions of amount, but that they would be consistent with defense spending in the low twos percent of GDP. So there's additional capacities that would need to be developed. Yeah.
And my follow-up: did you pick the 2029 review because Donald Trump will be out of office?
Will he be out of office? Oh.
In January,
I didn't realize that. Okay. Look, it's a natural time to review. We'll have enough information at that point. I think we all recognize Canada. Well, I'll speak for Canada. We have more to do given the threats that we face, so we can see an increase in both defense spending and defense industrial spending for the next few years. We'll lay that out in more detail as we work it through. But that's a reasonable amount of time. We'll have enough information. We can do a course correction individually and collectively at that point. Yeah.
We'll have time for one last question.
There we go.
Hi, Prime Minister. Murray Brewster, CBC, batting cleanup.
There you go.
I want to pick up on a couple things that you've been asked already about defense procurement. There are a number of legislative and authorities that the Canadian government has to be able to speed up defense procurement. Do you anticipate on some of the high-value projects using those authorities?
It's a great question. The first thing we look to do is change the machinery of defense procurement, if I can put it that way. This new defense procurement agency with Secretary of State Fuhrer is the Secretary of State responsible for that, obviously working closely with both the Department of National Defense and what's called the Department of Government Transformation, but basically Procurement Canada. So that's the first. There are elements of that, though, that we've identified where we will look to make adjustments with appropriate authority, but make adjustments to our ability to buy Canadian and our ability to buy more rapidly as appropriate.
My final question relates to the other half of the summit that was talked about, and that's Ukraine. Should Ukraine have been in the room, especially when Allied leaders were talking about it, and at the table for some of the important decisions that were made on its behalf?
Yeah, I think, there were no, the fact of the way the summit was organized, Murray, was that the focus was on what we've been talking about, the 5%, the nature of it, why have a review, how work together. Our big emphasis, by the way, one thing I will emphasize, I'm just going to take this opportunity, which is because the threat environment is changing globally and for Canada, I keep coming back to the Arctic and the threat to the Arctic. That's something, our view of the threats in the High North, as High North being a term that, say, the Norwegians and the Swedes and others would use, the Icelandic countries, the whole Nordic group of countries. There's a much greater focus on that. And one of the points we're making in the room is NATO needs to take that into account as it develops its thinking about what are the responsibilities of the members, what are the capabilities we need to develop. We don't need a bunch of Black Hawk helicopters up in the Arctic, right? We need icebreakers. We need radar. We need submarines. We need people on the ground, etc. Okay, you get my point. So the point is that I use that as an example, but that was the nature of the discussion in the room and much of the nature of the discussion in the corridors, the core of the decisions that were taken. So in that regard, Ukraine, Ukraine didn't need to be part of that discussion. That said, would we have preferred, Canada have preferred, a special session with NATO, with Ukraine? Absolutely. It's why we invited President Zelensky to the G7. I sat at dinner with President Zelensky last night. I had a separate series of conversations with him. I made points in the room, in this case, and a few others did, about Ukraine and what next steps. I took the opportunity to emphasize the importance of comprehensive, by which I mean all NATO members, financial sanctions against Russia. And there is a huge opportunity here. Europe's considering their sanctions this week, their 18th package. There is legislation ready in the U.S. Senate under Senator Graham's sponsorship in the U.S. It would be very powerful if they, in both those jurisdictions, EU and the U.S., joined Canada with our latest sanctions. And that would really help tip certainly the economic balance in this struggle. So yes, it would have been better to have a session. We didn't have it, but in the actual session, myself, several others made points, but the bulk of the discussion was about the core decision. Thank you.
Thank you. This was our third press conference. C'est ce qui va faire la conférence de presse.
Merci. Merci.
You know,
No, this is just host broadcast. Oh, you're the one.
Yes, I need to go in the center.
Yeah, you can stand.
Oh, lovely, thank you.
Get your hand.
Here we go. We're going to move you over. Caroline, we have a second, so let's move the camera. Yeah, so how do you want to work this? This camera can move to the side?
Ja. Dit is het Witte Huis, deze moet naar achter. Kunnen we deze naar achter duwen? Ja. Dan komt deze van het Witte Huis hier te staan. Oké, maar wat is het niet gebruikt als je wilt? Do you want to use the same tripod so we just can click on our camera? Huis maar helemaal naar achter. Zeg jij het er? Ik zeg het komt zo.
Plek gemaakt wordt voor het Witte Huis. Zijn niet heel vriendelijk, zeg maar.
Thank you. Ja, ik had er wel bij. Ze willen gewoon een eigen. I need power. Is there power? I need power. AC. Is there power back here somewhere? Where? No. Okay.
It's English. It's on
Okay. Thank you.
What else do you need?
Let me come up there. zijn ook wel waarschijnlijk voor de media.
David, Ethernet is right behind you.
Ja, dat kan ik verstaan.
Thank you.
Al 6, dan houdt er ook nog één hoog achter. One that you said is this also mine? Thank you. Thank you. Copy. Natuurlijk. Bilateral. Ik heb het gemist. Tuurlijk, voor iedereen. Ik zou het goed willen.
Well, thank you very much. This has been an honor. It was a fairly long trip, but worth it. Tremendous things have been accomplished, as you probably noticed. Listened to a lot of wonderful speeches from the heads of a lot of wonderful countries. But I want to thank you for joining us at the conclusion of a highly productive NATO summit in the Netherlands. I want to thank them for the royal treatment they've given us. Couldn't have been nicer. And it's a beautiful country, really a beautiful country. Coming in, I saw the most beautiful trees. In fact, I want to bring some back with me. I want to also thank, I had breakfast this morning with the King and Queen, and they're incredible people. I said, you're central casting, beautiful people, great people, big, beautiful heart. And I enjoyed that. And also NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, who's been terrific. He's been a friend of mine. Used to be right here running this wonderful country. Now he's the NATO Secretary General. He's doing a fantastic job. And the Prime Minister, we appreciate everything you've done. And as you know, last weekend, the United States successfully carried out a massive precision strike on Iran's nuclear enrichment facilities, and it was very, very successful. It was called obliteration. No other military on earth could have done it, and now this incredible exercise of American strength has paved the way for peace with a historic ceasefire agreement late Monday, and we call it the 12-day war. Spoke to a few people. I guess that just sounded like the right name. It was a 12-day war. And we think it's over. I don't think they're going to be going back at each other. I don't think so. Not only have we dealt decisively with the critical threat of Iran's nuclear program, which was what I wanted. I said, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I've said that for 15 years, long before I decided to do the political thing. But we've also reasserted the credibility of American deterrence, which is like no other. The people at NATO said there's never been anything. You know, I rebuilt the entire military during my first term. And we have a great military. We have great generals. I got to know the good ones and the bad ones. We kept the good ones. Over the past 2 days, I was honored to participate in the NATO leaders meeting and also had extremely good individual discussions with the King and the Queen, Secretary General Rutte, and the Prime Minister. Great discussions. Very knowledgeable people. Major focus of our conversations at the summit was the need for other NATO members to take up the burden of the defense of Europe, and that included the financial burden. As you know, it was 2%, and we got it up to 5%. And they said, a couple of them came up to me. One in particular said, sir, we've been trying to get it up to 3% for 20 years, and we haven't been able, and you got it up to 5%. So they're going to be, most of them, I guess almost all of them, are going to be contributing now, 5%, a number that people are surprised at, but you need it today. The United States accounts for 2/3 of all NATO defense spending. And since I began pushing for additional commitments in 2017, believe it or not, our allies have increased spending by $700 billion. I said to people, you don't have any money, and a lot of them weren't paying. And so I started the process, and I picked it up as soon as I got back, which is 6 months ago. And following my election last November, almost all have accelerated plans to reach the 2%, 3%, 4%, and then ultimately, very quickly, 5%. And all of this is going to be done very quickly, almost immediately. You probably know this as well as I do. I'm sure they've been talking about it. It's really been a big focus. In a very historic milestone this week, the NATO allies committed to dramatically increase their defense spending to that 5% of GDP, something that no one really thought possible. And they said, you did it, sir, you did it. Well, I don't know if I did it, but I think I did. This will be known as the Hague defense commitment, which is pretty good, pretty appropriate. When the allies reach this number, it will add more than $1 trillion a year. Think of that, $1 trillion per year to our common defense. And this is a monument really to victory, but it's a monumental win for the United States, because we were carrying much more than our fair share. It was quite unfair, actually. But this is a big win for Europe and for actually Western civilization. For years, past administrations failed to get most allies to contribute even the 2%. I remember when I came here, we had 4 countries that were up to 2%, and I remember Poland was there. A couple of them were there, and but most of them were. We had 28 at the time. As you know, it's increased a little bit, and they've agreed now to more than double their budgets in all cases. And Europe stepping up to take more responsibility for its security will help prevent future disasters like the horrible situation with Russia and Ukraine, and hopefully we're going to get that solved. Last week they lost 7,000 soldiers, mostly soldiers, but they're also getting hit in Kiev. They're getting hit in some of the towns also. And that means life. Life is disappearing also in the cities and towns. Should have never happened, would have never happened if I was president. I said it 1,000 times, and it never did happen. It's never even thought about. But it's vital that this additional money be spent on very serious military hardware, not bureaucracy, and hopefully that hardware is going to be made in America because we have the best hardware in the world. You saw that where 14 missiles were shot at us the other day. And they were very nice. They gave us warning. They said, we're going to shoot them. Is 1 o'clock okay? They said, it's fine. And everybody was emptied off the base, so they couldn't get hurt except for the gunners. They call them the gunners. And out of 14 high-end missiles that were shot at the base in Qatar, all 14, as you know, were shot down by our equipment. Amazing stuff. Amazing that they can do. It's like shooting a bullet with a bullet. It's the same thing if you think about it. 14 out of 14, and they weren't even that surprised. I said, do you do that well often? They say, we pretty much do, sir. The Ukraine crisis has also highlighted the urgency of rebuilding our defense industrial base, both in the United States and among the allied nations. We cannot afford to be dependent on foreign adversaries for critical minerals. And as you know, we made a deal with Ukraine to take a vast amount of the land they have for minerals. We need it. And once again, I want to thank all of the people in the Netherlands, incredible people. It's a great place. And all of the NATO allies for the tremendous summit that we just had. A letter just came in, and a statement came in from the Atomic Energy Commission of Israel. And I just wanted, this is an official letter, and they're very serious people, as you know. The devastating U.S. strike on Fordo destroyed the site's critical infrastructure and rendered the enrichment facility totally inoperable. It was devastated. We assess that the American strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities has set back Iran's ability to develop nuclear weapons for many years to come. This achievement can continue indefinitely if Iran does not get access to nuclear material, which it won't. It's so sad that that whole thing had to go. But I just want to thank our pilots. You know, they were maligned and treated very bad, demeaned by fake news CNN, which is back there, believe it or not, wasting time, nobody's watching them, so they're just wasting a lot of time, wasting my time. And the New York Times, they put out a story that, well, maybe they were hit, but it wasn't bad. Well, it was so bad that they ended the war. It ended the war. Somebody said in a certain way, you know, that it was so devastating, actually. If you look at Hiroshima, if you look at Nagasaki, you know, that ended a war too. This ended a war in a different way, but it was so devastating. Also, they have, out of Dubai, just came that Iran's foreign ministry spokesman, this is Iran's foreign ministry, says its nuclear installations were very badly damaged by the American strike. So what bothered me about these reports with fake reports put out by the New York Times, I call it the failing New York Times because it's doing terribly. Without me, it would be doing no business at all. But, and by fake news, CNN and MSDNC, all of these terrible people, you know, they have no credibility. You know, when I started, they were at 94% credibility, the media. Now it's at 16%. And I'm very proud of it because I've exposed it for what it is. But when I saw them starting to question the caliber of the attack, was it bad? Well, it was really bad. It was devastating. They obliterated. In fact, you can't get into the tunnels. They just put that over. That just came out. They can't. There's nothing. There's no way you can even get down. The whole thing is collapsed in a disaster. And I think all of the nuclear stuff is down there because it's very hard to remove. And we did it very quickly. When they heard we were coming, it was, you know, you can't move it. Very hard, very dangerous, actually, to move to. And they also knew we were coming, so I don't think too many people want to be down there knowing we're coming. With the bunker busters, as we call them, we're the only ones that have them. We have the best equipment, best nuclear equipment, and we have the best equipment in the world. And by the way, we can't forget our submarine, which was out there, submarines actually, but submarine was out there. We shot 30 rockets into an area, every single one of them. I think it was almost 400 miles away, I think, Pete, right? 400? And long. It was in the ocean, long ways away. And we shot a total of 30. Every single one of them hit within 9 inches from where it was supposed to be. It took that a lot because we didn't do just Fordo. We did 2 others in addition, which hadn't been completely destroyed. So we hit them with a submarine from hundreds of miles away. Amazing, just amazing equipment. Greatest submarines in the world. Nobody's even close. They're 20 years behind us when it comes to submarine technology. So that's one, and the other was from the Atomic Energy Commission, and they have about 3 or 4 of them now coming in from atomic energy commissions from various places. But the one that we have that just came out, we released it a little while ago, was from the Israeli Atomic Energy Commission, but numerous of them are getting to see the site, and the site has been demolished. And again, we had these brave patriots, these incredible flyers, these people that can fly a plane better than anybody can fly a plane, going into very hostile territory, flying into the territory that has got more missiles and things pointed at it. But it was very stealth. They didn't get to see it. It was dark. That's the amazing thing about the shots. They hit the shots perfectly, and yet it was dead dark. There was no moon. There was no light. It was virtually moonless. It was very dark, and the shots were hit perfectly. But when they get demeaned, and they were very upset about it because they knew how strong it would be. Back in Missouri, the pilots flew about 36 hours, 2 ways, far distance, and in those incredible B-2s. And we then had the F-22s, and we had the F-35s, and we had other planes, and we had, I think, a total of 52 tankers. That means the big tankers, because the refueling was a lot for all of the different planes that we sent. Incredible operation, and I have to say, General Raisin Kane was incredible. That's why he beat ISIS, and we beat ISIS in a matter of weeks. I was told it would take 4 to 5 years. We did it in a few weeks. And he was great. That's why he's the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff right now, because I had a very good experience with him. He knocked out ISIS in a period of literally a few weeks. Amazing. And it was supposed to take a few years, 5 years to be exact. So we had a great victory there, and we then came here, and I think we had a great victory here. But this is an ongoing project. This is the safety of Europe, the safety of the world. And they've raised it from 2% to 5%, something which nobody, and you're talking about over $1 trillion a year. So we're talking about a lot of money coming in from countries that we're not paying nearly enough to be effective. So I have, as you know, Marco Rubio with me, and Pete Hegseth, Secretary of State and Secretary of War. Should we say Secretary? You know, it used to be called Secretary of War. Maybe for a couple of weeks we'll call it that because we feel like warriors. Used to be called Secretary of War. In fact, if you look at the old building next to the White House, you can see where it used to be Secretary of War. Then we became politically correct, and they called it Secretary of Defense. I don't know, maybe we'll have to start thinking about changing it, but we feel that way. Do we have any questions, please? Wow. That's a lot of questions. Who's a nice person? Oh, you're not a nice person, but I'll let you ask one. Go ahead. What's he going to ask? He is not nice at all. I know him well.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah.
Thank you for taking the time before flying home. You just said you believe the conflict between Israel and Iran is over. What makes you so confident it is? And what do you do if it isn't?
Because I dealt with both, and they're both tired, exhausted. They fought very, very hard and very viciously, very violently, and they were both satisfied to go home and get out. And can it start again? I guess someday it can. It could maybe start soon. I think a big telltale sign was when, as you know, Iran somewhat, by not much, violated the ceasefire, and Israel had the planes going out that morning, and there were a lot of them, 52 of them. And I said, you got to get them back. And they brought them back. They didn't do anything. They brought them back. It was very good. I thought it was amazing, actually. They have fought a hell of a war. They fought very hard. I think the war ended, actually, when we hit the various nuclear sites with the planes. And I just hope you people can give these pilots, these are the best pilots in the world. They're the best shots in the world. They call them shots. That's what they are. And wait a minute. And I just hope you can give them the respect they deserve, because they came home to fake news. And like, oh, gee, there was hardly any damage. The things are decimated. So, but I think, no, I think they're very much finished. I think Israel's going to get back to doing what they do. And I think that Iran's going to get back. You know, Iran has a huge advantage. They have great oil, and they can do things. I don't see them getting back involved in the nuclear business anymore. I think they've had it. They've been at it for 20 years, and I don't see that happening either. Now, if it does, we're always there. It won't be me. It'll be somebody else, but we're there. We'll have to do something about it. Yes, please, go ahead. Go ahead. Oh, fake news, CNN? Oh, yeah, here we go. Wait till you hear this question. You should really say how great our soldiers and our warriors are.
I think everyone appreciates our soldiers and our warriors. I do have two questions for you, Mr. President. You just cited Israeli intelligence on these attacks. Earlier, you said U.S. intelligence was inconclusive. Are you relying on Israeli intelligence for your assessment of the impact of the strikes?
No, this is also Iran made the statement. And it's also, if you read the document that was given, that Pete can talk about if you'd like, the document said it could be very severe damage. But they didn't take that. They said it could be limited or it could be very severe. They really didn't know, other than to say it could be limited or it could be very, very severe. And you didn't choose to put that because it was very early after. Since then, we've collected additional intelligence. We've also spoken to people who have seen the site, and the site is obliterated. And we think everything nuclear is down there. They didn't take it out. Okay, question? Please, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, blue dress.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Yesterday you said China can now continue to purchase oil from Iran.
Yeah.
Are you giving up on your maximum pressure campaign? Because there are sanctions right now.
With who?
On Iran.
No, look, they just had a war. The war was fought. They fought it bravely. I'm not giving up. They're in the oil business. I mean, I could stop it if I wanted. I could sell China the oil myself. I don't want to do that. They're going to need money to put that country back into shape. We want to see that happen. Would it? No, if they're going to sell oil, they're going to sell oil. We're not taking over the oil. We could have, you know. I used to say with Iraq, keep the oil. I could say it here, too. We could have kept the oil. No, China is going to want to buy oil. They can buy it from us. They can buy it from other people. But you're going to have to put that country back into shape. It desperately needs money. Yeah. Yeah, please. Here we go. I'm picking the beauties today. Go ahead.
Mr. President, Secretary General Rutte has described President Putin as an adversary, a threat, an enemy. Do you view him the same way? And in addition to that, you mentioned General Kane, your chief of staff, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
General Kane.
Yes. He has said that Mr. Putin has territorial ambitions beyond Ukraine. Do you view that in the same way?
It's possible. I mean, it's possible. I know one thing. He'd like to settle. He'd like to get out of this thing. It's a mess for him. He called the other day. He said, "Can I help you with Iran?" I said, "No, you can help me with Russia." Because, you know, in the last few weeks, we took care of India and Pakistan, Kosovo, Serbia. I think on Friday we have coming in, the Congo is coming in, and Rwanda is coming in. That was a vicious war that went on, a machete war, heads chopped off all over Africa. They're coming in. We did 2 others in addition to that. Nobody's ever done anything like this. No, I consider him a person that's, I think, been misguided. I'm very surprised, actually. I thought we would have had that settled easy. I've settled 4 of them in the meantime. But he did call up, and he said, you know, he's close to Iran. He'd like to help us get a settlement. I said, no, you help me get a settlement with you, with Russia. And I think we're going to be doing that, too. Yeah, please. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You've made clear your position on what impact the strikes had. I wanted to ask you what is next with Iran. For instance, is there any indication from U.S. intelligence that Iran was able to move any material?
No, just the opposite. We think we hit them so hard and so fast they didn't get to move. And if you knew about that material, it's very hard and very dangerous to move. It's called, in many people, they call it dust, but it's very, very heavy. It's very, very hard to move. And they were way down. You know, they're 30 stories down. They're literally 30, 35 stories down underground. Oh, yeah, we think we got it. We think it's covered with granite, concrete, and steel.
Can I ask you, are you interested in restarting negotiations with Iran? And if so, have they reciprocated?
So our people, Marco could answer this, but our people are not, I'm not. The way I look at it, they fought, the war's done, and, you know, I could get a statement that they're not going to go nuclear. We're probably going to ask for that, but they're not going to be doing it. But they're not going to be doing it anyway. They've had it. They've had it. Now, maybe someday in the future we'll want that. But I've asked Marco, do you want to draw, I just asked him the question as we were walking on the stage, do you want to draw up a little agreement for them to sign? Because I think we can get them to sign it. I don't think it's necessary. Marco, do you want to talk about that, please?
Well, Mr. President, I think President Trump has shown a willingness to meet and talk to anybody in the world who's interested in peace. I don't know of any president that's been as willing as he has to meet with anyone and talk about peace. We'd love to have peaceful relations with any country in the world. And so obviously that'll depend on Iran's willingness not just to engage in peace, but to negotiate directly with the United States, not through some third country or fourth country process. But I know of no president, probably in our modern history, that's sought peace more than President Trump has.
Sounds like the door is open, but you're in no rush. Is that right? Sounds like the door is open.
I'll tell you what, look, we're going to talk to them next week with Iran. We may sign an agreement. I don't know. To me, I don't think it's that necessary. I mean, they had a war, they fought. Now they're going back to their world. I don't care if I have an agreement or not. The only thing we'd be asking for is what we were asking for before about we want no nuclear, but we destroyed the nuclear. In other words, it's destroyed. I said Iran will not have nuclear. Well, we blew it up. It's blown up to kingdom come. And so I don't feel very strongly about it. If we got a document, wouldn't be bad. We're going to meet with them, actually. We're going to meet with them. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Yes. Mr. President, Netherlands TV, thank you for visiting our country.
Good.
As I understood,
Thank you.
I, of course, would like to know how you slept last night at the House of the King.
Oh, I slept beautifully.
But probably a more serious question. I think you just had a meeting with President Zelensky. Did you discuss any ceasefire in this Russo-Ukrainian?
No. I wanted to know how he's doing. He was very nice, actually. You know, we had little rough times sometimes. He was couldn't have been nicer. I think he'd like to see an end to this. I do. I think what I took from the meeting couldn't have been nicer, actually. But I took from the meeting that he'd like to see it end. I think it's a great time to end it. I'm going to speak to Vladimir Putin and see if we can get it ended. But look, these are brave people. They're fighting these wars all over the place. You know, last week they had, I guess, I told you, close to 7,000 young soldiers, Russian and Ukrainian soldiers were killed, 7,000 in 1 week. It's crazy. It's crazy. So I'll be speaking to Putin. No, I had a good meeting with with Zelensky, and I had a lot of good meetings. We had a lot of good meetings with a lot of people, a lot of great leaders. But he's fighting a brave battle. It's a tough battle. Yeah. Go ahead, white dress.
Thank you. Ida Hallikainen from Finland, Ilta-Sanomat.
Good.
You have played golf with President Alexander Stubb. How do you see Finland as a NATO ally and partner, and how would you describe your relationship with our president?
Well, he's a very good golfer, okay? In fact, he was on his college golf team. He went to a good college in the South, as you know, a very good college, and he was a good golfer. We had a good time. I think my relationship's great. I want to buy icebreakers. You know, you're very good at icebreakers. And I actually made him an offer. I didn't go to Congress. They'll try and impeach me for this. But there's an old, it's not old, it's fairly new, but it's used icebreaker. And I offered him about 1/3 of what he asked for. But we're negotiating. We need icebreakers in the U.S. And if we can get some inexpensively, I'd like to do that. Actually, they'll fix it up, make it good. Also, we may buy some icebreakers. You know, you're the king of icebreakers, that particular country. They make them good. They make them really good, and they know what they're doing. And so we're negotiating with them for about 15 different icebreakers. But one of them is available now. It's old, and it's, old. It's like 5-6 years old. And we're trying to buy it. I'm trying to make a good deal. It's all I do my whole life. My whole life, that's all I do is make deals. Yeah, please. Go ahead. Sir, go ahead.
Yeah, question for NewsHour, Dutch TV. First of all, on Article 5, on your way here, you spoke about the commitment of the U.S. to Article 5, saying, I'll give you my definition once we're here. Yeah. What is your definition, and may the U.S. commitment to Article 5 change in case some of the NATO members do not reach the threshold that was discussed today? My second question is following up on a colleague on Iran. What intel reports do say that everything over there was obliterated?
Yeah, well, there are numerous of those reports, and they're coming out fast and furious. But the most respected ones we've already seen. And I will say that on a very confidential basis, they're looking at the reports, like numerous reports, and including people going to the site and checking the site. And they're going to be having, I guess you're going to be having over the next couple of days a full, you're going to encapsulate it. But no, the site was obliterated, just like I said it was, and just like the pilots should be given credit for. As far as Article 5, look, when I came here because it was something I'm supposed to be doing, but I left here a little bit differently. I said, I watched the heads of these countries get up, and the love and the passion that they showed for their country was unbelievable. I've never seen quite anything like it. They want to protect their country, and they need the United States. And without the United States, it's not going to be the same. And you can ask Mark, or you can ask any of the people that were there. It was really moving to see it. They love their country. They were so respectful of me because I'm the head of the United States. And I made, the King of Saudi Arabia, when I was in the Middle East, so I was in Qatar for a different reason, not a reason to get shot at. We were in there for economic development reasons, Qatar, UAE, and Saudi Arabia. All three leaders of those countries, and we took back $5.1 trillion into the United States. All three leaders said, you're presiding over the hottest country in the world. The United States right now is the hottest. Everybody wants to be there. Everybody wants a piece of it. He said, a year ago, your country was dead. You had a deadhead running it. You had a country that was dead, and it was dead. You had people pouring through the borders. You had inflation. You had everything. He said, you've made it in 5 months at that time. You've made it the hottest country. This is the hottest country in the world. The United States right now is the hottest country in the world. And when I was around that table, it was a nice group of people, many of whom I knew from previous. When I saw the passion they had for the country, almost everyone, and you probably have the tapes, it was very public, but almost every one of them said, thank God for the United States. Without the United States, they couldn't really have NATO. It wouldn't work. It wouldn't work. It will in the future because now they're paying much more money. But it wouldn't work. It was great. And I left here differently. I left here saying that these people really love their countries. It's not a ripoff. And we're here to help them protect their country. Okay, we'll do one or two more.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah.
A question on Spain. Are you satisfied with today?
Oh, I think Spain's terrible what they've done. No, I do. They're the only country that won't pay the full up. They want to stay at 2%. I think it's terrible. And, you know, they're doing very well. The economy is very well. And that economy could be blown right out of the water with something bad happening. You know, Spain is the only country that... Are you from Spain?
Yeah.
Good, congratulations. You're the only country that is not paying. I don't know what the problem is. I think it's too bad. So we'll make it up. You know what we're going to do? We're negotiating with Spain on a trade deal. We're going to make them pay twice as much. And I'm actually serious about that. We're going to make Spain... I like Spain. I have so many people from Spain that it's a great place and they're great people. But Spain is the only country out of all of the countries that refuses to pay. And, you know, so they want a little bit of a free ride. But they'll have to pay it back to us on trade because I'm not going to let that happen. It's unfair. It's unfair to NATO. All right, sir, please. Go ahead, right in the back. Yeah, you, tall one. The tall man.
Mr. President, Johannes Petra from Austrian National Television.
How are you?
You once said that you would end the Ukraine war in 24 hours. You later said you said that sarcastically.
Well, of course it was sarcastic.
But you've now been in office for 5 months and 5 days. Why have you not been able to end the Ukraine war?
Because it's more difficult than people would have any idea. Vladimir Putin has been more difficult. Frankly, I had some problems with Zelensky. You may have read about him. And it's been more difficult than other wars. I mean, look, we just ended a war in 12 days that was simmering for 30 years, frankly. We ended Rwanda and the Congo. It's coming to sign the documents. We've already signed basic documents, but they're coming, I think, to the White House on Friday. We ended Serbia was going to go at it. But maybe the most important of all, India and Pakistan. And that wasn't whether or not they may someday have nukes like we're talking about in the Middle East, like we're talking about with Israel and Iran. This is they have nuclear weapons. I ended that with a series of phone calls on trade. I said, look, if you're going to go fighting each other, it was getting very bad. You know how bad that last attack was. It was really bad. If you're going to go fighting each other, we're not doing any trade deal. No, you have to do a trade deal. I said, we're not doing any trade deal. And in fact, I had the general, who was very impressive. The general from Pakistan was in my office last week. You know, Prime Minister Modi is a great friend of mine. He's a great gentleman. He's a great man. And I got them to reason. I said, we're not doing a trade deal if you're going to fight. And if you're going to fight each other, we're not doing a trade deal. And you know what? They said, no, I want to do the trade deal. We stopped the nuclear war. Go ahead. Go ahead, Jeff. Here's another beauty, Jeff. He's a beauty, all right. Go ahead.
Mr. President, to follow up on Ukraine, will the United States contribute any more money to Ukraine's defense this year to the $5 billion that allies are giving? And one question, you had another meeting with the Dutch opposition leader, Mr. Wilders. Can you tell us about that meeting? And are you upset about his anti-Muslim stance?
I'm not upset about it. It's just his view. He's unhappy with the way things are going in this country and various countries. He was an opposition leader. And I was asked to meet with the opposition leader by the people that are running. I think they have some deal where if you have a meeting, you're supposed to meet with an opposition leader. I said, that's strange. We don't do that. But I met with I didn't know him. He seemed like a very nice guy, but he's in opposition to the current people, and that was set up by the current people. So I assume when I met with the Prime Minister, you're supposed to meet with the opposition. We'll have to try that sometime in our country. Let's not do it. But I thought he was very good. As far as money going, we'll see what happens. There's a lot of spirit. Look, Vladimir Putin really has to end that war. People are dying at levels that people haven't seen before for a long time. Go ahead. Go ahead. White shirt. Oh, she's all excited.
So,
BBC News Ukrainian.
Where are you from?
I'm from Ukraine.
Oh.
So my question to you is whether or not the U.S. is ready to sell anti-air missile systems Patriot to Ukraine. We know that Russia has been pounding Ukraine really heavily right now.
Are you living yourself now in Ukraine?
My husband is there.
Wow.
And
I can see you're very, it's amazing.
And me with the kids, I'm in Warsaw actually, because he wanted me to be.
Is your husband a soldier? No?
He is.
He's there now?
Yeah.
Wow. That's rough stuff, right? That's tough. And you're living here?
In Warsaw.
And you're a reporter?
I am.
Good. So let me just tell you, they do want to have the missiles, okay, as they call them, the Patriots. And we're going to see if we can make some available, They're very hard to get. We need them too. We were supplying them to Israel, and they're very effective, 100% effective. Hard to believe how effective. And they do want that more than any other thing, as you probably know. That's a very good question, and I wish you a lot of luck. I mean, I can see it's very upsetting to you. So say hello to your husband, okay? Thank you. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. You were criticizing...
Where are you from?
Bloomberg News.
Oh, Bloomberg. That's wonderful.
You were criticizing the Federal Reserve Chair before coming to this summit.
Yeah, I think he's terrible.
I was wondering if you've begun interviewing different candidates for the Fed pick.
Yeah, I know within 3 or 4 people who are going to pick. I mean, he goes out pretty soon, fortunately, because I think he's terrible. We have no inflation. We have a tremendous economy. Hundreds of billions of dollars of tariff money is pouring in. Factories are being built because they don't want to pay the tariffs, so they're building them all over the country. I think we're close to $15 trillion. I told you $5.1 trillion from the Middle East alone, but of investment money coming in. There's never been anything like that in the history of our country. But we have no inflation. And we have borrowing because Biden, stupidly, they did short-term debt. So we have borrowing coming up. And, we'll go 10 years, maybe longer, maybe shorter, but we'll go a long period of time when we do the debt. And because of him, because of this guy, we will have to pay for years. We'll be paying for him. And I said to him, listen, there's no inflation. He says, but maybe there'll be some. That's true. I said, if there is some, what you do is raise the rate. I'm okay with that. You raise the rate in 2 years from now or in a year from now. But because the rate's high, we have to pay more for debt. It's pretty equal. In other words, if it's 4%, it's 4%. If you drop it a point, you'll pay 3%. So it's fairly equal, not necessarily, but fairly equal. So we're going to end up paying maybe 2 points or 3 points more. 3 points would be about $900 billion a year because of this very average mentally person. He's an average mentally person. I'd say low in terms of what he does, low IQ for what he does, okay? Wait, so instead of paying $900 billion, we don't want to pay 900 just because he doesn't want to lower the rate. I said, if there's inflation in 2 years or 3 years or 1 year from now, you raise the rate and you take care of the inflation, among other things. But he's probably a very political guy, I guess. I don't know. I think he's a very stupid person, actually. All right, one more. Let's go. How about you? Go ahead. She looks so happy and everything.
Thank you.
That's why I picked her.
I'm from Spain, too. I'm Ana Buc from La Vanguardia. I wanted to know if...
You're where from?
Spain, too. I wanted to know if you want to...
That's the Spain corner right there. Shouldn't have said that. That's okay. I do like Spain, by the way. I think it's unfair that they're not paying, but go ahead.
Are you going to negotiate directly with Spain about...
I'm going to negotiate directly with Spain. I'm going to do it myself. They're going to pay. They'll pay more money this way. You should tell them to go back and pay. You're a reporter? You tell them to go back. They ought to join all of those countries that are paying 5%. Spain's going to be just about the only one that's not. They were the most hostile toward doing it. It just doesn't make sense to me. Okay. All right, Kelly, go ahead. Here we go. There's another one.
Hello, sir. Thank you
We got them all today.
Okay. So, Mr. President, you talked about expecting some on-the-ground assessments at Fordo and other sites.
Now
Is that Israeli and U.S.?
It's been obliterated, Kelly. It's been
What is your message then, sir, to the intelligence community when they present reports? You're not disputing the DIA report. You're just...
They presented a report that wasn't finished. We're talking about something that took place 3 days ago.
I understand that.
The report was done 2 days ago. Wait a minute.
Yes.
They didn't see it. All they can do is take a guess. Now, if you take a look at the pictures, if you take a look how it's all blackened, you know the fire and brimstone is all underground because it's granite and it's all underground. You don't show it. But even there, with all of that being said, the whole area for 75 yards around the hole where it hit is black with fire. The group that's run by this gentleman, in fact, you may want to talk about it for a second because we're going to issue a report. And I think it's not even a very exciting report at this point. It's been obliterated, totally obliterated. And they did a report, but it was like, if you look at the dates, it's just a few days after it happened. Sir. So they didn't see it. They said it may be very severe.
Understood. Do you have a message for the intelligence community, though, in terms of unvarnished information getting to you, that it's not...
I don't really have a message. I would say issue the report when you know what happened. I wouldn't say that it could be severe or maybe not. They use the word severe. It could be severe or maybe it's not. And so people like you picked up and said, oh, it's not severe. No, the report was not a complete report. Yeah, the message was probably wait till you know the answer before you...
And sir, did you not have a public component to your Zelensky meeting for a tactical reason with President Putin?
Let him answer this one.
Hello, Mr. Secretary.
Yeah. There's a reason the president calls out fake news for what it is. These pilots, these refuelers, these fighters, these air defenders, the skill and the courage it took to go into enemy territory flying 36 hours on behalf of the American people and the world to take out a nuclear program is beyond what anyone in this audience can fathom. And then the instinct of CNN, the instinct of the New York Times is to try to find a way to spin it for their own political reasons to try to hurt President Trump or our country. They don't care what the troops think. They don't care what the world thinks. They want to spin it to try to make him look bad based on a leak. Of course, we've all seen plenty of leakers. And what do leakers do? They have agendas. And what do? Do they share the whole information or just the part that they want to introduce? And when they introduce that preliminary report that's deemed to be a low assessment, you know what a low assessment means? Low confidence in the data in that report. And why is there low confidence? Because all of the evidence of what was just bombed by 12 30,000-pound bombs is buried under a mountain, devastated and obliterated. So if you want to make an assessment of what happened at Fordo, you better get a big shovel and go really deep, because Iran's nuclear program is obliterated. And somebody somewhere is trying to leak something to say, oh, with low confidence, we think maybe it's moderate. Those that dropped the bombs precisely in the right place know exactly what happened when that exploded. And you know who else knows? Iran. That's why they came to the table right away, because their nuclear capabilities have been set back beyond what they thought were possible because of the courage of a commander-in-chief who led our troops, despite what the fake news wants to say.
But you're not disputing the report said what it said, even though it was initial.
The report said what it said, and it was fine. It was severe, they think, but they had no idea. They shouldn't have issued a report until they did. But we've gotten the information. I think Pete said it better than you can say it. And, you know, you should be proud, you, especially you, should be proud of those pilots, and you shouldn't be trying to demean them.
No,
those pilots flew at great risk, a big chance that they'd never come back home and see their husbands or their wives. Let me just tell you, you and NBC, fake news, which is one of the worst, and CNN, New York Times, they're all bad. They're sick. There's something wrong with them. But you know what? You should be praising those people instead of trying to find some. By getting me, by trying to go and get me, you're hurting those people. They were devastated. You know, I got a call from Missouri, great state, that I won 3 times by a lot. And I got a call that the pilots and the people on the plane were devastated because they were trying to minimize the attack. And they all said it was hit. But we don't think it was really maybe hit that badly. And they were devastated. They put their lives on the line, and then they have, and I'm not referring to you, but real scum come out and write reports that are as negative as they could possibly be. It should be the opposite. You should make them heroes and heroines. You should make them really people that they were so devastated when they heard this news. And you know what they said? One of them, I spoke to one of them, said, "Sir, we hit the site. It was perfect. It was dead on." Because they don't understand fake news, because they have a normal life, except they have to fly very big, very fast planes. But it's a shame. You should be making them heroes. All right, in the back. Go ahead, back, white, yeah. White jacket, yeah. Go ahead, give him a mic. Hello.
Deborah Haynes from Sky News. Mark Rutte, the NATO chief, who is your friend, he called you daddy earlier. Do you regard your NATO allies as kind of children?
No, he likes me. I think he likes me. If he doesn't, I'll let you know. I'll come back and I'll hit him hard, okay? No? He did it very affectionate. Daddy, you're my daddy.
Do you regard your NATO allies, though, as kind of like children, and they're obviously listening to you and they're spending more, and you're obviously appreciative of that, but do you hope that actually they're going to be able to defend themselves, defend Europe on their own?
I think they need help a little bit at the beginning, and I think they'll be able to, and I think they're going to remember this day. And this was a big day for NATO. You know, this was a very big day. They took it. One of the gentlemen said, "You know what? We've been trying to raise money raise the rate for 30 years," he said, 20 years, from almost the beginning. And he's been there for a long time. He said, "Until you came along, it never happened. What you did is amazing." It's been sort of an amazing day for a lot of reasons, but also for that. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you think they can do it without you, though, in the future? Can they do it without?
Well, ask Mark. I mean, you have to ask Mark. Okay. So we're heading back. I want to thank these two gentlemen behind me. They're incredible people, both of them. They've done a fantastic job. And Susie's in the front, and she's done great. And Monica, thank you very much. That was quite an exciting time. And we're going to be heading back. We'll be back soon, and we'll see you in Washington, D.C. Remember this, we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Zelfs een goede cadeau. Krijgen we er nog een?
Minister will start with a short statement in English and will furthermore answer the questions of the Dutch media in Dutch and the international media in English, of course.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Today we've reached the end of an intensive but rewarding 2-year period, which has led to this historic summit in The Hague. The agreement that the 32 member countries have made here as one will set the highest standard for our collective deterrence and defense. A renewed and enhanced commitment to protecting peace and security in our territory. And a message to our adversaries that NATO is ready for any and all challenges and threats we may face. I'm proud that we have taken this decision here in The Hague, International City of Peace and Justice. It's the biggest summit our country has ever hosted, involving the most elaborate security operation we've ever seen, and resulting in a turning point in NATO's history. This could not have been done without the work of tens of thousands of Dutch and international professionals and volunteers, and I'd like to use this opportunity to say thank you to everyone who has made this summit possible. This is the Netherlands at its best. All the pieces of this big, complex puzzle have come together, forming the basis of a historic reinforcement of our alliance. We are setting a new NATO spending target as we move toward 2035. We will raise our annual defense spending to 3.5% of GDP, while another 1.5% going to broader defense-related investment and resilience and infrastructure. In doing so, we are committing firmly to the trend that began in recent years. Putin's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022 has made NATO more relevant than ever. With the accession of Finland and Sweden, it is bigger than ever too. And the Hague investment plan will now make NATO stronger than ever. We will bolster the European pillar of our alliance and share the financial burden and military task more equally. In this way, working with our American allies, a stronger Europe will help build a stronger NATO. For many countries in our alliance, these percentages are like something from the Cold War era. But it's absolutely vital that we in Europe step up and do our part. We have no choice, given the threat Russia poses to the Euro-Atlantic region and its enormous military build-up. Of course, the threat is most visible in Ukraine. Their future is closely bound up with our security. Every euro we spend on their defense will directly help curb Russia's aggression on our continent. And that's precisely why our support to Ukraine will count towards the 3.5% target. And I've assured President Zelensky that we will continue our unwavering support. As can be seen in our new military support package worth 155 million euros and the 500 million euros worth of contracts we have concluded with Ukraine's defense industry. And so, the end of one process is always the start of a new one. In fact, we might say the real work is just beginning. Under the new agreements, we will be making annual plans to bring us one step at a time to our target at 2035. A review will be held in 2029 to see if the capability targets and the underlying security assessments are still accurate. And we must get to work fast to bring the transatlantic and European defense industry fully up to speed. Our factories need to produce more, and produce it more quickly and in more innovative ways. That will allow us to turn all available euros and dollars into the defense hard power we need. The Defense Industry Forum that was held during the summit provided valuable lessons that we can now build on further. And I want to be frank. Yes, this new chapter of the NATO alliance will demand a lot of us all. Every year we'll have to make political and financial decisions on what these enormous investments will involve. These won't be easy discussions. But peace and security do not come for free. They demand constant effort and maintenance. And they demand unity, our most powerful weapon, as we've shown in the past few days. And with that in mind, we are handing the baton to Turkey, the summit host of 2026.
NOS.
Ja, meneer Schoof, is het in de vergadering eigenlijk ook gegaan wat er gebeurt als landen zich niet aan die percentages houden? We hebben net naar Trump geluisterd en die leek te suggereren dat hij bijvoorbeeld in het geval van Spanje dan zelf misschien wel handelssancties wil opleggen. Is dat een manier om een stok achter de deur te houden?
Nou, ik heb geconcludeerd in de vergadering, luisterend naar alle geallieerden, zoals we dat zo mooi zeggen in NATO-verband, dat iedereen zich volledig gecommit heeft aan zeg maar de agreement dat we vandaag hebben bereikt. En nu gaan we stap voor stap dat allemaal realiseren. Niet voor niets hebben we ook een review. Dus laten we nu aan de slag gaan om stap voor stap die capabilities op te bouwen. Die percentages zijn gebaseerd op onderzoeken wat we nodig hebben om uiteindelijk ons weerstandsvermogen en onze afschrikking op orde te krijgen, onze defensie op orde te krijgen. Daar gaan we nu mee aan de slag. En dan kijken we stap voor stap hoe ver we komen. En dan gaan we ook wel kijken als landen uiteindelijk achterblijven. En dat kan voor meer landen gelden, maar misschien gaan er ook wel heel landen heel snel. Dat hebben we ook gehoord vandaag. Kijken hoe we daar allemaal mee omgaan.
Maar in het verleden hebben landen natuurlijk ook met z'n allen afgesproken zich aan 2% te houden. Dat deden toen heel veel landen ook niet. En hoe is het dan als de heer Trump zegt, nou ja, in dat geval ga ik er zelf persoonlijk voor zorgen dat een land dat doet?
Nou ja, ik heb het hem ook horen zeggen, maar ik blijf even bij vandaag. Vandaag hebben we een historische overeenkomst bereikt waarin alle lidstaten zich hieraan verbonden hebben. En we doen een review in 2029. En stap voor stap gaan we nou die stappen zetten om te zorgen dat we de capabilities op zijn plek krijgen. Ja, er zijn landen die denken dat ze dat voor minder geld kunnen. Dat gaan we zien. Ik denk dat het allerbelangrijkste is dat we die capabilities opbouwen.
Was er überhaupt nog discussie daarbinnen vanmiddag bij de vergadering? Want als je zag wat de plannen daarvoor waren en wat eruit kwamen, daar lijkt eigenlijk niks aan veranderd. Was iedereen het daar gewoon al met elkaar eens?
Ja, we waren het met elkaar eens. Maar het is met deze deze Noord-Atlantische Raad eigenlijk hetzelfde als met de ministerraad in Nederland. Over wat er binnen gebeurt spreken we niet. Maar uw constatering is terecht. Vooraf en achteraf was hetzelfde document. En we hebben goed naar elkaar geluisterd. En uiteindelijk is er in unanimiteit gezegd, wij stappen allemaal in. En dat betekent dat dit nu een historisch moment is. En we Den Haag, hopelijk over 10 jaar als we terugkijken, kunnen zeggen in Den Haag is uiteindelijk dat belangrijke keerpunt in de NATO ten opzichte van onze defensie en onze afschrikking gerealiseerd door hogere defensieuitgaven en een betere defensie die daarvoor resulteert. En daarmee voor vrede en welvaart in Europa en de rest van de wereld.
Ja, dan een laatste vraag. We hoorden net inderdaad ook de heer Trump. Die lijkt ook helemaal warm geworden voor de NAVO, zoals hij net aangaf. Maar we weten natuurlijk ook, het is een wispelturige man die nogal eens van mening kan veranderen. Bijvoorbeeld ook over artikel 5. Hij zegt nu, nou daar sta ik helemaal achter. Denkt u ook dat dat zo blijft? Of kan dat volgende week ook weer veranderen?
Nee, ik denk dat het zo blijft. Want ik denk dat er, afgezien van uitspraken die we soms hebben gezien, de boodschap van Amerika tot steeds is geweest dat als we zeg maar, met deze overeenkomst we ook tegelijkertijd weer met elkaar ook weer hebben bevestigd dat artikel 5 gewoon geldt. En ook in mijn eigen gesprek met de heer Trump, en heeft u wellicht ook een stukje van gezien van het laatste stukje, want daar was de media bij, is dat nog een keer bevestigd. En ook op de vraag van artikel 5 zei hij, ja, waarom denkt u anders dat ik hier ben?
Ook als landen niet betalen.
En ik denk dat dat belangrijk is als hij ook zegt, waarom denkt u dat ik anders hier ben? Dus artikel 5 geldt gewoon.
SBS dan ANP. Meneer Schoof, bent u opgelucht en tevreden dat het erop zit en dat Trump zijn zin heeft gekregen?
Nou, de top zit er pas op als iedereen weg is. Dat klinkt misschien een beetje onaardig, maar dat is natuurlijk wel het geval. Er vinden op dit moment ook nog links en rechts nog wat kleine bilaterale of grotere bilaterale gesprekken plaats.
Bent u bang dat daar nog wat kan gebeuren?
Nee, ik ben er niet bang over, maar ik constateer even dat de top pas klaar is als iedereen weer in het vliegtuig zit op weg naar huis. Dan is de top afgelopen en dan denk ik dat we terug kunnen kijken op een buitengewoon succesvolle top. Vooral ook op de inhoud, maar ook als we kijken hoe de organisatie de afgelopen periode heeft gewerkt. Daar kan je echt ontzettend trots op zijn dat die, wat ik ook zei net, die tienduizenden mensen die dat allemaal voor elkaar hebben gebokst en met elkaar hebben gedaan. Naast zeg maar, de diplomaten die al het inhoudelijk overleg de afgelopen weken, maanden hebben gedaan. Ja, dan kijk je natuurlijk met trots terug op het resultaat.
We hadden het net al even over de wispelturigheid van Trump. Kunt u opgelucht ademhalen nu? Nou ja,
de vooruitzichten waren gewoon goed. En dat we met deze overeenkomst, en er is mij vaak gevraagd, komt Trump? Hij heeft me dat een keer in een telefoongesprek, heeft hij me verzekerd dat het 100% zeker was. En ik heb geconstateerd dat daar in ieder geval de afgelopen 2 maanden, denk ik, geen verandering is gekomen. En dat hij er ook gisteravond was, zei het ietsje later dan gepland, maar hij was er wel.
Heeft u en uw team nog een rol gespeeld in het feit dat hij bij het Koningshuis heeft geslapen?
Nou, daar doe ik allemaal geen mededeling over. Maar er vindt allemaal permanent overleg plaats. Want dit is echt iets voor Nederland en het Koningshuis om daar te kijken hoe dat kan. En natuurlijk hebben we daar met elkaar overleg over.
Dank.
ANP? ANP hiervoor.
Ja, meneer Schoof, in 2029 is het allereerste eikmoment. Waar moet Nederland staan op dat moment?
Oh, daar doe ik op dit moment geen uitspraak over. Ik denk dat we moeten kunnen zien dat Nederland op een pad zit. Dus ik zeg er toch nog wel iets over. En dat Nederland op een pad zit wat duidelijk markeert dat we op weg zijn naar de 3,5%. Maar ik ga je niet zeggen waar Nederland in 2029 moet zijn. Ook in het parlementaire debat heb ik steeds gezegd dat elk jaar opnieuw moet die discussie worden genomen. Het zal ongetwijfeld ook na de verkiezingen de formatie een belangrijk onderwerp van gesprek zijn om te kijken hoe het nieuwe kabinet dat pad voor zich ziet. En het is wellicht aan het huidige kabinet om daar de eerste besluit over te nemen, namelijk rond de voorjaarsnota van 2026 voor de begroting 27. Maar dat hangt helemaal af van de snelheid van het formatieproces.
Ja, de Nederlandse politiek kennende kan het nog een tijdje duren voordat er een nieuw kabinet zit. Het zou zomaar kunnen duren dat u nog een jaar demissionair bent. Is dit niet ook al een moment voor de augustusbesluitvorming bijvoorbeeld? Om dan al die eerste stap te gaan zetten?
Nee, augustus praten we normaal gesproken niet over de uitgavenkant van de begroting. Dat doen we echt bij de voorjaarsnota. Dat hebben we bij de voorjaarsnota ook ten opzichte van 2026 voor Defensie gedaan. Daarom zeggen we ook in 2026 zitten we 2,2% inclusief de Oekraïne-uitgaven. Ja. En dat betekent dat voor het eerst weer bij de voorjaarsnota van 2026 voor de begroting van 27 over de uitgaven wordt gesproken, gerelateerd nu aan deze NAVO-norm.
Ja, over die bijdrage of de opnemen van de Oekraïne-steun hierin, in die NAVO-norm. Kunt u iets meer schetsen hoe dat zeg maar verdeeld is? Wat er wel voor telt en wat er bijvoorbeeld ook niet voor telt?
Ja, wat militair is, wordt meegeteld onder de NAVO-norm.
Ja, dus alles wordt daar gewoon bij opgeteld?
Nou, dat is niet humanitarian aid of wederopbouw. Het is het militaire deel van de financiering die de verschillende landen doen ten behoeve van de support aan Oekraïne. Sorry, ik zit natuurlijk nog helemaal in het Engels. Ten behoeve van Oekraïne. En ik denk dat het ook ontzettend belangrijk is. Die support aan Oekraïne. Ik maak even misbruik van uw vraag. Dat is ook veel op tafel geweest de afgelopen dagen. Ik heb gisteren ook zelf daar met Zelensky uitvoerig over gesproken. Dat die voortdurende support heeft Oekraïne gewoon nodig. Om druk en tegelijkertijd druk houden op Rusland. Ik denk ook belangrijk. Morgen zijn we weer in Brussel met de Europese Raad. Dan kunnen we waarschijnlijk ook weer praten over het 18e sanctiepakket. Het is belangrijk om die druk te houden, de support aan Oekraïne en te kijken. En daar is natuurlijk ook met de president van Amerika over gesproken. Op welke manier we ervoor kunnen zorgen dat ook Poetin weer aan tafel komt en serieus in gesprek komt met Oekraïne. Om te zorgen dat er eerst een staakt het vuur en daarna een duurzame vrede kan ontstaan.
Ja. Mede door Spanje gaat er natuurlijk veel over van hoe gaan we die 3,5% nou invullen en is zoveel geld ook wel nodig? Zegt u namens Nederland ook echt toe van wij gaan die 3,5% invullen met strikt defensieuitgaven en wij gaan daar niet creatief in boekhouden om het even zo te zeggen? Of wij gaan zeggen wij gaan die doelen halen met minder geld?
Nee, we gaan niet creatief boekhouden. 3,5% is 3,5%. Er is een vrij strikte NAVO-norm voor. De NAVO zal er ook strak op monitoren. En dat betekent dat dat ook datgene is wat onder die 3,5% valt en niks anders. En daar heeft Nederland ook voor getekend en dat gaan we ook serieus doen richting 2035.
Dus daarin zal Nederland het braafste jongetje van de klas worden?
Nou, het braafste jongetje van de klas klinkt zo ontzettend vervelend.
Değerli basın mensupları, değerli arkadaşlar, sizleri en kalbi duygularımla, saygıyla selamlıyorum. Basın toplantımıza katılımlarınız için her birinize ayrı ayrı teşekkür ediyorum. Avrupa Atlantik güvenliğinin krizler, çatışmalar ve savaşlarla sınandığı bu hassas dönemde Lahey zirvesini az önce tamamladık. Konuşmamın hemen başında Hollanda Kralı Sayın Willem Alexander, Başbakan Sayın Schoof ve Hollanda makamlarına mükemmel organizasyonları için şükranlarımı iletiyorum. Genel Sekreter Sayın Rutte'yi başarılı yönetimi için tebrik ediyorum. Lahey zirvemizin öne çıkan sonucu kamuoyunca da yakından takip edildiği üzere müttefiklerin savunma harcamalarını artırmasıydı. Konsey oturumunda savunma harcamalarımızı 10 yıllık bir sürede gayri safi yurt içi hasılalarımızın %5'i düzeyine çıkarmayı kararlaştırdık. Mevcut krizlerin derinleştiği ve her geçen gün ilave krizlerin ortaya çıktığı bir iklimde alınan bu karar NATO açısından bir zaruret teşkil ediyor. Terörizm tehdidinden en fazla zarar gören, bölgemizdeki birçok krizden doğrudan etkilenen müttefikiz. Halihazırda uluslararası gündemi domine eden olayların hemen hepsi Türkiye'nin yakın çevresinde yaşanıyor. Ülkemizi tüm bu krizlerin, sıcak çatışmaların ve gerilimlerin uzağında tutmaya gayret ediyoruz. Caydırıcılığımızın artırılmasına ve savunmamızın güçlendirilmesine büyük önem veriyoruz. Türk savunma sanayinin son yıllarda yaptığı büyük atılım dünyada parmakla gösterilmektedir. Silahlı ve silahsız, insansız hava araçları başta olmak üzere birçok alanda küresel ölçekte söz sahibiyiz. Savunma harcamalarımız halihazırda önceki zirvelerin hedefi olan %2 seviyesinin üstündedir. Hatta mevcut altyapı ve savunma sanayi yatırımlarımız, inovasyona ayırdığımız kaynaklar ve uluslararası çabalarımız itibariyle %5'i yakalamaya en yakın ülkelerdeniz. Birçok müttefikin tehdit ve sınamalar karşısında daha fazla sorumluluk üstlenmek konusunda bizimle aynı çizgiye gelmesini doğru buluyorum. Elbette sadece savunma harcamalarını artırarak ittifakın etkinliğinin geliştirilmesi mümkün değil. Müttefikler arasında karşılıklı anlayış ve işbirliğinin samimiyetle tesis edilmesi de gerekiyor. Bu minvalde ilk olarak müttefikler arasındaki savunma sanayi ürünlerinin ticaretindeki engellerin amasız fakatsız kaldırılmasına yönelik anlayışın ittifak belgelerine yansıtılmasına öncülük ettik. Bunun tüm unsurlarıyla hayata geçirilmesini ümit ediyoruz. Avrupa Birliği'nin savunma ve güvenlik alanındaki girişimlerinin NATO'yu tamamlayıcı nitelikte olması gerektiğinin altını çizdim. Özellikle üye olmayan müttefiklerin birliğin savunma sanayi girişimlerine tam olarak dahil edilmesinin tüm Avrupa'nın menfaatine olacağını vurguladım. Neticede Avrupa'da artan savunma yetenekleri tüm Avrupa Atlantik bölgesinin çıkarınadır. Temennimiz bu kuşatıcı yaklaşımın kıta geneline hakim olmasıdır. NATO Genel Sekreterinin Teksas'tan Ankara'ya savunma sanayi gelişimini esas alan yaklaşımı bu bakımdan fevkalade değerlidir. Kıymetli basın mensupları, bildiğiniz üzere ittifakın terörizmle mücadeledeki rolünü öne çıkartan müttefiklerin başında geliyoruz. Nitekim terörizm NATO'ya yönelik güncel iki temel tehditten biri olarak kayda geçirilmiştir. Bu defa Lahey'de terörle mücadelenin ancak müttefiklerin samimi dayanışmasıyla başarılabileceğini vurguladık. Zirve bildirisine bu tehdidin yansıtılmasını sağladık. Ukrayna'da 3 yılı aşkın süredir devam eden savaşın hem bölgesel hem küresel etkileri oldu. Can kayıpları ve yıkım her iki tarafta da giderek artıyor. Türkiye olarak biz savaşın adil ve sürdürülebilir bir barışla sonlandırılması için yoğun çabalarımızı sürdürüyoruz. 2022 Mart ayında İstanbul'da ev sahipliği yaptığımız ancak yarım kalan görüşmelerden Karadeniz tahıl girişimi, savaş esirleri takası gibi somut neticeler almıştık. Diplomasiye olan inancımız, tarafların bize duydukları güvenle birleşince İstanbul'da bir kez daha arabuluculuğa başladık. Ev sahipliğimizdeki görüşmelerde ilave esir ve cenaze takasları hususunda önemli ilerleme sağlandı. Ayrıca olası bir ateşkese dair açık bir görüş alışverişinde bulunuldu. Ateşkes ve kalıcı barış için bir fırsat penceresinin aralandığı kanaatindeyim. Bunun eba edilmemesi gerekiyor. Hedefimiz taraflar arasında ilave somut adımlar atılmasına destek olmak suretiyle kalıcı barışa giden sürecin taşlarını döşemektir. Müttefiklerimizin de desteğiyle savaşın en kısa sürede neticelendirilmesi umudumu koruyorum. Hep söylediğim gibi adil bir barışın kaybedeni olmaz. Değerli basın mensupları, Orta Doğu'daki tehditlerin ve krizlerin her geçen gün daha ciddi bir hal aldığını görüyoruz. Gazze'de Filistin halkına yönelik olarak 2 yıla yaklaşan mezalime bir kez daha dikkat çekiyorum. Bakınız, şimdiye kadar İsrail saldırılarında çoğu çocuk ve kadın 56 bin Gazze'li hayatını kaybetti. Yine çoğu çocuk ve kadın 129 bin Gazze'li yaralandı. Gazze'nin %80'i yıkıldı. Sağlık altyapısının %95'i tahrip oldu. Kiliseler, camiler, okullar, hastaneler bombalandı. 2 milyonu aşkın Gazze'li kardeşimiz yıkıntıların arasında tepelerine sürekli bombalar yağarken çok zor şartlar altında hayatta kalma mücadelesi veriyor. İsrail hükümeti en temel ihtiyaç maddelerinin dahi Gazze'ye girişine engel çıkartıyor. İsrail'in engellemeleri ve saldırıları sebebiyle Gazze'deki insani trajedi, insani felakete dönüşmüş durumda. Vicdan sahibi hiçbir insan böyle bir vahşete sessiz kalamaz. Bebekler uyurken susulur. Bebekler öldürülürken susulmaz. Buradan insan hayatına değer veren herkesi zulme karşı seslerini yükseltmeye çağırıyorum. Ancak uluslararası toplumun, bilhassa ilgili kurumların İsrail'i durdurmakta yetersiz kaldığını müşahede ediyoruz. Hiçbir kural tanımayan, uluslararası hukuku açıkça ihlal eden İsrail, ihlallerine her geçen gün yenilerini ekliyor. Bir defa şunun iyi anlaşılması şart. İsrail bölgeyi istikrarsız hale getirerek kendi halkının güvenliğini sağlayamaz. Bölgedeki tüm ülkeler gibi İsrail'in de güvenliği komşularının istikrarından, huzurundan ve refahından geçmektedir. Yaşananlar 1967 sınırları temelinde coğrafi bütünlüğü haiz iki devletli çözümün kaçınılmaz olduğunu bir kez daha bizlere hatırlatmaktadır. Türkiye olarak amacımız tüm halkların, tüm inançların yan yana barış içinde yaşadığı bir sulh ikliminin tesisidir. Biz 1000 yıldır aynı topraklarda yaşıyoruz. İnşallah ebediyen de orada yaşamaya devam edeceğiz. Dolayısıyla tüm bölgenin selameti için acı da olsa rahatsız edici de olsa hakikatleri cesaretle söylemeyi sürdüreceğiz. Değerli arkadaşlar, İsrail ile komşumuz İran arasındaki en son askeri tırmanma bölgemizi çok ciddi risklerle karşı karşıya bıraktı. Krizin ilk anından itibaren malumunuz yoğun bir diplomasi trafiği yürüttük. Bölgedeki liderlerle telefon görüşmelerimiz oldu. İslam İşbirliği Teşkilatı üyesi ülkelerin Dışişleri Bakanları İstanbul'da toplandı. Burada da gerilime dair önemli mesajlar verildi. Evvelce de ifade ettiğim hususu bugün tekrarlamakta fayda görüyorum. Komşumuz İran'la sorunların kalıcı çözümü diplomasi ve müzakere ile mümkündür. Bölgemiz savaşla, yıkımla, saldırganlıkla, tehditle hiçbir yere ulaşılamayacağının örnekleriyle doludur. Amerika Başkanı Sayın Trump'ın gayretleriyle sağlanan ateşkesi memnuniyetle karşılıyoruz. Değerli dostum, Trump'ın çağrısına tarafların koşulsuz uymalarını bekliyoruz. Fiili ateşkes ilanının en kısa sürede kalıcı sükunete tahvil edilmesini ümit ediyoruz. Orta Doğu'da barışın temini için müttefikler dahil herkesin elini taşın altına koyması gerektiğini düşünüyorum. Biz bu konuda üzerimize düşeni yapmayı sürdüreceğiz. Kıymetli basın mensupları, zirve kapsamında birçok liderle görüşmeler gerçekleştirdim. Bu kapsamda sırasıyla Amerika Birleşik Devletleri Başkanı Sayın Trump, Almanya Şansölyesi Sayın Merz, Birleşik Krallık Başbakanı Sayın Starmer, Fransa Cumhurbaşkanı Sayın Macron, Hollanda Başbakanı Sayın Schoof, Romanya Cumhurbaşkanı Sayın Dan'ın da aralarında olduğu pek çok liderle bir araya geldim. Temaslarımda hem müttefiklerimizle ikili ilişkilerimizi geliştirmenin yollarını hem de zirve gündemindeki konuları ele aldık. Ülkemizin önümüzdeki sene NATO zirvesine ev sahipliği yapma önerisi de zirvemizde neticeye bağlandı. Gelecek yıl müttefiklerimizi Türkiye'de ağırlayacak olmaktan büyük bir memnuniyet duyuyoruz. Bu düşüncelerle zirvenin şimdiden hayırlara vesile olmasını temenni ediyorum. İlginiz, alakanız için sizlere de teşekkür ediyorum. Buyurun, sorular sizde.
Xəyal Əzizov, Azərbaycan. Sayın Cumhurbaşkanı, 2 yıl önce NATO'nun Vilnius zirvəsi zamanı sizə sorun olmuştu. Rus ordusu Azərbaycanda qalacaq, yoxsa getməyəcək? Həmin zaman Rus ordusu Azərbaycandaydı. Siz söylədiniz ki, Rus ordusu Azərbaycanı tərk edəcək və Rus ordusu artıq Azərbaycanı tərk edib. Bəs Türk ordusu Azərbaycana nə zaman gələcək? Çünki Azərbaycanda nə qədər ki Türk ordusu yoxdur, Azərbaycan üçün her zaman Rus işğalı təhlükəsi qalmaqdadır. Biz bunu böyle biliyoruz. Teşekkür ederim.
Sağ ol. Rus ordusu şu anda Azerbaycan'dan ayrıldı. Orada değil. Tamam, çıktığına göre artık zaten bu sorunun da hükmü kalmadı. Daha ben yeni Karabağ'a gittim. Böyle bir şey zaten orada yok. Şu anda Azerbaycan orayı Azerbaycan devletinin yaşanabilir hükmü altına getirmenin gayreti içerisinde altyapı, üst yapı noktasında adımlarını atıyorlar ve çok ciddi de yatırımlar yapıyorlar. Hayırlı olsun. Bayan.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I am Heba Nasser from Asharq News. Many are concerned that a conflict between Turkey and Israel may erupt anytime soon. Today, in the final communique of the NATO Summit, there was a commitment to Article 5. Do you think in the event of a conflict between Turkey and Israel, the NATO would come to defend Turkey? Thank you.
Değerli arkadaşlar, Türkiye'ye herhangi bir saldırı olmadıktan sonra Türkiye'ye yönelik bir saldırı olmadığı takdirde, ki şu anda böyle bir şey söz konusu değil, Türkiye bölgesinin bir barış ülkesidir ve bölgesinde de barışın özellikle hakim olması için bütün gayretlerini göstermektedir. Ancak tabii bütün bunların yanında özellikle de İsrail'in bu çekilmez, dayanılmaz tavrına karşı da biz orada zulmün karşısında yer almayı devam ettireceğiz. Ve bugüne kadar Gazze'de olduğu gibi bölgede zalimlerin karşısında yer aldık, zulmün karşısında yer aldık, yer almaya devam ediyoruz. Özellikle de garip gurebanın yanında yer almaya devam ediyoruz. Ve düşünün, şu anda Gazze'de aylardır oradaki mazlumlara aynı yardım gitmiyor. Şimdi bu insanlara aynı yardım gitmezse bu insanların hali ne olacak? Biz de tabii şu anda güçlü olan ülkelere diyoruz ki gelin İsrail'in karşısında yer alın ve bu aynı yardımların götürülebilmesi için Gazze'ye kapıların açılmasını ne yapmak lazım? Sağlamak lazım. Eğer bu sağlanırsa, bakın, Kızıl Haç'a bile şu anda İsrail yol vermiyor. Kızıl Haç kanalıyla bile Gazze'deki bu insanlara yardım gitmiyor. Böyle bir durum söz konusu. Kızıl Haç çalışabilse o kanalla buralara aynı yardım, gıda, ilaç, yiyecek bütün bunları götürme imkanı sağlanmış olacak. Ama şu anda bu bile maalesef yok.
Sayın Cumhurbaşkanım, biraz önce konuşmanızda da bahsettiniz. NATO üyeleri ve Türkiye önümüzdeki 10 yıllık süre zarfında şu anki %2'likten %5'e çıkaracak gayri safi yurt içi hasılada savunmaya ayırdığı payı. Türkiye bu süreçte bütçeyi artırmada hangi yolu izleyecek? Mesela savunma sanayi destekleme fonumuz var. Bu fon kanalıyla ilave artışlar mı gündemde, yoksa sadece milli bütçeden artış mı planlanıyor? Bir de yine konuşmanızda bahsettiğiniz zirve sırasında Alman şansölyeriyle görüştünüz. Bu görüşmede Eurofighter alımı ile ilgili de bir konunun masada olduğu ya da görüşmesi bekleniyordu. Bu gerçekleşti mi?
Değerli arkadaşlar, her şeyden önce şu an itibariyle bu önümüzdeki 10 yıl içerisinde tabii ki atacağımız adımlar milli bütçeden olacaktır. Peyderpey milli bütçeden buraya gerekli olan payı ayırmak suretiyle NATO'ya olan bu desteğimizi vermiş olacağız. Eurofighter konusunda gerek İngiltere gerek Almanya ile görüşmelerimizi yapıyoruz ve bu konuda olumlu gelişmeler var. Bu olumlu gelişmeleri de tamamen gerçekleştirdikten sonra inşallah adımlarımız atmış olacağız.
Betül Usta Sabah gazetesi. Sayın Cumhurbaşkanım, geçtiğimiz yıl gene NATO zirvesi Washington'daydı. Siz böyle bir basın toplantısı düzenlemiştiniz ve orada Filistin topraklarına kapsamlı sürdürülebilir barış sağlanana kadar İsrail'in NATO ile ortaklığına Türkiye'nin onay vermeyeceğini açıklamıştınız. O günden bugüne de bu yönde adımlar atıldı. Ankara NATO-İsrail tatbikatlarına rezerv koydu. Bunları veto etti. Birçok konuda zaman geçtikçe görülüyor ki Türkiye haklı çıkıyor. Gene bu konuda da uluslararası toplumun ve müttefiklerin Türkiye'nin tezlerine yaklaştığını gördünüz mü bu geçen bir yıl içinde? İkinci bir sorum olacak Sayın Cumhurbaşkanım, hitabınızda da bahsettiniz. NATO toplantısına önümüzdeki yıl Türkiye ev sahipliği yapacak. Bu toplantı Türkiye'nin hangi şehrinde yapılacak, kapsamı belli oldu mu? Belki biraz erken bir soru olacak ama çok teşekkür ediyorum.
Nasıl da anladım? Sen nerede olmasını istiyorsun?
Türkiye'mizin her şehri güzel Sayın Cumhurbaşkanım.
İnşallah, yani bundan önceki İstanbul'da olmuştu. Şimdi bütün ilgili arkadaşlarımızla görüşmelerimizi yapıyoruz. Büyük ihtimalle belki de bu hafta içerisinde, yani önümüzdeki hafta içerisinde bunun kararını veririz. Çünkü zaman kaybına tahammülümüz yok ve daha önce İstanbul'da yaptığımız bu zirvemizi bu defa yapacağımız bu toplantıdaki vereceğimiz kararla İnşallah NATO Genel Sekreterliğine bildireceğiz.
Mr. President, my name is Dov Gilhar from Israeli Public TV. You were talking about stabilizing the region, and I wanted to ask you, is the American strike on the nuclear sites in Iran is a way to stabilize the region? Is releasing the hostages from Hamas tunnel is a way to stabilize the region? Is asking Hamas leaders to take refuge either in Qatar or maybe in Turkey is a way to stabilize the region? And if so, and everything will happen, do you see or do you foresee better times for the relations between Turkey and Israel as there were quite good times previously?
Şu anda tabii İsrail ile Türkiye'nin arasındaki ilişkilerin bu anlayışla devam etmesi halinde burada aramızdaki barış, aramızdaki huzur mümkün değil. Zira atılan adımlar her şeyden önce barışı tehdit ediyor. Atılan adımlar barışı tehdit ettiğine göre burada nasıl barışı temin edeceksiniz, sağlayacaksınız? Mümkün değil. Düşünün, yani 100.000'i aşkın insan ölü, yaralı ve hala da vurmaya devam ediyorlar. Öbür tarafta Gazze'deki mazlum insanlara Kızıl Haç dahil gıda sevkiyatı yapılmıyor. Bunu engelleyen kim? İsrail. Ve hala burada bu kadar barbarca bir adım atıldığı takdirde biz nasıl bunlarla huzurlu bir ortamı tesis edeceğiz? Mümkün değil. Onun için de Kızıl Haç şu anda devreye girmek istiyor, netice yok. Kızılay'ımız devreye girmek istiyor, netice yok. Mısır devreye girmek istiyor, netice yok. Bütün bunlarla birlikte hangi ülkeye bakarsanız bakın hiçbirisi netice alamıyor. Onun için İsrail'i bu noktada Gazze'de şu ana kadar takındığı tavırdan vazgeçmeye davet ediyoruz.
Hi, Mr. President. What is the status of Turkey being added to the F-35 program? Have you been in discussions with President Trump, and would Turkey be willing to give up its... Oh, sorry, Audrey Decker with Defense One. And would Turkey be willing to give up its S-400s to be added to the program? Thank you.
Sayın Trump'la yaptığımız görüşmede tabii S-400'ü konuşmadık. O gündemimizde değil. O iş bitmiş bir iş. F-35 konusunu tabii görüştük. F-35 konusunda da biz 1 milyar 300-400 milyon dolar gibi bir ödeme yaptık ve F-35'leri alma noktasında biz Sayın Trump'ın da iyi niyetli olduğunu gördük. F-16'larımızın tamamıyla bakım onarımı ve F-35'lerle ilgili de alımla ilgili çalışmalarımızı sorumlu olan arkadaşlarımız devam ettiriyorlar. Tabii bunun yanında bir de bizim Eurofighter'la ilgili çalışmalarımız var. Eurofighter konusunda da İngiltere ve Almanya ile bu çalışmalarımızı sürdürüyoruz. Temennimiz odur ki bu iyi niyetimizi İngiltere'de, Almanya'da onlar da olumlu karşılıyorlar. Çalışmalarımız devam ediyor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Given your views on the Gaza situation, what is your opinion of President Trump's proposal for the U.S. to, quote, take over Gaza and turn it into some sort of military protectorate and expel all the remaining Palestinians so that Trump and his business partners can construct casinos and resorts? Have you discussed that proposal with President Trump? And in addition, what is your position on Trump's relationship with Israel writ large? Trump likes to boast about how he's the most pro-Israel president of all time. He said, God bless Israel when he bombed Iran over the weekend. He's touted how exceptionally close the Israeli bombing offensive against Iran was coordinated with the United States. He's expedited munitions to Israel. So, given your strong views on Israel's conduct, do those views extend to the United States and President Trump being an abettor of that Israeli conduct?
Akşam 11-11.30'dan itibaren Sayın Trump'la görüşmemiz oldu. Yaklaşık 1-1,5 saat kadar görüşmemizi yaptık. Ama bizim görüşmemizde özellikle de Gazze'nin sahil boylarının sizin ifade ettiğiniz şekilde kumarhaneler olması gündeme gelmedi. Böyle bir şey zaten gündeme gelse herhalde benim vereceğim cevap bellidir. Bu konuda duruşum bellidir. Duruşum belli olduğuna göre Sayın Trump öyle akıllı bir insandır ki kime hangi soruyu soracağını da iyi bilir. Ve böyle bir şey de zaten aramızda geçmedi.
Sayın Cumhurbaşkanım, Kosova'dan Metropol Medya adına Ural Boşniakum. Balkanlardaki istikrarsızlıklar ve özellikle Kosova'nın kuzeyindeki son gelişmeler ışığında Türkiye'nin bu coğrafyaya yönelik uzun vadeli stratejik yaklaşımı nedir? Ve özellikle KFOR'un Kosova'daki önceki görev süresinde Türk komutanlığının görevde olması ve önümüzdeki dönemde de komutanlığın yeniden Türkiye'ye geçmesinin beklendiği göz önünde bulundurulursa Türkiye'nin bu sorumluluğu nasıl değerlendirmekte?
Biliyorsunuz Türkiye'nin KFOR şu anda bölgede. Niçin bölgede? Barış için, huzur için ve bizim KFOR'umuz orada olduğu sürece inşallah orada herhangi bir sıkıntı olmaz, olmayacaktır.
Hi. Thank you, Mr. President. Victor Jack from Politico Europe. Last month, Russia sent only a low-level delegation to the latest round of peace talks in Turkey. Are you disappointed at Russia for this, and is it taking peace talks seriously in your view? And separately, what potential avenues do you see for increasing defense cooperation with the EU? Thank you.
Kimler?
With the EU.
Kimler?
Russia in peace talks in May.
Yok. Temsil kabiliyeti olan kişiler gönderildi ve o temsil kabiliyeti olan kişilerle de Rusya-Ukrayna arasındaki görüşmeler orada başarılı bir şekilde gerçekleştirildi. O görüşmeleri de Dışişleri Bakanı Hakan Bey zaten yürüttü, sürdürdü ve neticesi de gayet güzel, başarılı oldu.
Hello, Mr. President. Luis Tovar, Spanish TV. I would like to know what's your opinion about positions of Spain today. I saw you were talking with Prime Minister Pedro Sánchez. Do you understand his position? And do you think it's fair for the rest of the alliance when they say that they're going to get the capability target spending the 2% of defense instead of 5% agreed today? Thank you.
Yani 10 yıl gibi bir süre olduğu için yani bu noktada bir sıkıntıya yer yok diye düşünüyorum. 10 yıl içerisinde böyle bir orana çıkarılacak. Tabii ki NATO'nun da böyle bir güce ihtiyacı var ve bunu da tabii Avrupa Birliği'ndeki NATO üyesi ülkelerin halletmesinden başka çıkış yolu olmayacaktır ve şu anda NATO üyesi ülkelerde bu imkana, bu güce sahip. Türkiye olarak biz de bir üye ülke olarak bu konuda olumlu beyanımızı yaptık. Dedik ki 10 yıl içerisinde bunun verilmesinde fayda var. Herhalde kifayeti müzekker olmayacak mı? Sen Türkiye'de sorarsın ya.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Noshinu. I am from Rutte Media Network. I would love to ask a question regarding an issue that is still ongoing. That is the issue of disarmament of PKK, and after the declaration of dissolvement of this party. The question is that lots of the people waiting for it, what is the next step? Because we don't know what's going on right now. Is there any effort to end this issue? And I would love to ask you, what is your personal message for the Kurdish people, not only in the Turkey, but in the whole of the region? Thank you.
bölgede yaşayan Kürt vatandaşlarımla Cumhurbaşkanları olarak bizim herhangi bir sıkıntımız yok. Şu anda gayet iyi gidiyor. Parlamentoda güçlü bir potansiyele sahipler. Onların böyle bir sıkıntısı olmadığına göre bu yürüyüş, bu gidiş, randevu istediler. Ben de rahmetli Sırrı Süreyya ile birlikte Pervin Hanım'ı kabul ettim. Cumhurbaşkanlığında arkadaşlarımla beraber kendileriyle görüştük. Zannediyorum şimdi yine bir randevu talepleri var ve bu randevu taleplerini de yakın zamanda gerçekleştireceğiz. Kendileriyle görüşmelerimizi yapacağız. Herhangi bir sıkıntı söz konusu değil. Benim ülkemde Türküyle, Kürdüyle, Lazıyla, Çerkeziyle, Arabıyla hepimiz biriz ve ülkemin bütünlüğünü de korumak benim de görevimdir. Bunu da en güzel şekilde sürdüreceğiz. Çok teşekkür ediyorum. Kifayeti müzakere diyelim. Hepinize hayırlı akşamlar diliyorum. Sağ olun.